Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this set of hearing. Ms. Kwanele Asante Shongwe, it's just 5 minutes. We are 5 minutes early. Do you have any objection if we were to start now, or do you want to use the remaining 5 minutes? Okay.
I can start now,
yeah.
Chair.
Okay, very well. Do you want to then to go ahead and commence your presentation? And if for the record, you could just state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Chief Justice, and the other panel members, and everybody present this morning. My name is Kwanele Asante Shongwe. I am a lawyer, or trained as a lawyer. I'm just about to complete my MSc in Bioethics and Health Law at Wits University. But what brings me here this morning is my experience in the one thing that I do not have a certificate for, and that is my experience of living with cancer. Breast cancer was my primary diagnosis in April 2006, and I sustained treatment-related cardiomyopathy, which is a fancy medical word for severe heart damage. And from my personal experience with disease, I got to understand some aspects of our South African healthcare system. And I'll be speaking to those things that are in my knowledge. I prepared my comments, but I said I would love to focus my remarks today here with reliance to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. I think we start with a pledge in the preamble that we, the people, are mindful of the injustices of the past, and that the main purpose of our Constitution is to give redress for those who did not have access to dignity-enhancing things. And health is, in my view, and you will see as I continue, one of the fundamental human rights that pertain to people being able to live a life of dignity, a life with full enjoyment and ability to proceed with their professional work. Also, I wanted to bring it to the Commission's attention that our health law in South Africa, which is in Section 27, comes from international law, particularly from the Constitution of the United Nations, which in 1946 gave a promise of access to the highest attainable standard of health as a right of fundamental human right of every person. So every person I emphasize because it means without discrimination. Again, returning to international law, there are obligations and entitlements in terms of the right to health. States are the primary duty bearers in terms of giving people access to equitable health care. However, part of the state's duties is that they are enjoined by law to stop other parties who I argue in this situation would be the private health sector. The state has a duty to ensure that those people do not participate in conduct that undermines people's equitable access to health care. And I think I have given you sufficient. This is not going to be a bioethics lecture or a health law lecture, but I thought it is important that for the record I state where the right to health as we mostly know it here in terms of Section 27, emanates from. I'm here, as I stated, because I have a material interest in the issues of health equity. So when I was diagnosed, because I'm on a medical aid scheme, I was able to go to one of South Africa's fancy private hospitals. I can't, English is not my first language, so pardon me if I use some words instead of others. But being there, I think it was about my chemo number 2, I realized that in the treatment room there was only me. This was April 2006. There was only me that looked brown, and I wondered if, because I can be problematic, I was the first black woman to be diagnosed with breast cancer, or what had happened. And my doctor assured me that no, I was not unique. What was different was the majority of black South African women avail of their services in the public health sector. And as I got better, I went in to the 3 facilities that offer breast health care to black women. And I went to Helen Joseph, Charlotte Matleke, and then Chris Hani. But it was what I saw at Chris Hani Hospital which made me start an NGO called Breast Sense, whose main purpose was to advocate for the health rights of indigent black women. I prefer not to call them poor, because poor, just for me, has a connotation of, ach, shame you. So people in the communities were very generous. These women that I met at Chris Hani were very generous to allow me access into their lives to see how they access treatment for a disease that was threatening my life as well as theirs. And I was very uncomfortable when I became more and more aware of the privileges that I was able to purchase, and some of the fancy treatments, fancy but very necessary to try protect my life. When my severe heart damage happened, I had to be fitted with a implantable defibrillator, which cost over 180,000 rand. These are not things that are available to everybody, and yes, we can go with the free market principle of a service is available, those who can afford it, purchase it, must purchase it. But I do not know if that model or approach to healthcare in a country as where there are such gross disparities in wealth, I don't know if we can sleep easy to know that those who have, for instance, in my case, I'm on Discovery Classic Comprehensive Plan, and the premium is 4,026 rand monthly. Yes, it buys me access to the best doctors in the country, but is that how it ought to be, that the so-called poor, and I use the word so-called very deliberately because we tend to label the poor. And when we talk about the poor, there is often this misconception that they don't work. What I have discovered in my years in the communities is that most of them leave home on average at about 4:30 to go to work in the cities, and they are there most of the time. So ironically, the poor work the hardest. But when you take a woman who has breast cancer, who used to work for a retail company, now she's unable to work because of her diagnosis. She has to leave her work, yet she doesn't qualify to receive government disability funding because she's employed. But the thing is, she does not earn enough anymore because now her salary is docked because now she's on medical leave. So these kind of complications, and this same woman is a mother of a child born with a heart defect. The same woman is a woman who is living in a house in a shack. Same woman has no access to water, no electricity, has a maintenance and domestic violence protection order. I'm not fabricating her, she did exist. And unfortunately she died, and she died from the complications that I have, but that I'm able to mitigate against because I have access to private health care. Those kind of things do not sit comfortably with me. And I think in this forum, we need to be starting to interrogate this notion of you sell health as though it is a luxury commodity. So, I know that I'm supposed to speak largely to discovery and things like that, but I thought it was important that we spend a little bit of time in the disparities. So I told you I live about 15 minutes from my oncology center in bad traffic. I told you about the mothers that have to access treatments at Charlotte Matleke. This particular lady coming from Snake Park would have to leave around 5 so that she's at Matleke by 7. Who's taken the kids to school? What has happened? Those are the things that we need to factor in when we talk about health. Before she gets to Matleke for chemotherapy, she would have been to Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital to get diagnosed. I first went to Chris Hani in 2009, and knowing that I was coming here, I called to find out if the situation had changed. I asked the question, how many times does the breast clinic at Chris Hani open? Once a week. It's a Wednesday. What time does it open? 7:30 until the last, and patients are seen until the last one is seen. And then I asked how many staff members are available, 3 consultants and 3 interns, and how many patients are seen every week? 200. From my oncology center, there are 3 doctors as well. And I think the most that's seen, it's about 40. So you look at the disparity, you ask questions. If you're a medical professional, you know that you're limited for time. So the quality of consultation is probably not it's not sufficient. I'm not going to guess medical things. I'm not a medic. I'm just the one that medics do things to. Then I asked, is radiation offered? Radiation is only offered for pediatric and hematology. All others have to go to Matleke. So think of the cost. It is about 40 Rand out of Soweto to Matleke. And then we know the other horror stories on the other side when government fails to meet its obligations to make sure that drugs are available or machines work. So when we talk about the privilege of the private health sector, we must always be mindful of the disparities, in-country disparities in this country, which I think are unethical given where we come from, given what our constitution sought to do, which is to remedy the injustices of the past. So, yes, I'm going to turn to something. I had little kids at some point, and I know the best way you show them something is show and tell. I decided to bring the medications that I need to stay alive. This is my monthly supply. So the premium is about 4,026, and then this is what it buys me. These medicines are not for cancer. These medicines are largely for my congestive heart failure. I think medics in here would know that this is a lot of things to be taking, ingesting every month. But these are what is called in international health law essential medicines. And essential medicines are those that are necessary for life, which means lack of access to these puts my life at danger. I'm able to purchase these things because of the cover I have on medical scheme. But of course, we must think, now we're talking about discovery, we must think that the medical insurance, it's a kind of contract. There are duties that need to be performed by both parties. Discovery as the insurer and me as the insured. So I have to pay my 426 monthly promptly on a pre-agreed date. And by correlation, Discovery has to meet the things I need pursuant to the contract that we signed. So far, I have not had Discovery say, I've been with them. I, as a person, started with them in 1997. Then my family joined in 99. And now I'm back on the scheme by myself. Don't ask me, I ate my family up. So if the premium is not paid, there's no cover. But then I need us here to probe what we should call a situation where I have paid my premium, my doctors have done all my tests, they prescribe my medicines based on their clinical observations and their professional expertise. They decide these are the meds you're going to take in these dosages. And I go back, I inform Discovery, the dosage for my one, you'll see this is the biggest amount I take.
Sorry, may I interrupt you? Do you have a schedule reflecting the list of medications that you have to take a month? In other words, listing all that medication that's in front of you?
No, I do not, sir.
Yeah. I wonder, is it possible
to compile
to compile that schedule so that we can have it on record? Because otherwise we would have to go through the tedious effort of you reading those medication into the record.
No, I will.
Yeah.
I will compile and forward.
Okay, very well. You will submit that schedule to the technical team, and we're going to mark that schedule exhibit KAS1. KAS1.
Thank you, sir.
Very well. Continue.
Yes, so I was explaining that this cover trend. Okay, I'll read it for you because I need you I need to help you understand. Cover trend, which is this medication, I have to take 50 mg in the morning, 50 at night.
What is the name of that medication?
Cover trend.
Yeah.
I take the 25 milligrams, 2 tablets in the morning, and then which makes it 50-50. And cover trend is used for treating high blood pressure or certain types of heart failure. It may also be used after a heart attack to improve survival in certain patients. It may be used along with other medicines. Covertrend is used to treat heart failure, which is what my condition is called, congestive heart failure, which means I retain water, and then my heart muscle is not able to pump sufficiently, causing me a lot. And of course, we have to remember that I sustained this from treatments that were meant to save my life from breast cancer. So the doctor increased the dosage of this in December. I notified my medical insurance, Discovery, that the dosage has once again been increased because we are trying to make my heart go slower. And apparently there's a ceiling of the dosage. So what the doctor prescribed in my case was above the normal ceiling because I'm at maximum dosage for this drug. I was counting this morning, it has taken about 12 email contacts to speak to Discovery about, please, I need to access this. So what happens is I'll get to the pharmacy to collect my monthly. This is what I have to fetch every month. And when it comes to Covertrend, it will not give me the extra dosage that has been added. And I have had to repeat and repeat that, please, I'm not opting. I don't want to drink any of these things every day. They actually make me dizzy, hypertensive, and all sorts of other complications. I don't enjoy taking them, but imagine from a patient's perspective, you know you have to take these things because they are your essential medicines. And when you're going to collect them, having put effort to travel to the pharmacy, your one major one is not available. And you have to repeatedly ask for it. I'm on Twitter. I will use a gentle, please Discovery, help me. And then I'll get a prompt response via Twitter, yes, we are listening. And then I go privately to explain to them what is happening. And I'm assured that the matter will be settled. In this case, it was being handled by CTICC, Singh, the Executive Relationship Manager.
Sorry, what was the name?
I don't know how to pronounce it, but I'll spell it. It's JASHVIR, Singh. He's the Executive Relationship Manager at Discovery Health. But by the time we got to about email number 7, I was getting very frustrated and decided to start copying the CEO, Dr. Broomberg. And each time I was assured that the problem has been solved. To quote Mr. Singh here, he says, "Thank you for your patience while we look into your case. The medication remains approved on the scheme since 1999, according to their records, that I pay my premiums on time. And quite frankly, I do not work for Discovery and should not have to chase after them. If we were using the law, I think this is a breach of contract either by act or omission. And if the shoe was on the other foot, Discovery would not be telling me soft things." This brings me to the issue of when, I would love to know of Discovery, when they decide what benefits they're going to give to members. Is there anywhere in the process where the patient is called in to say, you've had lived experience of X disease? Can you help give us the patient's insights into what kind of services can best suit you? Instead of always announcing to us what's going to happen. And regrettably, I gave this example because it was a tangible example. But I don't know how many times I have to call in to rectify one omission or the other. And I am of a certain age, and Black South African, I'm 46. When I was growing up, at some point, the use of the word the system invoked fear. And it is very ironic that 21 years post-democracy, I am hearing the word the system is failing many times when their system of my health insurer or their systems are infringing my access to go on generics, to make my treatments cheaper. But again, as I look at my medicines, I'm always reminded of those who lack access to them because they're not on medical aid. Yes, we could say, yes, the state is failing. And yes, the state is failing poorer patients significantly in areas where we don't have adequate drug supply. For instance, the cardiologist I go to also works in public service, and the one day he was beside himself with anger, and I said, I've never seen you in the 8 years that I've been coming here, I've never seen you so angry. And he was talking about the one drug that I take, CTICC, which is a water tablet. Basically, you drink it, it helps to eliminate excess water so that there's less strain in the body. But there's the injectable IV, which works faster. So when a patient is in crisis, like I have been in crisis in hospital, they will use that mode to assist you swifter than having to take this. So he was talking about this particular essential drug not being available to his public sector patients because of poor procurement. I will say the last thing about access to medicines. There is a law reform process that is not proceeding as it ought to have, and that is the fixing of our patent laws in the public interest. Those of you who love healthcare like me might have heard about Pharmagate, which is, in my mind, an example of unethical business conduct by the private sector. What had happened there is a few of them got together, about 24, and agreed to a plan where they would undertake covert and highly morally suspicious conduct to undermine patent law reform in South Africa. I've had the privilege of studying that phenomenon for a year and a half as part of my research report for my bioethics degree. But probing what was happening there just raised critical ethical and legal questions about how the right to health in the Republic is protected, but particularly about the inequalities between those like me who can afford. And I need to put it on the record that I am able to afford these medicines plus my premium by sponsorship. One of my family is able to pay for me. If they were not able to buy me a premium, I doubt that I would have been here. I have had severe complications. I have had to be in hospital for extended periods. There was a period where I was on oxygen for 9 months, 24/7 at home. So I've had those things. And I know what is possible with medical technology, how we can be able to potentially save other people's lives. And I implore everybody that's involved in healthcare in South Africa to start probing their individual, especially in the private sector, their corporate responsibility, I think, as citizens of this country. Should we be going for profit maximization and excluding other people? You know, we have fancy things. I want to give you another example of when a medical aid company forgets their core business. They start doing other fancy things. Vitality requires members who are, or not required, because you can elect or not to be a part of the Vitality program. You pay. I thought it was free. I found out it's $199. So you do your Vitality screening annually for diseases. I did mine last week, and things were looking very good until my BMI was up by 1.6%. All my other scores were looking really, really good. And then I got a love letter from Discovery. But basically, the essence of the love letter was that I need to mitigate my risk of dangerous diseases by minding my BMI and weight and things like that, with a lot of disclaimers that BMI is not exact, but, you know, go talk to your doctor. I have a problem with this apps-based analysis of my health. If Discovery knew me well, which they ought to by now, because I've been there forever, and I don't think they have many patients with lots of complications like me. Maybe they do, but I still think they have systems to keep track of who's who instead of sending blanket notes. If they knew, they would know that sometimes I retain water because of my congestive heart failure, so my weight might fluctuate in a week. If they knew me also, they wouldn't be telling me my BMI is high and, oh, sorry, Cornele, you are 47 years old. Oh, and at 47, you are older than you were last year. And this is supposed to be a problem because there's something called Discovery Age if you did their apps and they calculated you. Dear Discovery, I don't know if they are here. I'd like to just tell you that I'm actually very happy to be 47. I am 47 in a few days. I was diagnosed at age 37. I was told that I probably would not live to 38, 39. And I am here 10 years later. So no, being 47 for me is not a problem. I would expect you, as my health insurers, to be celebratory like I am of this extended gift of life that my privileged access to medicines allows me. Let us move away as health providers from driving patients into this obsession with avoiding what is natural. Decay and aging and dying are natural processes. I have almost died 2 times. I am here, and I am not ashamed that I'm going to be 47. If anything, I think I should be getting congratulated that my Discovery Age is not 65, because congestive heart failure is largely a disease of the old. So Discovery, if you were looking at the very letters that you sent me, with my bonus points for good behavior here, my good eating, you would not be sending me a form letter that, in my opinion, defeats the purpose of what medical care should be, which is to help people live a dignified, joyful, and productive life. So I moved from this. The other thing I would love to ask of Discovery is to please explain how they allocate the 21 days for mental health. Also, why, with mental health benefits, people who are on chronic for mental health, why we need to renew that benefit annually. Because I was diagnosed with the cancer and congestive heart failure in 1 year, and in 2006 I've never had to renew for my chronics, unless meds change, then we do. But this whole reapplying, I don't quite know what the mental health benefits works. And having told them about the joy I have for being alive, I would also love them to take on board that treatments have the benefits and the harms. I've spoken extensively to the harms of my treatment, but part of what is not spoken about very clearly with cancer is the mental health fallout from the stress of facing your mortality, especially when you're 37 and you've just requalified as a lawyer, and now you're being denied the opportunity to work as a lawyer by these two complicated things. So I do not want to have to explain why I have mental health. I've spoken English for a very long time today, and I'm exhausted because I have to keep checking my grammar and whatever. My native language is Setswana. And when I'm in crisis, in pain, mental health, physical health, it is very difficult to be standing in front of a specialist who only speaks English, and I have to worry if I'm going to get the true meaning of my pains and things correctly, because how well I communicate my symptoms determines the diagnosis and the treatments. So we need to please ask Discovery. There are 11 official languages. How many of the others are used in patient care, and how we access even information from Discovery? I think I will stop there.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Asante Shongwe. The 12 emails that you referred to, can we have copies of those emails?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And when you do submit them, would you please mark them KAS2?
Yes, sir.
And over how long a period were these emails exchanged? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days?
The first correspondence was on the 10th of the 12th. So I can give you the dates. Do you want me to give you the dates now?
No. I just
okay. So it was on the 12th, and then it ended. The matter was finally resolved on the 19th of February. So
February 2016?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And 10 of the 12th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And during this period, did you have access to the medication that you needed?
I had to take half and wait that I can go. And this is where the anxiety was coming in, because when the half is finished after 15 days, then I would have a reasonable expectation that the system has now, the problem has been resolved. I arrive, it doesn't happen. Yeah. And on one occasion, I ended up paying out of pocket and asking for a reimbursement.
Yeah, but what I want to know is Discovery did not give you the medication that you required during this period. Is that the position? The
position, sir, is I was able to take half because what I needed was 60.
Okay.
So I had access for...
So it was a matter of quantity, was it?
Yes, quantity. Yeah. And if I did not have the resources to purchase out of pocket during that time, I would have been left without.
And then you also referred to a letter that you received pursuant to what you describe as the vitality screening. Is that how this thing is referred to?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay.
You want that one as KAS3?
Yes, indeed. Could you mark that letter KAS3? I think it would be.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very well. My colleagues are going to put questions to you just to get to understand your concern. We'll start with Dr. Bengu.
Thanks, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Asande Shongwe.
Good morning, Dr. Bengu.
Thank you for your presentation. The question I have really is it's really just one, referring to the point you made about patient experience.
Yes, sir.
Now, what would you like to see happen in terms of your interaction with your insurer? I mean, how would you like to see that happen? That's one. Still on the same question, to us as a panel, what are the 3 or 5 most impactful decisions that you would like to see at any level of the healthcare system, whether private or public? I know it's a difficult question. I see your response, but if there is, no, it doesn't have to be. I'm just saying, if you can just give us the priority issues that you believe, if they are addressed, they would go a long way in making the lives of people who have been in your shoes better.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll start with how would I want to see interactions with patients occur. I acknowledge that there is a need to have specialists and subject matter experts on particular fields of health. But I'm also always mindful that when you have textbook knowledge of how systems and things should work, it's one thing. But to be on the other side of the desk and to actually receive the things and to have fallouts is another. For instance, my oncologist knew that cardiotoxicity was a possibility with my anthracycline-based chemotherapy. And when I did start complaining about the palpitations, he said, please focus on your chemo, don't worry about it. There's a very negligible chance that would happen to you. Unfortunately, the negligible chance panned out with severe heart damage. So going forward and with the knowledge of what I have now, I would like to see medical aids and medical companies start taking seriously the patient's voice as a key stakeholder and a partner in health. We cannot forever be engaging in paternalistic medicine where the medical providers, the medical fraternity, yes, I'm not calling for carte blanche for autonomy. We need to be protected in some respects, but I think we should accord patients more respect. I doubt that there's anybody who cares more about my health than I do. So I want to see more meaningful. I mean, I am at the moment involved with the Ministerial Cancer Advisory Committee on Cancer Prevention and Control. I am the deputy and a patient representative on that. But even in these fora, you can see that when the patient speaks, there's less attention and interest paid. But I just need to emphasize, especially in this country, that we take the patient's voice more seriously. If I were Minister of Health for a day, I would hope that we can finalize the NHI. I read somewhere this week that we are into the 40th reiteration of the draft. We must when people are charged with this kind of responsibility of drafting new legislation that have public interest consequences, they must be mindful that, one, a lot of money is wasted because people are paid to actually be reiterating this thing a million times. But more fundamentally, for as long as the law is not, or the policy framework is not finalized, millions of people in this country are denied their health rights. So that needs to be done. Talking specifically to the disease that I have a pseudo PhD in, cancer, we do not have a national cancer control plan. Our national cancer control plan has been in draft since 2009. As a country, we were given resources by the World Health Organization to help us finalize that, and we still did not come out with a good policy. Also, we do not have protocols for breast cancer, national protocols. So the lack of protocols and frameworks means that a woman in KwaZulu-Natal could possibly receive different treatment from a woman in the Orange Free State. And this, in my view, creates fertile ground for treatment disparities. What treatments you access should not be predicated on how big your wallet is. Alternatively, if you're not able to purchase and you rely on the public health sector, it shouldn't be placed on you live in the Western Cape, therefore you're going to get better care than somebody in Bloemfontein. We are all citizens of the Republic of South Africa. And the entitlements of citizenship here don't vary by anything. There's the problem of teen pregnancy in this country. They talk about sugar daddies and all those weird and wonderful things. But when we look at the long-term impacts of when a girl child drops out of school at 14 and is saddled with a baby, risk exposure to HIV, but let's for a moment just concentrate on a child begetting a child. I do not see how we are going to be able to reduce the numbers of the poor, and we know that in this country, the majority of the people who live in poverty are black women. And we talk about black women being faced by the triple burdens of inequality, unemployment, I forget the third. We need to change that narrative. I should have said to your question, one of the things we need to stop is the silos approach to things. For instance, I'm sitting here at 46, soon to be 47, and I've spoken about living with 3 chronic diseases. The private sector, the public sector, everybody needs to understand that I, as a patient, do not experience my diseases in boxes. It all happens in me at the same time. And it gets overwhelming. That's why I end up with a diagnosis of bipolar. So do not fragment me. But more important, I'm here. I am thankful that I'm able to articulate myself. But I wish to thank the Commission for giving me the opportunity. I take my role here as a voice of those that I had the blessing of working with, people who taught me so much, more than I was taught in books. So I don't know if I answered your question.
Certainly you have.
Thank you, Dr. Bengu.
Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. I want to move one level of abstraction, because what you've described to us is an example, but there are people who have spoken to us with similar examples but different diseases.
Yes.
So, two questions. There really is a balancing act that has to be managed.
Yes.
In any country, at any time, public or private, everybody can't have everything.
Absolutely.
And so there has to be a decision about what is provided, what isn't provided. Do you agree with that? And then if you do, it is one of the issues that we have to think about is what kind of process should we collectively be thinking about to make those kinds of decisions? They appear to me to be very hard decisions. And it doesn't matter if it's the public sector or the private sector, the same kinds of choices have to be made. What advice do you have about how you make those decisions which make, I suppose, most people happy? Because I've got a feeling that we're not going to make everyone happy.
No, it would be very hard, Dr. Font, to make everybody happy. I absolutely, and thank you for bringing me back to the issue of balancing acts. I think my remarks this morning have been very patient-centric. I want to acknowledge that I do, as a lawyer and as an access academic, do realize that the private sector have rights. Very often the Section 25 is invoked. But I want to also say that we must remember that Section 25 is part of this whole document. So there are a lot of obligations for social justice in here, and we need to take Section 25, mindful of those things. Balancing act, yes, we can't have everything for everybody. I want to believe that we have enough specialists in this country from across disciplines who can meet around the table, look at international benchmarks, evidence-based medicine, and decide we are wanting to work within this framework. As a government, when we procure, we will not be procuring patented drugs if generics that are affordable and have proven efficacy are available. So we start engaging in those kind of things. If I'm a manufacturer of drugs, yes, I want to make my profit for my shareholder and all those other things. But you then ask yourself a question, do I want to make unconscionable profit? And what can I, as a company committed to the Republic of South Africa, do to assist the state? Often people say us access activists want everything. We do not want everything. But I hope I made it very clear this morning that I was speaking to essential medicines, those that have potential to save a life. What kind of win-win framework can the private sector and the public sector establish to help more resources available? I am not able to take on board a private sector view that says it's all the responsibility of government. By being a citizen of this country, a corporate citizen, a juristic person, citizen, you have rights, but I think you have other legal and moral obligations to help, especially in something this essential. So I don't know if I have met your questions, but cost, efficacy, public interest, safety, those kind of things.
Thank you, Ms. Asante Shange, for sharing your experience and your presentation. I have two questions. First, I'd like to know if you do have a broker.
A broker?
Yes.
No, not that I know of, no.
Not that you know of. Okay, great, thanks. And in the many years that you have been with Discovery, have you ever attended any of their annual general meetings?
No. I see the invitations come around and I always think I'm going to go. But I've never gone, I think partially because I don't think I completely understand financials and I don't want to come out dazed about what I didn't. But the emails I've received, so there is an effort to be inclusive.
Yeah. So your understanding of what the purpose of those meetings are is only about finances?
It would be, I don't want to speak about something I did not, I have not experienced, but I imagine, reporting back of where we are and then membership concerns and things like that would be raised. I'm aware that there is somewhere out there a circulating document for the appointment of trustees, and I have thought, it said you must be nominated by another member, and I was like, oh, could this member nominate this member? So I don't know if I can nominate myself.
These meetings, is there an agenda that's circulated for them indicating
I have not
what are the issues that are going
I
to be
have not seen an agenda, Chief Justice. I've only seen a notification, the venue, the time. But
Okay. Do you have a copy of one of those documents so that we could get a sense of what it says and what it conveys to those to whom these notices are addressed?
I'm going to have to fish for it.
Yes, and then would you mark that?
KAS4.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Just continuing with the trustees, so do you currently know who the trustees
I
are?
don't know.
You don't know. So in your response to Dr. Bengu's question about what should this commission do, you talked about patient's voice.
Yes.
So do you know if there is a platform within Discovery that currently exists for patients to communicate their concerns apart from when there is a problem with claims?
I'm not aware of such a thing. Yeah. And initially my raising the issue was to ask Discovery, if you look at the notes that I prepared, what is the role of the patient in all these selections of things? Who decides that I want a smoothie when I have worked so many kilometers? Has anybody thought maybe they should give me the 30 rand so that I can save towards my vegetables?
Okay.
Those kind of things, which contribute finally to my overall well-being, because health is extensive. It's not just the absence of disease.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Asante, thank you very much for your impressive personal story.
Thank you.
The only thing I have is I cough, as you heard, probably. But your story and also bringing with you all your medicines gave me an opportunity to imagine, me sitting there and you sitting here. I have no question for you. I hope I listened very carefully. I read your story, and it'll take some time to digest for me personally what you said. And I'll do my best to do that and use your information, the rest of the inquiry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. What is the reason for you not to attend these the meetings called by Discovery?
It's mostly, they tend to happen in the evenings, I guess, to get more people to go. But for me, in the evenings, I'm now very tired.
Yeah.
And also just the lack of confidence that if we start going to the financials, and I know now that the question is being put to me that I ought to be worried about how well the scheme is doing and how healthy and how it will meet my needs.
Yeah.
Something that I had wanted to raise here. They're very proud of they being Discovery, of their status as a world-leading health insurance. When I read this, I was intrigued. Yeah, they talk about your comprehensive benefits, whatever.
Yeah.
What I did not mention is that the plans, there are about 7 options, and the 7 options often have little boxes in between. So the highest amount of money buys you the best Rolls Royce, what I call it, and then there is my plan, and then there is a lower plan. But I was struck that for a global health company to be saying, in a global study by Deloitte, the Discovery Health Medical Scheme has been ranked amongst the top 3 insurance in the world since 2008, based on financial security, contribution levels, membership, and innovation. What struck me there was not that there was no mention of patient satisfaction or patient services. And it's like,
Yeah.
So.
Yes, I understand that. But did you know perhaps that when you attend at these meetings, you could raise concerns that you might have often concerning the service that you receive from them? Did you know that?
I know that, Judge, but it's always a question of lack of confidence. What I need to state on the record is I am in a much better mental and physical state. But for a long time, over the last 8 years, my confidence and ability to speak publicly and ability to articulate thoughts post-chemo was compromised. So I always imagined I would go there and have mostly people in suits. And if I'm not able to articulate my point, I might end up looking awkward. So it's like, email works well for me because I'm in the comfort of my home. I can direct to a specific person.
Yeah. Do you know of any other members who are members of Discovery but who do not attend these meetings or who do attend these meetings?
I am not able to speak truthfully to that because I do not ask my friends, do you go to meetings? What I have heard repeatedly in my preparations for this with other people, the one woman saying being on Discovery is a lot of work. And I said, what do you mean by that? And she says, you constantly have to be calling to enforce. The other thing that keeps coming through from my friends is you need to prove a lot. You know, your benefits will get approved and then something does not happen, payments are not effected on time. When you follow up, then you are required to give proof that you actually have given, including even this correspondence about cover trend. Asked, please send the script. And I'm sitting there going like, but I sent it 4 days ago. Why am I resending it again?
I understand.
Those kind of things.
There has been no invitation to attend the meeting subsequent to this exchange of emails. Has there been any?
No, a meeting in person.
Yeah.
No.
No. I mean, one of these trust.
The trustee one, there's an election nomination email out, but there's not been a scheme annual meeting, general meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Let me put to you this question. I guess what I'm trying to understand is if there is what appears, I don't know, but what appears to be a platform where members can articulate their concern, often concerning the service that a scheme offers, and yet members do not attend. What do you think ought to be done in order to encourage members to attend those meetings and articulate their concern?
I like how you phrased it, sir, because if the email had been that express, that this is your platform to come and say things that concern you, I think I'll be more inclined to go. But if it's an annual general meeting happening at this venue without mention of what really is going to get discussed, then I make up my assumptions of what I think, and then rightly or wrongly I include or exclude myself. But if I knew that you are entitled as a member there, separate from the financial issues of the company, you are entitled there to raise your concerns.
So what you would like to see happening is a specific item indicating that at this meeting we would like to hear what you feel about us and our service.
Yes, as opposed to when I know they have taken feedback is when they send a survey that says we are interested to hear what our members feel about ourselves. Please take 15 minutes to complete this survey. Surveys are cold. Surveys are designed by somebody else there who is anticipating what the needs would be, whereas if I'm there, it's like here, articulating what are issues of material import to me, it's a different story.
Yeah. Do you think that your past dealings with Discovery might have influenced your attitude as to whether or not to attend the meetings?
No, I don't think they.
I understand.
No. I must put it on record that there have been instances when they have done fantastic things. If I call and I'm met on the phone, especially when I was at the height of my mental health breakdown, I'm met with a compassionate young person on the phone. I have taken the trouble to say, what is your name, your surname, who's your boss, and report it to their boss, copying the CEO. And so they do know that when there is a compliment, I am not shy to direct it.
Yeah.
And also when I went to a particular hospital group and spent 30 minutes bogged down in legal papers when I was anxious about my surgery that I was waiting for, I wrote to Discovery and said, from a patient's perspective, this kind of 30 minutes of legalese, when what I'm really concerned about is how soon I'm wheeled into theatre. Please check with your service provider there.
And they attended to that?
They assured me. They responded to me and said, thank you for bringing this. We can see that you took a lot of time and effort to explain and offer us possible ways of getting around it. Thank you. We will take it on board and we will go and talk to them.
Yeah. And did you receive feedback from that?
I never received what happened because
No.
I guess now.
One of the concerns that you've mentioned is that we do not have a national cancer control plan, and that there's one plan that has been in the making since 2009. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Right. Now, you are a member of the Ministerial Advisory Committee on the Prevention and Control of Cancer. Is that right? So
Yes, that's correct.
That is since the 21st of April 2013. Now, have you drawn this to the attention of this committee? And if so, what has been their attitude?
Yes, I have. The lack of the national plan is public knowledge, and it's an issue of concern to the committee. It is an issue that has been raised with the Deputy Minister for Health, Dr. Patla, the resourcing of the thing and what amount of resources, human and financial, are allocated to MAC helps with its efficiency or otherwise. And there has not been, out of 3 interactions with the Deputy Minister, there has not been feedback about what resources are going to be allocated. So it's something just somewhere in the ether. But what I know for sure is the lack of a national cancer control plan is interfering with the treatment access of people with cancer. And I also must mention that there are certain high-level, UN high-level protocols that we as a state have participated in. So we are bound by those instruments and having a national cancer control plan is one of the things we are required to do as a cancer control and prevention thing. So we need to look.
You mentioned that you do not have a broker. Now, are you aware that there's anyone assigned to you? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, how did you become a member of Recovery?
I mentioned, sir, earlier that I'm a member by sponsorship. So a member of my family pays. And I actually didn't know the cost of the premium until I had prepared to come here, and I had to call the family, then visit Discovery and see if the information I was given was correct.
Are you there as a dependent?
No, I am the only person on my policy, but I don't have anybody calling me.
Now, prior to joining, did anyone from Discovery have a discussion with you indicating the kind of benefit that you're entitled to?
Yes, at the beginning, they give you a wealth of information, and I have been using the system. If you checked my mailbox, I guess.
Yes. Now, the conversation that you had, who did you have that conversation with?
I don't recall. I don't recall the details.
Did you recall what you were told as to the scope of the coverage?
To be honest, no. What I know is what is sent to me annually in terms of a statement of my benefits. Yeah. But and I would have taken in '99. I was 30 and very healthy, and mortality was not an issue on my horizon. Yeah. So even if they did tell me the wonderful hospital benefits, I probably was not as keen on them as I am now that my health is compromised.
But looking back then, do you think that you should have been keen in listening to what would be
Yes, sir. Yes, absolutely. And that's part, what I didn't speak to, much as I'm advocating for patients to be included, to be whatever.
Yeah.
Patients ourselves, we have to realize that we are key partners in our own health.
Yeah.
No doctor can chase you around to go drink your meds. It is my business to know.
What can be done to make sure that at the time of joining, members are as keen as they are when the problem that requires access to healthcare are drawn to their attention, or they pay attention to those matters?
This is now nothing that I was taught in school.
Yeah.
This is just me venturing as a person.
Yeah.
I think I have a problem with this whole happy pictures jumping around most in the health brochures, and most of it are white people. They look so alien to me that I look, hypertension, put it down. But if we started educating people about health as explained by the World Health Organization framework, as a whole basket of physical, mental, emotional, we start helping people as part of our education system understand the social determinants of health. Hopefully, people who become health specialists in the future will start also being mindful of the realities and what to be teaching their patients or health consumers about health. But at the moment, it's this fuzzy thing that has a lot of numbers and a lot of do this, do this, do this, do this. So it just, especially with these technology apps that we're supposed to be wearing, which I think are a very suave way of making me help them collect marketing data and other information from me by watching my daily habits. But if we were that less monitoring and more informative and explaining to people why mitigating health risk is better than having to go through.
Now, the problem that generated the 12 emails that you have referred to, at the end of that process, did you receive any explanation as to what had happened, what had caused the problem, other than being told that it was incorrectly? Did you say incorrectly blocked?
They're saying that the lift on their side, so I imagine they have a ceiling for the dosage.
Right.
But because my cardiologist now had gone beyond the norm, my imagination is that they had to manually or somehow, but very consciously lift that block for me. But it didn't lift
the ceiling.
Yes. And Judge, I will say at the end, when I was told, and I had now lost all manner of politeness, I said, please do not call me, don't give me another courtesy call. I've had enough. I was told to please go to CTICC. The medication is definitely waiting for me. Yeah. It was a Friday.
Yeah.
I felt I did not want to deal with this thing on a Friday, so I bought instead 4 tablets to help me get through. I will go on Monday when I was going on a Buddhist retreat journey. I come back on Monday, I present myself at counter 10 as I was told in the email, and nothing was being held for me. Yeah. I took another 40 minutes trying to explain that this something that I'm trying to retrieve was left here at the instructions of Discovery, but what they had done, which they didn't tell me, is discovery representative called DISCEM and said to them, please dispense the outstanding amounts of medicine backdated to the date when she took her other meds.
Yeah.
The reason for that was quite practical. It meant that when my next round of refills came around, this medication would be on stream with everything. Unfortunately, the DISCEM person looked on the system and stood there with me, and that's why we ended up with the 40 minutes arguing that I was not owed anything because the system says you took all your meds. And I had to say, I know your system says this, but I did not take those meds. And it was only after 40 minutes that somebody said, oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, I remember. We had to backdate. But these are things that happen inter-service providers
Yes.
that frustrate patients unnecessarily.
Yes. Now, what measures do you think ought to be put in place to make sure that that doesn't happen in the future?
Judge, I hope that now they've looked at my file and will now just know that this woman really has had, this is not a joke because it is quite strenuous to have to repeatedly enforce your rights and strain, and that is why I do not work in a full-time job. Put strain on my heart.
Yes.
So I need to, so I'm hoping that if they don't already have that kind of system, Discovery will try to consolidate files of people who need a lot of assistance month to month.
Yes.
That there's a narrative that follows and everybody knows that this woman called Kwanele has these 3 diseases, this is what she needs. Maybe check in. When I was in hospital at some point, they used to have a consultant come and visit. And the purpose the consultant was visiting on behalf of Discovery was to find out if your medical needs were being met and what other things they could provide to help your hospital stay and your recovery better. And I have had an audience with Dr. Broomberg in December, and I said to him, I think with a lot of longing to that era where there would be somebody who I knew would come and we would talk and things would get sorted out without me having to jump through hoops.
Yes. One of the documentation that you have included together with your presentation is a glowing.
That was not for the public.
That is an understatement from my former colleague, Edwin Cameron.
Sir, that was meant for the Competition Commission.
I understand, but regrettably, it's now before us. Now, that document does indicate, does it not, that in December last year, you were awarded a master's scholarship by the South African National Research Fund for your Master of Science research project on pharmaceutical patents, trade agreements, and access to essential medicine in the developing world. Is that right?
That's right.
Yes. Now, you do understand, and perhaps you did a master's in bioethics. Is it bio what?
It's the full name of the fancy degree is Masters of Science, Medicine, Bioethics and Health Law. It's offered by the Steve Biko Center for Bioethics at Wits University.
Yes. Well, if I could ask you for a moment to wear that head together with the other one, if you can, relating to intellectual property. I mean, one of the concerns you've raised is the issue of access to medicine and the problems of intellectual property. How does one strike the delicate balance between, on the one hand, ensuring that those who invest a lot of money in doing research in order to produce and come up with this life-saving medication at some point receive a fair reward for their effort, but at the same time ensure that that medication is accessible to those who can least afford those.
I didn't know that I would be in for oral examination.
Just based on what we are told.
Yes, sir,
you've done.
I'm trying to make myself less nervous.
Yeah.
My research report looks exactly at what you are asking about.
Yeah.
Because for me, the premise was always to advance fairness, both for the private sector, who are the drug makers, and looking at the public interest. So I started with a probing of what the patent system is about, and discovered, I didn't know this until I was doing my research, that the notion of public interest is a fundamental part of why the system of patents was created. The idea was that we would encourage innovation in the public interest, and we would reward the innovator with a 20-year protection in our country, or the US, I think, during which 20-year licensing period they would have the right to exclusively derive pecuniary or financial value, benefit from their thing, and be able to exclude others. But once the license, and I must emphasize that this license is not an entitlement, it is issued by a state, and it has, frameworks in terms of which it is supposed to work. If it is not used according to the issuing instructions, it can be taken away. So having said that, so the state has given this patent to entity X to do this. They go and do the medication. What is often in the public domain in relation to this topic is, and you have also mentioned it, sir, this issue of cost, what it costs to make a drug. I think the last estimate was it cost 1.2 billion USD to bring a new drug to market. But when people who mostly are health economists from the Tufts Center who work in this area, Professor Stimasi and his colleagues, when they talk about this humongous cost of making a new drug, they have not put in the public domain what this calculation is. And also what is often not put in the public domain is the issue that there are steps before a molecule is developed, and often the pre-work is used with money from the public purse, from a government. And then when the molecule is almost ready, then a private company would buy. So the notion that the private companies themselves invest all this money, therefore are entitled to these huge profits to recoup their cost, is erroneous. We need to take the totality of it. So I say yes, especially in terms of the South African constitutional framework, do offer protections for property. It's a constitutional imperative. We don't just unduly meddle with people's rights in this country. However, I do not think that the fact that people have spent an amount of money, which they themselves also, the pharmaceutical industry has not so far given us data about how they calculate their cost, what's included. marketing, other things. Give us a breakdown so that we can, in a very clear, transparent manner, see your costs and be able to work out a justifiable profit for you.
Yes.
And, my dissertation is not arguing that patents ought to be removed from everything. But I was arguing more for essential medicines, which are these ones here. If we reform our patent law like we've been meaning to in the last 16 years or more, such reforms will make, hopefully space for the manufacturing of generic drugs which are more affordable, or the procurement of more drugs from elsewhere at rates that the government can afford. We're talking about sustainability, financial sustainability in the private health sector. The same notion applies. The government does not have a limitless purse. We have competing interests. And we need to reform our patent laws and start to include the fundamental notion of public interest as part of our conversation on patents.
Yeah, I understand. Now, you've drawn attention to the disparity in terms of the services that exist between the private sector and the public sector, and with regard in particular to the treatment and control of cancer. Is that right? Yes. And what was the hospital? Is it
Chris Hani.
Chris Hani, yes.
Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital.
Yes.
The breast clinic there is where I spent 5 years as a volunteer.
One of the views that have been expressed to us is that the provision of access to healthcare services is primarily the obligation of the government. It is not the private sector's obligation to do so. I mean, what do you say to that proposition?
The first part of it is correct. Yeah. Under international law, the UN promise, the document I shared, the right to health, is primarily a state duty. Yeah. But you know, sir, that in law there are things that the person who owes a duty has to do, and other things that they have to refrain from doing themselves. And if we use that logic, the state has a duty, it does even say that in health law, to ensure that third parties meet right to health obligations, and to want to exclude the private sector in toto from right to health obligation, I think is a position that was being held 15 years ago. Yeah. If whoever uttered those words had made themselves aware with what is happening at the moment globally, they would know that the UN, the World Health Organization, even the Vatican Church, and there was a special rapporteur on the right to health with regards to access to medicines, started a conversation about 5-6 years ago to hold the private sector to binding legal obligations in respect to the right to health. So that state's rest has changed. The untold levels of disparities, wealth and health disparities around the world have made the issue of holding the private sector to legal and moral duties, but legal duties, because when you say to them they have moral duties, they tend to want to invoke CSI projects or drug donation projects. And one particular writer, Lawrence Gostin, who is a legal academic and a respected global health equity scholar, says the notion of health aid is unsustainable. We need to engage in fundamental structural changes to the current global health system to ensure that there is more equity, as envisaged by the UN promise of 1946 of access to the highest attainable standard of health as a fundamental human right of every person.
You are aware, are you not, that more recently South Africa has ratified the International Convention on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights?
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, yes, they have. And the effect of that is that the general comment on, the right to healthcare is now applicable to this country, and that interprets that right to include ensuring that healthcare services are accessible, not only in the sense of physically accessible, but also in the sense of affordable, and that is regardless of whether those services are offered by the public sector or they are offered by the private sector.
Yep.
That's what that comment does. And it is a general comment that is binding on this country, is it not?
Yes, general comment number 14, and that's why I keep reiterating, and that's why when I started my remarks, I made sure to sketch the right as applicable at international law.
So to suggest that it is not binding is an error.
Yes.
Very well. Is there anything that you would like to draw to our attention which you have not been able to do so, either because of time or because the question did not go that way?
No, sir, I'm satisfied that I have met all my...
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming to us and sharing the personal story with us, and we really appreciate your presentation. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you, Chief Justice and the panel. Yeah. This has been an honor. Now that you've flagged that I had received NRF funding, support by the Republic has made it possible for me to probe what I hope will be something that will help in the national interest pertaining to access to medicines. And I really hope that this committee would go a long way in assisting us to adopt more equitable and dignity-enhancing health services. We owe it at least to the people who died and sacrificed their lives for our freedom and the beautiful country that we call South Africa.
And just for the record, the question that you had wanted to put to Discovery Health Medical Scheme, you're fortunate in the sense that they are the next presenters, so I'm sure they've been listening to your question. They will answer those when they take this stand. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Very well. Thank you. Mr. I think it is Mr. Strick, is it? Correct. Do you want to come forward, if you don't mind, sir? You will be making the presentation next. Yes. I wonder, do you think we can take what? How much time do you need for tea break? Yes. Because I hear 15 minutes, I hear 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. Shall we have 15 minutes? Okay, thank you so much. Yes, good morning, Mr. Strake. Now, you will be you're representing Discovery. Is that right?
The Discovery Health Medical Scheme, Chair.
Yes. And the gentleman sitting next to you?
Thank you, Chair. May I introduce
Yes, indeed. Would you?
Mr. Michael van der Nest, Senior Counsel.
Yeah.
Mr. van der Nest is the Chairman of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme Board of Trustees.
Yeah.
We also have other members of our Board of Trustees here today.
Yeah.
They very interested in the health market inquiry. It is a key agenda item for the board as well as some of our subcommittees. So if you would allow me, Chair, may I introduce the other members of the board as well?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. I have Mr. Noel Graves.
Okay. I wonder if you could come closer to the mic so that, yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I have Mr. Noel Graves, Senior Counsel, a member of the Board of Trustees. Ms. Daisy Naidu, member of the Board of Trustees. Professor Zephanie van der Spey, member of the Board of Trustees. Two of our other trustees, unfortunately, could not be here today. Mr. Puke Mazrumule, he's a labor law expert, and Mr. Giles Wall, who is an actuary.
Very well. Perhaps if you would be kind enough just to indicate to us how you propose to approach your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. I neglected to, when I introduced Ms. Daisy Naidu, just to indicate that she's a chartered accountant.
Yes, thank you.
Chair, my presentation today will deal with a number of key specific issues, and I'm very mindful of your request at the beginning of the week that we clarify the relationships that we have with our stakeholders as the medical scheme, and I would actually focus on that today. We're very mindful that there are subsequent hearings, so we might not deal with all the issues that will be dealt with in the subsequent hearings, but I will indicate that as well throughout my presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Snake.
Thank you, Chair. The agenda will deal with the following three headlines. I will start by giving you an introduction to the Discovery Health Medical Scheme. I will deal with governance.
Yes. Now, the presentation that you're going to make today, would that be in line with the agenda that was sent to us?
Chair, there's one minor change to the agenda, and that was the last point. We took out the regulatory issues because we thought that's better dealt with in the regulatory sessions, hearings, but we will touch on a number of the regulatory issues just at high level today. But in essence, it's the agenda is very much the same.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As I said, in the first section, we'll deal with the governance of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme, how we managed. We'll touch on and give the panel a kind of view on scheme performance. Then we will deal with product design, benefit and service delivery. I think that's very appropriate in terms of the consumer focus in consumer focus sessions. We'll talk about our product platform. We'll talk about facilitating access to healthcare, private healthcare cover. And we'll deal with some of the communication principles. And I think that has been a key focus area, and especially also in the revised statement of issues. And then I'll just end off by giving you an idea of the our focus areas for subsequent hearings, if that is in order. Thank you very much. Chair, I'm going to start off again, and I think the medical schemes on Tuesday did make this point. But I want to emphasize that medical schemes are non-profit entities. We are regulated by the Council for Medical Schemes, and we are governed by the Medical Schemes Act, number 131 of 1998, as amended. The Discovery Health Medical Scheme is an open medical scheme. It means that any member of the public can join the medical scheme, subject to our scheme rules and the provisions in the Act. I want to emphasize that the medical scheme's oversight structure is the Board of Trustees. I'll deal with that in a lot more detail. But the medical scheme, as a non-profit entity, contracts with an administrator and managed care organization, an accredited administrator and managed care organization. And in this instance, we have contracted the managed care and administration services to Discovery Health Pty Limited. I want to make the point that the Discovery Health Medical Scheme is completely independent from the Discovery Health Group and Discovery Health Pty Limited. In essence,
from a legal standpoint. From a legal standpoint.
Correct, sir. Yeah. The most important point I want to emphasize is that the scheme belongs to its members. We exist for our members. And throughout the presentation, I hope that that message and the way we approach our business is going to be quite clear. As I said, contributions are pooled to cover claims, and I'll deal with that in greater depth during my presentation as well.
I mean, speaking for myself, I think it would be helpful if you could spend some time on this notion that the scheme belongs to members. But precisely what does that mean? Not in theory, but in practice. How does that translate into practice?
Thank you, Chair.
You've heard the previous presenter, and his presentation suggests that there is a distance between the scheme and the members. And I want to understand, how does that translate into reality?
Reality.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. We receive our monthly contributions from members. Members pay into a pool of money. So the risk pool of the medical scheme belongs to members. Members are funding the pool of contributions. And for that reason, the medical scheme is obliged to pay their claims. That's the business of the medical scheme in essence, in simple terms. We pool contributions for the benefit of all members' claims. It's a not-for-profit organization. So because it's not-for-profit, there is no incentive for a medical scheme to make a profit. There is no incentive for a medical scheme to increase contributions higher than what is needed to fund claims and expenses. I'll go into that in more detail, but that's, in essence, our members are our only way of receiving income. And for that, the medical scheme pay their claims. So, in essence, it belongs to the members. The Board of Trustees is elected by members, from amongst members, and therefore the Board of Trustees must act in the best interest of members. And that's always the objective of a medical scheme. We exist for our members and we must act in the best interest of the entire membership pool. Chair, just to highlight the governance structure of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme, the Board of Trustees is the entity that oversees the business of the medical scheme. The majority of our trustees are elected by scheme members. In fact, Mr. Santi mentioned that she received a communication about trustee elections. We have a trustee election this year, and I'll go into a little bit more detail about that later in my presentation. So the majority of the board members are elected from amongst members, and then the board also has the ability to appoint members, not more than 2 members. And the board also has the ability to invite experts to participate in certain deliberations of the medical scheme. We have a small board. Our rules indicate that the medical scheme board must have a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 8 members. The reason is there's a lot of evidence about the performance and the reasons for smaller boards to be a lot more efficient in terms of decision making. So there are quite a lot of evidence around the reason for a small board. Currently, the board consists of 6 trustees. The second layer, governance layer, is very important for the Discovery Health Medical Scheme. We have a layer of board committees. The board is able to appoint board committees to assist the Board of Trustees with its governance obligations. We have 10 board committees. These 10 board committees are very specific in terms of the requirements of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme. We're a large business. And I'll show you later, we have contribution income of 50 billion rand a year. We outsource our business model, and I'll talk about that later. So these board committees play a key role in the governance structure of the medical scheme. These committees are staffed with experts, external independent experts, but also trustees of the scheme. So just to quickly take you through them, we have the audit committee. It's a statutory committee, as indicated by the Act. We have a clinical governance committee, disputes committee, investment committee, a nomination committee that mainly deals with the nomination process when there is appointments of trustees and elections of trustees. We have a non-healthcare expenses committee, a product committee, remuneration committee, risk committee, and stakeholder relations committee. Stakeholder Relations Committee is a relatively new committee. And the reason for the establishment of the Stakeholder Relations Committee was to align the medical scheme's strategic objectives also with our stakeholders that we deal with. The board then appoints a principal officer who is the executive officer of the medical scheme, the CEO of the medical scheme. And the CEO of the medical scheme, the principal officer, appoints an office, depending on the business model that the scheme follows, which is staffed with highly skilled individuals to oversee the business of the outsourcing arrangements. And I'll talk more to that. If I can give you a very high-level view on the Discovery Health Medical Scheme's objectives and goals. Our primary goal is to achieve the following on an ongoing basis. The best possible value for money for its members. And I think if you look at that, that translates into why the medical schemes belongs to its members. We need to ensure that our members get the best possible value for money, not just in terms of service, in terms of the contributions they pay, for the plans that they elect, and also for the service they receive. So value in this instance is defined as benefits, contributions, service levels, and the quality of care that members can access. And I think this provides the standard against which the Discovery Health Medical Scheme Board of Trustees measures the scheme's performance. We also have additional goals, enhancing our outsourced business model. We have elected to have an outsourced business model. So we outsource administration and managed care activities to Discovery Health Pty Limited. You've heard during the week that there are different business models. You have an outsourced business model and a self-administered business model. In the outsourced space, you either outsource to one entity, which is called an integrated business model, or to multiple service providers. And in this instance, most probably not the most correct term, but we call it a fragmented model.
The decision to outsource and the identity of the company, that's a decision for the board, is it?
It's a decision for the board, sir.
Okay. In theory, can the board decide to outsource work to Metropolitan?
Chair, the board can decide to end an administration or managed care agreement within 3 months, 90 days. It's prescribed in the Act. The board can do that. They can outsource to another provider or to multiple providers. But I'll give you an idea of how this model has been assessed in order to have the current arrangements in place. The third goal is a stakeholder relations focus, quite important for us, to understand the needs of our stakeholders. We also have the specific issue where some of our stakeholders might have very different objectives than the medical scheme, and we need to balance it all. We need to understand our stakeholders very well. Our members is our primary stakeholder, but we also have the Council for Medical Schemes, our regulator, who is a very important stakeholder for us. But we also have our brokers, our financial advisors, a very important stakeholder for us. Our providers of service, very important stakeholder. Our asset managers that invest medical schemes money, very important stakeholder. We also have a goal of best practice governance and regulatory compliance. My office is a governance office. We take governance seriously. And we also have a very clear understanding of regulatory compliance. We have an active relationship with the Council for Medical Schemes. I think that's important for any medical scheme in this industry. And the fifth goal is maintaining industry leadership and our strong competitive position. And I'll talk to that also later in my presentation. So let me just clarify in terms of our outsourcing model, what we see as best practice governance. We have the Discovery Health Medical Scheme, the not-for-profit entity, that's outsourced our business operations, administration and managed care services that we purchase from Discovery Health Pty Limited. And in this relationship, we have to deal with relational governance and transactional governance elements. Relational governance refers more to the softer issues in an outsourcing relationship. the actual relationship between the parties. How do you govern that effectively? And how do you get value out of that relationship, or maximum value out of that relationship on a continuous basis? The transactional governance element is easy because it's how we measure what's been done on our behalf in the outsourcing relationship and how we deal with that measurement and the recommendations that come from the various reports and the various interactions we have with Discovery Health. It's important for me to highlight that our outsourcing business model is currently following, and always has, but in terms of the enhancement, one of our goals of our outsourcing operating model on an annual basis or on a continuous basis, we follow a business model, outsourcing business model called vested outsourcing. Vested outsourcing. This is an interesting model, and we've researched it. In fact, we are currently busy with another audit on the vested outsourcing model, and I'll talk to that. But this vested outsourcing model and the approach recognizes the independence of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme. It recognizes the independence of the Board of Trustees. And it really talks to active governance arrangements. And the 5 principles of this model, and I'll just quickly talk through it, but you'll get a sense in terms of when I talk through our performance, how you can actually relate back to this model. So the first important principle for us is that in an outsourcing relationship, it's not just focus on transactions anymore. It's not just focus on the least cost kind of focus. It's focus on outcomes. So is what do you want to see being achieved through the outsourcing relationship? Don't just tell us about how. It's what do you want to achieve. So the contracts, the second principles, focus, as I said, on what is to be achieved, and then leaving considerable leeway to the outsourcing party to implement the how. Because quite important to recognize, if you outsource, there's a reason why you outsource. Because you outsource to an entity that can do something better than you, or more efficiently, or has more resources and skilled resources, or is known for innovation. If you outsource that, you can never abdicate your responsibility. But you outsource to somebody that's an expert. And in order to have oversight in terms of the outsourcing relationships, you also have to employ people that understand this model and can oversee the relationship. So the third part of the model, and I think this is quite important, there's agreement on clearly defined and measurable outcomes. So it's the alignment of strategies. The fourth part is when you look at purchasing your services, that there is an optimal cost and service trade-off, that you actually look at what you want to achieve and how your membership should experience the service. And then the fifth principle for me, I think it resonates quite closely to us as the scheme office, is that the governance structure of the scheme has to provide effective oversight. But it's not just about effective oversight. You can't, and I firmly believe that you can't provide oversight if you don't have insight. So the governance structures provide that. It provides oversight with significant insight. The result of this business model, and we've seen this over many years, creates a system of continuous value creation. It's not just an event, and a once-off event. It has to create a system that allows us to continuously innovate for the benefit of our members. During 2011 and 2012, the Board of Trustees used Deloitte Consulting to perform an in-depth analysis on the performance of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme operating model and also a governance review. And Chair, I will just take you through the high-level findings. I'm more than happy to answer questions later around the detail. But the first finding for us that was very important in terms of our governance arrangements is that the scheme is led by a strong and competent independent board with firm policies of good governance. The second finding is that the integrated model costs less and delivers better performance. Now, our results show, and I'll talk to the detail later, that when compared to other open medical schemes in the market, because remember this analysis and comparison was done looking at other open medical schemes, our competitors in the market. The integrated model provides performance or non-healthcare expenses of at least 15% cheaper than other.
Mr. Singh, what precisely is the integrated model?
The integrated models, Dr. van Gent, is where the medical scheme outsources its operations to one service provider, not multiple service providers. So that's the integrated model. The third finding, and this was very key for us, because the board wanted to know, if we say that we provide value to our members, can we quantify it? So it was quite a challenge for us to understand how do we write and actually create a value formula for this industry that actually can be applied to any other medical scheme in the industry or open medical scheme in the industry. We defined and designed a methodology. The methodology was peer-reviewed. But what we found here and what we wanted to see was for the fees that we pay, for the administration and managed care fees we pay to Discovery Health, what value is generated. So the finding was that for every R1 spent on administration and managed care fees, beneficiaries of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme receive an additional value of between R1.77 and R2.02. And I'll talk to the detail of that later. We also saw that the medical scheme benefited from a 27% reduction in administration fees over the past 5 years, and that was from 2007 till 2012. But we have to bring all of this together, and we thought, so it's all good and well to say to members that for every R1 we spend, you get the following value. How does it translate to a member's pocket? And that finding brought it back, finding number 5, in terms of the average contribution members pay in the Discovery Health Medical Scheme, is that members are R147 better off each month due to the scheme's value proposition. The sixth finding translated in terms of the business model is that the scheme outperformed all its benchmarked open schemes in the Deloitte performance model. So the Discovery Health Medical Scheme were compared to 13 other medical schemes, open medical schemes in the country. And the top 13, in fact, are competitors, top 13, and the Discovery Health Medical Scheme outperformed all 13 other medical schemes. And they looked at 5 specific criteria. financial strength, growth and sustainability, non-healthcare expenditure, compliance, governance and reputation, and quality and value for money.
In practical terms, what does 5 mean? Members are 147 rand better off each month due to the scheme value proposition. How does that translate? I mean, do you pay back this money to members?
No, Chair. This is the benefit members receive, because the benefit translates in the contribution rates. So in essence, what this says is that the contributions, on average, 147 rand cheaper for members if they're in the Discovery Health Medical Scheme system compared to the contributions of our competitors.
And how do members see this?
They see it in the contribution they pay. They might not exactly know the variance and the difference, but if you look at our contribution competitiveness, we've submitted, in fact, in our submission, we've been very clear around that, is that for the last number of years, our contribution increases were effectively about 1.2% less on an annual basis than our competitors.
One clarification, please. Mr. Street, I'm sorry. In the list of 5, where's the patient or patient satisfaction? Has that been measured by Deloitte?
Chair, there were qualitative kind of views and interviews with brokers, not specifically members, because we thought it's going to be quite difficult, because we mostly look at publicly available information in terms of the statutory annual returns, because that's the way that you look at the entire industry. We also looked at medical scheme financials, annual financial statements. So the statutory returns contain the contributions, non-healthcare expenditure, and also claims expenses of all medical schemes in South Africa. We did interview brokers to hear their views around how their clients, our members, experience the system and also contributions, and get their views about contribution competitiveness as well. It was a qualitative interview, and it was just to inform, it was not to add. It's something that this is an interesting model. We can adapt this in future, and we look at this. This is a dynamic model, and we look at whatever else could add to the model, and we'll adapt that going forward. But we didn't survey members as such.
Just once. Are you up to now? I must confess, I'm not impressed too much with what brokers know of their patients' experience. We just heard one patient explaining she didn't even know she has a broker. Would that satisfy you in the list of criteria? Would the broker experience satisfy you in what you know about the experience of the patient?
Chair, I would definitely rely on that information, because we have more than 4,000 brokers dealing with our members, and we have a very large number of our membership being serviced by brokers, and I will talk about that later. Chair, the board felt that this value formula is important, and that we need to be able to perform this calculation on an annual basis, because it gives the board an idea of how, as one of the measures, as to evaluating Discovery Health as our administrator and managed care organization. And we've done this value formula calculation on an annual basis. We had a slight methodological change, and we've heard this week quite a lot said about out-of-pocket expenditure. Out-of-pocket expenditure is a difficult thing to quantify because it relies on a number of specific issues. It relies on the availability of a member's benefit, the option a member chooses. If a member buys a hospital plan and he wants day-to-day medicines, he is going to pay for that out of his own pocket. A lot of that's not recorded in the industry. So we decided that if we take that out, it might be more reliable, but we can find a substitute for out-of-pocket payments in future formulas or future evaluation. But in essence, the 2014 result is that for every R1 spent, members are getting an additional R1.69 in value. This is an important metric for the board, because if value would fall, we would know that there needs to be an investigation and we need to understand why. And we need to be able to provide ongoing value for our membership. Chair, I'm going to stand still for a few minutes on our key metrics for long-term sustainability of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme. The first one is absolute reserves, and we'll talk about a little bit about reserve later. Reserves demonstrates a medical scheme's ability to meet large unexpected claims variation. So if we pool members' money and we pay claims, we need to have enough reserves to deal with variation in claims experience. The Medical Schemes Act prescribes a reserve value of 25% of annual contributions, and I'll show you, and I'll talk to that later. We need to look at pricing sufficiency in terms of our financial strength metric. We make and we budget for a very small surplus every year. And our surplus reflects contribution levels that are in line with our expected membership and claims. There is no incentive for the medical scheme to charge its members more than what's required to meet its claims and its expenses. But there is a slight nuance to that. If you have a growing medical scheme, you need to fund for maintaining your reserves or building reserves. Our membership size is important in terms of sustainability. I've mentioned earlier that greater risk pooling means more predictive claims experience and accuracy in pricing, which leads to stable performance. Membership growth is important to us. We've heard about membership growth over the last 2 days. Membership growth for us improves risk pooling, and it reflects the attractiveness and competitiveness of the medical scheme through cross-subsidization principles. Plan movements, how members select their plans and how members move between plans on an annual basis, that's very important for us. It's a key metric. It indicates plan satisfaction, stability and benefit design, and appropriate pricing, because if our plans aren't appropriately priced, you will see movement. Members vote with their feet. Contribution increase is absolutely key. I've just mentioned it reflects the effective risk management and value proposition to members. If we can manage our members' claims better than anybody else, it provides us with a competitive advantage. Sustained financial performance, I've indicated in the dotted bars. The 2015 results, I've updated the information we've sent the panel in terms of our original submission. These figures, however, are unaudited. We're busy with finalizing our audit for the 2015 year. But our annual contribution income in 2015 was 49.76 billion rand. Our investment income, 1 billion rand. The investment income is total investment income, but we also pay interest on members' positive medical savings account balances. So that's not taken out, and also our asset manager fees are included in that. Our net healthcare result is effectively our operating result. So our operating result for 2015 at 507 million rand. Now that's quite important to translate that back. So 507 million in relation to an annual contribution income of 50 billion. That's roughly 1%. So we can't make mistakes in our pricing. So we have a very small margin of error. If we make a 1% mistake, it's 50 million rand in terms of our pricing. So our actuaries work very hard in terms of pricing appropriately for our medical scheme. And it's also important that you have stable plan movements in order to get our pricing very accurate. Our net surplus, it takes our investment income and our net healthcare result into account, and for 2015 it's 1.276 billion rand. That number is also very important for us. In order for us to maintain our 25% solvency ratio, that is the net surplus we have to make on an annual basis. 1.2 billion rand in order to maintain our solvency level and to take into account for our growth. Because the more you grow, your reserve ratio drops because it's calculated as a percentage of total annual contribution income. Chair, our reserves, important as I said, our reserves are there for our membership. It indicates financial strength and stability. We had 12.9 billion rand in reserves by the end of 2015. Translates to a 26% solvency level. We roughly 1% above the statutory solvency level. Again, this is unaudited information. It's important to note that we do get rated in terms of our claims paying ability by an independent ratings agency on an annual basis. The Discovery Health Medical Scheme's claims paying ability is AA+. It is the highest rating that a medical scheme can achieve in South Africa, and we have achieved that rating for the last 15 years. And we, in fact, the only open medical scheme with that rating. I'm going to give you insight in terms of our claims. We've paid out risk claims expenditure in 2015 of 33.3 billion rand. The majority of the claims expenses went to fund hospital claims for our membership at 15.6 billion rand. There were in essence 685,000 hospital admissions for our members over the last year, 2015. Health professionals, GPs, specialists and other healthcare professionals, 39% of our total claims payout. We had 7.1 million GP visits last year and 4.5 million specialist visits last year. Medicine is interesting, at 3.4 billion, at 10% of total risk expenditure. Roughly 22% of our total membership are registered for chronic medication, to receive chronic medication. 588,000 beneficiaries. Other claims expenditure at about 1.2 billion. That includes benefits such as emergency services, support services, blood transfusion services. It's actually important for me to put context to this. We've heard one of our members this morning, Mr. Asante Shongwe.
Sorry, Mr. Strick. The other, what does it represent?
Chair, that represents emergency services, your emergency, ambulance services, blood transfusion services, nurse support services such as nurses, orthotists, prosthetists, podiatrists, etc.
And presumably you have a separate figures for what you pay by way of administration fees and this sort of thing.
Yes, we have, Chair, and I will show you that later.
Yeah. Okay.
As I said, to put our claims expenditure into context, our average risk contribution in 2015 was 2,675 Rand per member per month. So, on average, a member pays 32,100 Rand per year for his contributions. And our top 10 claims in 2015 amounted to 43 million Rand. So it just shows you the claims variation in terms of our really sick members, our members with complex diseases. And it ranges from the age of 0, a newborn, to the age of 69. So, and I think the context is also for our members to understand the value that they do get from the contribution that they pay. Because the highest claim was 6.4 million Rand. But it's also interesting to note that there were 5,106 beneficiaries that have paid, where claims have been paid in excess of 500,000 Rand. The most complex, sickest members covered in our medical scheme, the 2% sickest members, consume about 30% of the total scheme's claims cost. I think it's like that for most medical schemes. In our instance, the top 9%, or the sickest 9% of the medical scheme, which is roughly just over 220,000 people, are responsible for just under 60% of the scheme's claims cost. Chair, this is an important slide. And again, I want to emphasize here that this is why we are for the benefit of our members and why we exist for the benefit of our members. 87.1% of our contributions are going for the direct benefit of our members. It's claims. 85.2% goes towards claims, and that includes medical savings account claims. 7.8% of our contributions we pay for administration costs. That's the administration fee we pay to Discovery Health. 2.6% of our contributions are paid for managed care services to Discovery Health. We pay in the region of 2% of our contributions for brokers, and I'll give you more insight in that later. We also have other operating expenditure, the scheme office costs, as well as other operating expenditures such as our levies that we pay to the Council for Medical Schemes, impaired debt, that's about 0.5%. Roughly about close to 1% we transfer to solvency every year. That's the net surplus. And then there's about 1% that carries over to to our members in terms of their medical savings accounts. Not all members use up all their medical scheme savings. So this is critical, I think, for our discussion, is the bulk of what members pay into the medical scheme goes towards the funding of claims. Chair, in terms of our administration and managed care fees, our non-healthcare expenses, we have seen a dramatic decline in the managed care, the combined managed care and administration fee expenses since 2008. We are currently at about 10.4% of gross annual contribution income as a fee on admin and managed care. We predict that the fee will continue to decline and will be around 10.3% by 2016. The Board of Trustees' target is to be below 10%, and we will certainly achieve that by 2017. 2018. The Discovery Health Medical Scheme Board of Trustees negotiate administration and managed care agreements and fees on a 3-year cycle. The current arrangement is a CPI -1 increase, and it's one of the fee components that are deflationary in our expense environment. It's important to note that we are below the industry average for open medical schemes. This excludes self-administered schemes because it's quite difficult to get the comparisons in line with self-administered schemes. These are a comparison against open medical schemes that are outsourcing the administration and managed care activities. Chair, I will now go to agenda item 2, where we will talk about the product design and our approach to product design. We've heard this week that products are heavily influenced by the regulatory environment. It's the same for us. We also design our products with the regulatory environment in mind. The regulatory environment is a complex environment for us. If you look at open enrollment, guaranteed acceptance, and limited underwriting, community rating, our strict solvency regulations, and prescribed minimum benefits, there are a number of issues that must come together when the medical scheme, together with Discovery Health, sit to design our benefits. We are fortunate in terms of the Discovery Health medical scheme that we have a product subcommittee of the board that's highly effective and involved in terms of product review, definition and design on an annual basis. We have the clinical governance committee that will provide input in terms of the clinical issues and best practice. And we have the stakeholder relations committee that must review how we deal with our stakeholders through the design of our benefits. You've heard yesterday from Dr. Broomberg in his presentation about adverse selection. It is a regulatory issue that we will deal with more fully in the regulatory session or in hearings later, but it is a big issue for us because our regulatory environment do encourage adverse selection. People join medical schemes when they are sick. Much have been said, Chair, about prescribed minimum benefits. I will just deal with this at a high level. I'll deal with it through questions. But in essence, Section 29(1) of the Medical Schemes Act defines prescribed minimum benefits. Annex A of the regulations of the Act provide clear guidelines in terms of the 270 diagnosis and treatment pairs, as well as the 27 CDR conditions, chronic disease list conditions. By no means, this is a complex environment, and I'm not going to try to make this as a simple kind of discussion. It's not. Regulation 8 for us is quite important because it regulates the delivery of PMBs, and I think that's where a lot of the complexity sort of sits in the delivery of prescribed minimum benefits. What our members need to be aware of is the Discovery Health Medical Scheme rules. We have a section in our rules, Annex 7, which is quite comprehensive in terms of explaining how the medical scheme, Discovery Health Medical Scheme, approach prescribed minimum benefits. It deals with the type of benefit, the designated service provider of the specific benefit. It deals with the reimbursement rate, and it deals with the reimbursement rate if a member voluntarily goes out of the DSP, designated service provider environment. Our rules are available to all our membership. We publish it. And it's available. It is a very important section of our rules, and I would encourage our members to actually make themselves familiar with Annex 7 of our scheme rules.
How do they do that?
Chair,
By going to your website?
it's on the website. It's
Is
published.
that the only way you communicate with them?
What we also do is we communicate with them. In our brochures, we also say that they must visit the website for more information around PMBs. It's quite a technical document. We designed our brochureware to explain that as well, but it's available. And our rules are available to our members. It's very important.
Yes, I understand they may be available, but it is one thing for a document to be available, but it is another whether or not people know that it is available and know how to access them. My question is directed primarily at ensuring that the document comes to the attention of the member so that the member can read and understand what it says and what the benefits are.
Chair, our members can request the document should they need it, and my office will certainly provide it to them. We do communicate to our members, just in general terms, the availability of our rules and where they can access it.
And this is quite an important document, isn't it?
It is an important document.
It forms the foundation, at least of what you pay. Is that right?
Correct.
Surely it must be in the interest, not just of the members, but of the medical group to make sure that each and every member of the scheme knows this document exists and has access to it and reads it.
Correct, Chair.
But how do you ensure that that happens?
Chair, we try to communicate in terms of our normal communication processes, the availability of this document and where they can access the document. Thank you, Chair. Another important document for us in the industry, not just for the Discovery Health Medical Scheme, is the Prescribed Minimum Benefit Code of Conduct. I'm not going to talk too much about that. It was a collaboration between the Council of Medical Schemes and medical schemes in the industry, managed care organizations, to define the code of how PMB benefits should be communicated and paid, communicated by medical schemes administrators and paid by administrators. It's an industry guideline and funding and delivery of PMBs. I think it's important from an industry perspective that we view this document as dynamic and that we, as an industry, take the lead to update this document on a continuous basis in order to deal with the complexities that's been raised during the last couple of days, and the last 10 days, actually. Chair, the delivery of PMBs, Regulation 8, I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but it deals with designated service providers, and our designated service providers are absolutely key in the delivery of PMB benefits. It's the voluntary and involuntary use of non-DSPs. If members voluntarily are not using a designated service provider, that they're aware that there is a co-payment. But in terms of involuntary use, the medical scheme will always pay in full. And just to emphasize again that in any emergency, a medical scheme is obliged to pay in full. The Council for Medical Schemes also made available, either on their website, I know I've seen some printed documents as well, in terms of just clarification of PMB benefits, and those documents are also available to members in generally in the industry, just as a comment. Chair, just important to highlight the key criteria that we use for product design, benefit and service delivery. We've always taken the view that we have to design innovative products and benefits to cater for the financial and medical needs of our entire spectrum of members, while ensuring plan sustainability and stability. It's important for us that we provide choice because we understand the diverse needs of our membership through actually their different stages of life. We provide access to our members in terms of choosing their plan on an annual basis. They can in fact downgrade their plan if they so wish during every year. So there is ability of members to do that.
Sorry, can I get this clarity? When you say we, who are you referring to?
Chair, I'm referring to the Discovery Health Medical Scheme Board of Trustees.
I see. You're making a distinction between the board and the members.
The board is responsible for the effective benefit design and product offerings for the membership.
You see, you will recall that at the beginning I want to understand what precisely does it mean to suggest to us that the scheme it's owned by the members. So the notion of we and them, that's what I'm trying to understand. But you're making a distinction simply between in the context of the governance.
That's correct, Chair. I'm just making a distinction. There is no we and them in this relationship. It's our members.
Yeah. And when you talk about the rules, these rules are made by the members, I would imagine, because it is their scheme.
The rules, Chair, are the responsibility of the Board of Trustees.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
They also.
So to suggest to us is that members make the rules is incorrect.
It's incorrect, Chair.
I understand.
The rules are approved by the Council for Medical Schemes on an annual basis. We have to submit our rules on an annual basis. But, Chair, it is important to note that if any rule is changed that affects the entire membership in terms of their rights, it has to go through an annual general meeting of the scheme. So members do have a say in those specific decisions. Risk management is the second important criteria. We optimize efficiency and quality of healthcare based on best clinical practice. We look at the pricing of plans. We look at our communications and service. And we also do look at wellness interventions. Because it's important for the medical scheme to provide access to our membership in terms of screening and preventative benefits. The Discovery Health Medical Scheme platform or product platform consists of the following main specific benefits: hospital benefits, chronic illness benefits, screening and prevention benefits. The medical savings account is an important design concept of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme, and it's mainly for discretionary spend by our members. So it's their own money. It's an important price signal for them in terms of when they purchase healthcare services and use their own money, that they should be aware of the money they spend. The insured network benefit is a very important benefit for us. When members have used up basically depleted their medical savings account, we do provide extra benefits for them when they're in the gap before they get access to risk benefits again. And that's a very important design element of our members not to be without care, specifically GPs, consultations, as well as acute medicine. And then we have the above threshold benefit, which members can access again in terms of risk benefits. Vitality is an important component. It's the wellness program that our members have access to. It's voluntary. Vitality does not belong to the Discovery Health Medical Scheme. It's a separate company owned by the Discovery Group. Our members have access, and we provide our members access. In fact, voluntary members have voluntary access for the wellness program. But our members can choose to join any wellness program in the industry. Chair, this slide is just to indicate the benefit options that the medical scheme offer. It's important for us to provide enough choice, as I said, in terms of members' flexibility that they require, in terms of medical needs and affordability needs. So our top plan, and if you can just compare our top plan, most comprehensive plan, if you look at the contribution rates for a principal member, an adult and a child, at 10,848 Rand per month, right down to the key care plans, which provide extensive cover, comprehensive cover, at 1,428 Rand per month. These plans are, however, subject to strict network principles. In terms of the delivery of prescribed minimum benefits, as one component, but also in terms of our members, in order to assist them in avoiding gaps in cover, we, as a medical scheme, as well as Discovery Health, on behalf of our membership, work quite hard to design benefits where members can prevent gaps of cover. In terms of medicine, our members can enjoy full cover and avoid any co-payments when they're claiming for medicine on a preferred medicine list at one of over 2,400 pharmacies. That's in the network, the pharmacy network, and by using MedExpress as a convenient medicine ordering service that we provide our members access to. Our members can have full cover in terms of GPs and specialists in the hospital, where we have payment arrangements with our GPs and our specialists. Our members can choose a hospital or a plan with a hospital network, and our members have full cover in terms of choosing a plan with a hospital. In fact, our hospital benefits are full cover in any case in terms of our contracted arrangements. And then we've introduced the insured network benefit in order for our members to have access when they're in their self-payment gap.
Sorry, what does it mean, insured?
It basically says, Professor Van, that it comes out of the risk pool, not the medical savings account for members. So it's actually a risk pool, a risk benefit. So it's not from the member's own pocket. It's also not from their medical savings account. It's a risk benefit. So it's covered in full by the medical scheme.
And if I'm a member, do I have to know does it matter which piece of what gets paid out of?
It's important that when we design our benefits, that we also have in mind the administration issues regarding the benefits. So when an insured network benefit is designed, we don't expect a member to fully understand continuously where they are in their journey in terms of the administration process. So we will tell you in terms of the claim statement where we've paid certain benefits from which specific benefit categories. So you're not necessarily need to know that, but you will see it in terms of the claim statement.
And does it make a difference? I mean, I'm paying X and I'm allowed this, and if you pay it out of here or here, is it going to make a difference to me in terms of what I can access?
It does make a difference, the insured network benefit, because let me give you an example. If you have exhausted your medical savings account and you go then into your self-payment gap, because there is a portion where members need to fund themselves. So if you're in the self-payment gap, the insured network benefit will fund GP consultation and acute medicines for you without you needing to pay for that out of your pocket. It's a risk benefit. So we provide continuous benefit support for our members, even if they're in a self-payment gap position.
But of course, in theory, and if the notion of the scheme belongs to the members, is anything to go by, members should know this because they make these rules. They determine where this money has to come from and what matters.
Chair, they will know this, and we do explain these specific benefits to them in their benefit brochures. And the brokers will also discuss this with a member during their option choice.
Well, I understand that, but these are the rules that the members themselves make, so they don't need anyone to explain to them what it means because they make these rules.
No, Chair, they didn't make these rules.
Well, that's where the problem this problem arises. The notion that the scheme belongs to the members. Because I want to understand precisely what does that mean precisely. I understand issues of governance, issues of delegation, that you delegate to the Board of Trustees to make those rules for them.
Chair, the governance environment is important because although the members own the scheme, the operational responsibility of the medical scheme lies with the board. And it's the board's responsibility to act in the best interest of membership. It would be very difficult for members to make decisions on benefit design because it does have to take into account a number of complex steps. And as we've heard during the last couple of days, that we have to have a very delicate equilibrium when we look at all these things. Benefits, contributions, and solvency. So all of these issues need to come together in the design of benefits. So we do it on behalf of our members. And that is why there's a broad range of product offerings to take into account this kind of complexity and also what members can afford. But the board has the operational responsibility of ensuring that what is done is in the best interest of members.
Can you explain to me, if I'm a member of I've been a member of a medical scheme for many years. I've never had to deal with a savings account or a self-payment gap. If I'm a member of a medical scheme, I've paid and I get these benefits. How do I get into a self-payment gap?
Professor Van, it is part of the medical scheme's design in terms of the affordability of a specific plan option. So we always, and we design our benefits, it's part of the kind of medical savings account benefit design concept, where you have the medical savings account, members' money, that gets used first in terms of discretionary spend. They make their decisions in terms of discretionary spend.
So discretionary spend is stuff that you don't cover.
You
I've
go
bought
to a
package
pharmacy and you go buy your medicines.
So, could I, in theory, have plastic surgery out of that?
Cosmetic surgery?
Yeah.
Yes.
Out of my...
Your medical savings account, because the medical scheme does not cover
So the
cosmetic
medical,
surgery.
this savings account actually isn't governed by the rules.
It is governed by the rules. We
I
still,
thought you couldn't pay for cosmetic surgery out of...
you can pay for a medical event or healthcare event, healthcare service. So the self-payment gap is part of the design. So if it's discretionary spend, there is a portion that we believe members need to pay out of pocket. There are accumulation rules as well. But again, before you get access to further scheme risk cover, there is a gap. But it's only for discretionary spend, because the main risk events that a member, and the uncontrollable events, will always be covered by the risk pool of the
So
scheme.
the risk pool is like all your PMBs, emergency stuff, and what it says in your package you're
Correct.
allowed. And then the rest of the stuff is like, I decide I need
It's discretion.
Panado or who knows what.
Correct.
And that's my medical savings account. And then if I haven't bought a package that includes insured network benefit, when I run out of my savings account and I need something that isn't in the list of other things, I have to pay for it myself.
Correct. Chair, our benefit design includes...
Sorry, one last question. Does everyone have a savings account?
No, Professor Van.
Okay.
There, maybe I can just go back quickly. Just in
In
terms...
all these tiny little things, they're different pieces.
Yes. So not all medical... A hospital plan, for instance, does not have a medical savings account. The key care plans don't have medical savings accounts. So that is why our executive comprehensive priority saver and plans have got a medical savings account.
So everything in key care is paid out of the risk pool.
Exactly. So in terms of delivering PMBs, but also in terms of our membership choice that we provide through our network plans, we have extensive networks in place. And especially for the two plans that we provide network coverage for, our key care hospital network and our key care plans and our Delta plans. Our Delta plans are the sub-options that we have, and you'll see it in the previous slide. There's a little indicator that gives you an idea of what the benefit option is in a sub-option. And the Delta plans use the cost-effective hospital networks. But just to give you an idea, in order for us to ensure that our members have adequate coverage in terms of networks. We measure our coverage for our memberships very critically. So just to give you an example in terms of the first point, hospitals. For our Delta network, 85% of all our hospital admissions and hospital claims that we receive happen within the Delta Hospital network for that specific plan. And for the key care plans, it's actually 98%. For our GPs, 86% coverage for the Discovery Health Medical Scheme, and for key care, 95% of coverage. So it means 95% of all GP visits and GP claims that we receive happen in the GP network. Specialists, our direct payment arrangements, 90% coverage. And pharmacy, 93% for Delta, and key care, 96% for our key care plans. Due to the extensive network coverage that we have and the network assets that have been built up over the last number of years, the Discovery Health Medical Scheme was able to design and implement the key care plans, our low-cost plans. Strategically, I think that is incredibly important for the medical scheme because the objective is to provide access to a broader portion of the population, lower income population. Today, in 2014, in fact, very similar in 2015, the key care plans account for 16% of total Discovery Health Medical Scheme membership. That's significant. But more importantly, about 184,000 beneficiaries are covered in the lowest income band. So that for us is important because it does give evidence that we have attracted lower income people that might and were not previously covered by the private healthcare industry. The second option, and I've just touched on it, that's quite important for us in terms of our plans and benefit design, is that we use our networks for efficiency discount options. It's a design that needs to go through an exemption application through the Council for Medical Schemes. And these plans are very specific in terms of providing a discount on contributions, a very effective price signal to our membership. So if you join a Delta plan, you have to use and you have access to an efficient hospital network. But for that, your contribution reduces by 10 to 20%. And we've seen growth in the Delta plans consistently from 2010 when we implemented the Delta plans, that we actually now cover around about 240,000 people on the Delta plans. That's a very effective way for us to assist our members in their cost effectiveness decisions.
Are these new members or people buying down? We keep getting told about people buying down.
Professor Fonde, it's a bit of both. New members are buying into the Delta plans, but existing members are also buying down into, or buying up actually into the Delta plans because of the contribution efficiency that it provides. There are currently 37 Delta.
Would the same apply to key care? Can you distinguish of that 60%, of that 16%, which are new members or members buying down? Because that's your bottom pie.
Thank you, Dr. Nkunki. It's actually quite interesting. Of our growth, 30% of our new growth annually are still buying into the key care plans. So we have a significant amount of new members buying into key care of the new growth, 30%. And we will also see internally people moving from other plans to the key care plans. Chair, I've spoken earlier about the stability in plan movements. I think that's a very important factor for us. And I've given you some statistics around what we experience within the Discovery Health Medical Scheme. This is very important for us because it indicates a couple of things for us. If we have a very large number of our existing membership not changing their plans on an annual basis, we can assume that they are satisfied with the plan that they've bought. We see very low downgrades, because we don't like downgrades in this industry, because if people buy down, we get less premium, but the claims remain, the claims experience remain. Upgrades, fairly small percentage as well. But the point is, a large number of our members do not move between plans on an annual basis. This is quite important when we price our plans, because if you have large fluctuation in plans of membership, that creates instability. It's very difficult to adequately price the contributions of those plans. So a consistent pattern of stable plan distribution is a key sustainability and stability aspect for any medical scheme.
Can you remind me in your submission, I'm sorry, I don't remember, but in a lot of the scheme submissions, part of the risks that medical schemes are generally managing, and one of the drivers of costs they've been telling us, is a change in the demographic profile and the fact that everyone's buying down. Was that an issue in your submission?
Professor Von, I now need to just think back about the submission, but I think we did mention that. In fact, what we did mention is that we're seeing people buying in at lower plans. We do see people buying down, but we also need to take into account other external factors such as the economic conditions. But we have seen a movement, but not dramatic, in the Discovery Health Medical Scheme.
Is it possible to provide a similar kind of breakdown over time of the shift of what people are buying into?
I'm sure we would be able to do that. I'm very happy to do that. We will do this for the last number of years, 8, 9 years. Chair, and I think this is important for us as Discovery Health Medical Scheme, but for any medical scheme. Membership growth is key to our business. And in 2014 and 2015, we've seen a steady increase in our membership base. And I translate the fact that we're providing value to our members. We understand value in terms of how we look at value. We design plans that provide choice to members. And we've seen consistent good growth of an already high base on an annual basis of 70,000 beneficiaries in 2014 and about 57,000 beneficiaries in 2015.
Is it possible in your data to work out the proportion of these new members who are entering medical schemes for the first time? So, I mean, I know in the rules that people can get benefits immediately if they're transferring, and then there's a delayed membership if they are new or they've had a gap. is it possible in your data to tell us how many of the people come in with no waiting period and how many come in? In other words, I'm trying to work out, are these new entrants into the system or are they people moving from other places?
We will certainly be able to provide you with some information on that. We do have very clear data on anybody with waiting periods and on anybody with breaks in cover, because you need to record the underwriting provisions that we allow to impose on our membership. So I will certainly try and see what I can specifically report to you on that basis, but it is certainly possible. Thank you, Professor Van. Chair, it's important to note that the business we're in is not an error-free environment. We would like to have no errors, but I think it's difficult not to. We agonize about service failures. And it's important for us to understand the quality of the service our members receive through our outsourcing arrangements. But a key measure that we look at on an annual basis is the number of complaints that our members submit to the Council for Medical Schemes. It's an escalation channel. We know exactly who complains because the Council tells us. But you need to provide context to this as well. So effectively what we've seen in the 2015 benefit year is that we had around about 800 complaints from our members that's been submitted to the Council for Medical Schemes, but out of 43.8 million claims. That's the number of claims that we have, that Discovery Health has processed on behalf of our membership. So if you translate that into complaints per 1,000 lives, it's around about 0.28 complaints per 1,000 lives. But that's, I don't think, not enough for our members to feel comfortable and confident that we're looking at the issues that they complain about. We look at every one of these complaints. Out of the approximately 728 complaints, and we've received 101 rulings from the Council for Medical Schemes. So the remainder, the approximately 627 issues were resolved. 23 of the rulings were settled before the appeal date. 46 of the rulings were in favor of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme, and 32 rulings in favor of members. It's important sometimes for us to clarify certain of these issues, and that's why the escalation process to the Council for Medical Schemes is a good one, because we might interpret a rule in a certain way, and we need some clarification on the issue. 15 of the 32 rulings that were in favor also went in terms of an appeal matter to the CMS. 4 of the 15 rules were in favor of the member or the appeal rulings, and 11 out of 15 in favor of the medical scheme. So the point I want to make is that there is a good system to clarify certain issues if we need to clarify, specifically when members complain. But it's an important gauge in terms of the effectiveness of our administration environment, administration and managed care environment. It's important that when we look at complaints, that we also follow treating customers fairly principles. It's very important. It's central to the corporate culture of Discovery Health Medical Scheme. We share that with Discovery Health in terms of their kind of outcomes-based approach on servicing as well. very important that we just spend a couple of minutes on the communication principles of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme. And this is just really at high level, because we do a lot more than just what we can put on a slide. It's the board's responsibility in terms of Section 57(4) of the Act to ensure that adequate and appropriate information is communicated to members regarding their rights, benefits, contributions, and duties in terms of the rules of the medical scheme. We do that through communication policies, and we have a board-approved communication policy. We also share that with the Council for Medical Schemes. Importantly, in terms of these policies, is that our communication principles must be aligned with the guidelines issued by the Council for Medical Schemes. All scheme communication must be presented in plain, clear language that is understandable to the member and must at all times adhere to the corporate identity of the scheme. The information provided to members must not differ from the registered scheme rules and should not be misleading. I think that's important. Our members have access to multiple channels of communication, which is utilized in accordance with the members' preferences and when relevant to their immediate needs. We also ask members, how do they want us to communicate to them? Do they want to receive emails? Do they want to have postal communication? What's their communication preference? But we also provide our members with an internal schemes dispute resolution mechanism. And I'll deal with that in a few minutes. Dr. Broomberg showed a similar slide yesterday, which I think is quite important in terms of setting the context of how they have, as the administrator and the managed care organization, their own escalation process. So that's on the left-hand side of the slide. If members are not satisfied with the outcome of a query and they want to lodge a dispute, they can do it with my office. They can actually communicate with my office. I look at all the escalated complaints that is received by my office, and we deal with it through an escalation process. But our members also have, in terms of our rules, access to lodge a dispute with a disputes committee. We have a disputes committee that's sitting every week, looking at our disputes that's been lodged with the disputes committee. And I think that's important for our members to understand that they have that channel. Then you've got the Council for Medical Schemes process. Members are entitled to lodge a complaint with the Council for Medical Schemes. We have a very interactive approach with the Council for Medical Schemes in terms of communicating with them on complaints that's been received by them, and we'll interact with the Council also on those issues. But there's an internal disputes process.
Now, who considers the dispute in the first instance? Is it the managed care organization or the administrator, or is it the scheme?
Chair, the first level of the dispute will be assessed by the administrator, managed care organization. If there is no satisfactory resolution, then the next step is to communicate with my office.
Well, you're not in the office. You are separate, right?
We share a building. We've got our own for operational purposes and for convenience of interaction, because we interact daily with each other. We have our offices in the same building as Discovery Health.
So you share premises?
We share premises.
So you work together?
Beg your pardon, Chair?
You work together?
We collaborate together on these issues.
So the complaint or the dispute would work itself through the processes of the administrator.
It goes through the process of the administrator.
And then once
first.
those have exhausted, then it comes to the scheme and then it works through the processes of the dispute.
Correct, Chair, to the Independent Disputes Committee.
I understand. So how long will that process take?
Chair, from my office to assessing the complaint.
No, from the administrator. Because I understand that you're saying that the dispute would first have to be processed through the various stages, if there are stages, of the administrator. If the matter remains unresolved, then it gets onto the scheme. Again, there, it goes through the processes that you've just described. Is that how it works?
That's how it works.
It is a cumbersome process, isn't it? On its face.
Chair, I would like to believe that it's not, because it's in the administrator's interest to resolve a complaint as soon as possible.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that. But we are dealing here with a person who requires access to healthcare services. Why should a person have to wait for all of these processes, two processes, to be exhausted before going finally to the CMS?
Chair, they can also go straight to the CMS as a complaint.
Yeah.
So we provide this as an internal mechanism to understand. Most of these complaints, however, and the queries I receive, are post accessing the service. So it's a query after the fact. So we don't delay any service whatsoever. That is resolved by the administrator way before it gets to me.
And the issue that was raised by Ms. Asante Shong, who would have processed that?
It would be Discovery Health, because she communicated with them.
Yes. And what you're saying is that she had an option to go straight to the CMS.
She had an option.
But
she could have also come to me.
Then what's the point of suggesting to us that the scheme belongs to the members? Why can't the members resolve these matters themselves?
Chair, it's important for us to take responsibility for our members' issues.
But is it not important for members to take responsibility for the rules that they make, if what you've told us is anything to go by?
It is true they have an obligation.
I understand. There's a need to follow through this process, but I just want to understand, why it's necessary to go through these processes. You say that you can bypass the process and go straight to the CMS, but ordinarily you would have to go through the processes of the administrator.
Chair, it's because the Act actually provides for that benefit to members in terms of Section 47 of the Act. Any member can submit a complaint to the Council for Medical Schemes.
No, I understand that. One would expect that when you're dealing with matters of healthcare services, which may involve a matter of life or death, they have to be dealt with in an expedited fashion. If the scheme is for members, why would the members say to another member, don't come to us, you have the option of going straight to the CMS? Why can't we resolve it as members? I mean, that is, if this notion of the scheme being owned by the members is anything to go by,
Chair,
or there are some qualifications to that?
No. Chair, if you look at the statistics in terms of the number of complaints, I think the majority of all complaints gets resolved very quickly through the normal administration processes. I'm talking about the escalated complaints.
So you are content with this dual system of attending to complaints? First the administrator, and then second the scheme.
Chair, I am.
And then, of course, the third one being the CMS.
It's important because our business model is outsourcing. And so I am content about the fact that the administrator must resolve the issues. They have access to the medical scheme as a second tier. And I also want to know what the issues are. And because I think it's an important gauge for us when we understand why members complain and why do they actually have to get to my office to get their complaint resolved.
I still don't understand this notion of the scheme belonging to the members in the light of what you're saying. Perhaps you will explain that at some point, because I really don't understand that.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the operations of the scheme, there are administrative procedures and rules that need to be adhered to in order for orderly transaction of members' benefits and the processing of their queries and complaints and claims to take place. It should not be seen as a negative interference. It is about assistance.
In the first place, the rules are not made by the members. They are made by the Board of Trustees and then sent to members for approval. Is that how it happens?
No, Chair, it doesn't go to members for approval.
So the Board of Trustees act on behalf of the members.
Correct.
They make those rules. And the individual members may never know what those rules are until they are told, these are the rules that we have adopted on your behalf.
Chair, when they join the medical scheme, they're made aware of the rules.
Well, I understand that. But I want to understand this proposition that you're advancing persistently, and that is the scheme belongs to the members. Precisely what does that mean in this context? I mean, what are the powers of the members and what are those of the trustees? Because most of the things, most of the important decisions are taken by the Board of Trustees. It is the Board of Trustees which decides for members who is going to be the administrator. Members have got no say in that. It is the Board of is that right?
That's correct, Chair.
It is the Board of Trustees which decides, which deals with matters of the increase in contribution, is it?
Correct.
Members have no say in that.
Correct.
Now, so that's what you describe as the scheme belonging to the members?
Chair, the principal governance issue is that the members elect the Board of Trustees. And through that mandate, the members give the board the mandate to manage the scheme on their behalf. And it's the board's fiduciary duties to do that.
I understand. I don't think we can take this matter any further than what you've told me. Thank you.
Chair, my last couple of slides. I think it's important for me to highlight the importance of financial advisors in our business, in the environment that we operate in. Financial advisors, brokers, play a critical role for members of medical schemes. They assist our members in understanding the health, financial, and lifestyle needs. They introduce our members and consumers and employers, to the full spectrum of medical schemes in the industry. They educate by presenting detailed comparisons of benefits, pricing, and servicing clients between competing medical schemes and advise on relative strengths and weaknesses of each medical scheme. They also match consumers' needs with the most suitable medical scheme offering, and they continuously provide services to our members through annual reviews and updates, our members and our employers, on product and service offerings. We place huge value in the broker force that supports our membership and supports the Discovery Health Medical Scheme. Brokers, in essence, are paid by the Discovery Health Medical Scheme. So we provide our members access to brokers because based on the business of a medical scheme, the medical scheme pays the commission, the broker fees. Brokers must also be accredited by the Council for Medical Schemes and the Financial Services Board. Brokers must also be FICE compliant. And broker fees are capped. Broker fees are regulated. The Discovery Health Medical Scheme cannot pay more to brokers that's been regulated and capped. And in 2015, again, unaudited figures, we've paid 983 million rand to financial advisors. Chair, just in summary, in terms of our product design, benefit and service delivery approach, our benefit design, we provide a wide range of plans to suit our members' medical and affordability needs. In terms of risk management, we have extensive provider networks to ensure efficiency and access to quality healthcare at low costs, and we provide full cover choices to our membership. We have a relentless focus on service quality as a board of trustees and as a medical scheme office, and we provide appropriate communication delivery and easily accessible internal disputes resolution processes. Our members also do have access to screening benefits, to the voluntary science-based wellness program Vitality. Chair, as indicated during my opening remarks, we have focus areas for subsequent hearings. We would be very happy to comment on the revised statement of issues, the competitive landscape of medical schemes and the way and how we operate in that, Discovery's role in assessing market failures, and specifically, I think, relating to the revised statement of issues, information failures applicable to funders. We will also contribute in terms of further hearings on the drivers of medical scheme contributions and the adequacy and challenges of the regulatory framework. Yeah. Chair, we have heard of Ms. Asante before our presentation. I think important
She had certain questions for you.
She had questions for me. May I deal with them now?
Yes, sir.
And I'll deal with them specifically, but also in a general fashion. I would actually like to invite Ms. Asante to our AGM in June. It's going to be on the 23rd of June. I hope she joins us for the AGM. There's an agenda item at every AGM, general, where she can raise her issues and any issues she might have. I might be wearing a suit that day, but she can talk to me. We're very member friendly. And it's important.
I mean, is there in the agenda an item, referring to concerns that members might have?
Chairman, it's normally being addressed under general.
No, so it is not there.
It's not. It's dealt with more under general. We have an agenda item dealing with motions, but not general content.
Mr. Streek, is your answer that it is not there?
I will add it to the next agenda, Chair.
Thank you.
We will definitely add that. The AGM is there for members, and that's a platform for members to raise the issues. And I've heard what she said this morning, and I would welcome her to join us. In terms of her questions on the service failures that she might have experienced, technical issues, I'm glad I heard that. I would like to take it back and have a discussion and see how these things can be prevented. It's important for us to hear these issues. Access to mental health benefits have to go through a pre-authorization process. It's normally what happens to clarify the benefits that members have for the specific treatment they need to undergo. So it's normal process to access that. And it's also important that ongoing treatment needs to be clarified. And we will certainly look into the specifics of her case. And I will also speak with her.
I think one of the challenges that comes up from her presentation is how do you convey to your members the importance of these meetings and the fact that these meetings are quite crucial in terms of addressing their concerns. I think that's really where the challenge is, because I gather from her, she just focused on the financials and thought that this is not one of the items. So I think that's really where the challenge is. I think that's the area perhaps that you may just want to look into and see how you can address that particular area.
Chair, may I respond just in general terms? I think it's important that to note that we send every single member of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme a notice of the AGM. Invite them to the AGM. We publish the agenda of the AGM. What we also do is we send each and every member a set of documentation that will be discussed at the AGM. We also send them an abbreviated version of the annual financial statements for them to understand that. We send them the minutes of the previous meeting. We also go so far to publish the invitation to the AGM in national newspapers, weekly newspapers as well as weekend newspapers. We also have a proactive regulator on this basis. The Council for Medical Schemes run campaigns on an annual basis also in terms of advising members to attend the AGMs. We hire the convention, one of the rooms in the convention center in Johannesburg, to accommodate a large number of members. We receive approximately 500 RSVPs to our AGM, but approximately 200 members attend. We would like to see more members attend. We also stream the meeting proceedings live. People can log in and watch the AGM.
I understand all of that, but all I'm suggesting to you is that what we've heard from Ms. Asante Shongwe this morning does suggest that there is a challenge of how do you make sure that people use this information that you give to them so that they attend. Yeah. Because these steps may be there, But how do you practically make sure that they are there? Is there anything more that you need to do, or is that how far you can go? I think that's really the issue that I'm just suggesting.
Chair, if I may, at this
Yeah.
late juncture, intervene. The members are sent also, as Mr. Streek said, the minutes of the previous AGM. And on reading those minutes, one would see that under general, although it doesn't say as an agenda item, member interest, under general, member interest issues do get debated, and those are covered in the minutes. So a member who would read those minutes would realize that that is the kind of material that is debated there. And those members who do attend do raise member issues, and sometimes in great detail.
I understand all of that, but all I am suggesting is that maybe you need to find a way of, because it is one thing to have the information given to a person, but I always want to ensure that the person make use of this information.
Thank you, Chair. We will definitely look into that.
That is all that I'm suggesting.
And just to wrap up, Chair, as to level of interest, the rotation of election of trustees, there's a rotation coming up this June, and 4 trustees are up for, or 4 positions are up for election. We've had 155 applicants for those 4 positions who will have to be voted upon at the AGM. So the proceedings at the AGM are not insubstantial proceedings. They last very long and very many hours, and there is significant interest there. One can always do more to make sure people read it, but there are some practical difficulties with that as well. We hold an AGM typically in Gauteng, but we have members all over the country, and members in the Cape Province and the Eastern Cape say, well, why don't you do the AGM on a roadshow basis, because we can't all get there. Hence, we stream it. And we do get those kind of communications from members. But one does rely on members to read what they get sent.
You see, I understand, this is not like serving a court process. If I fix the summons at your door, that's it. If you come, you don't come, but you can't blame me. But it's a question of how do you ensure that people come to this? Because some of these issues, from what you've described, the statistic that you've given us as to the nature of the disputes and how they've been resolved, does suggest that some of these issues are about a misunderstanding of what isn't covered. Issues that may well be resolved at some of these meetings. How many members do you have?
Chair, we have 2.7 million beneficiaries in the medical scheme.
Yeah. So you don't expect, surely, that all those 2 million would converge at one of these AGMs?
We would like it, Chair, but they don't.
And then you should be. It's a problem everywhere where people are given information. How do they use this information? I understand that. Will it be convenient at this stage to take the lunch break?
Sure, Chair.
If it is not, say so.
Good.
Okay. Can we take a 30-minute break and come back at 2 o'clock?
Sure, Chair.
Thank you. Yes. Mr. Strix, are you ready? Yes, we are. Okay. Start, or do you want to start? Do you want to start? Who wants to start? Okay, go ahead. Professor Fon will start with the question.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Streek. One of the two big things we've heard over the last series of hearings have been either on the side of members of medical schemes, and the other lot of things as we've heard from providers. So one of the things that I was most interested in, and one of the questions that we asked someone who presented, I think it was on the very first day, was the degree to which they had accessed the scheme. It was a person who had explained to us a long story about difficulty in accessing payment for particular support that was a PMB. That was the scenario. But what was interesting, there was lots of it that was interesting, but what's relevant for me here is when there were three things we asked. She had tried millions of avenues. She clearly had exploited the administrator. When it came to the question of the scheme, the trustees, or the broker, she had a dossier like this, but those three were completely absent from her sense of any recourse. And particularly, I suppose, and I'll deal with this with the brokers later, in relation to brokers, was that this is someone that nominally she's paying, in fact, to do these kinds of things. Didn't know anything about it and didn't access it. Didn't come to the scheme and certainly didn't seem to know anything about the trustees. And I suppose that fits into our sense of the way the system works, is how... Let's focus just on trustees, and maybe you have many trustees here, which is nice to be able to talk to them directly. How much access should there be to trustees? What are trustees' jobs in relation to members? How does that work? Does it work well? Could it work better? Should we be thinking about what trustees do and how they get to do what they do?
Thank you, Professor Fon. I think sort of my first response would be we need to recognize that trustees are effectively non-execs. They have their own jobs, day jobs. They're professionals in their own right. They do not work full-time for the medical scheme. So I think it would be very difficult for members to have the normal kind of business interaction relationship with trustees because they're in non-executive positions. That is why my office, the scheme office, is important in this relationship. And they can get to the trustees via my scheme office. There are instances where the chairman of the medical scheme get emailed directly because members found his email address. But I think in terms of orderly business practice, where we have a very large medical scheme covering 1.3 million families, the primary contact is through the outsourcing party, the administrator. My scheme office is available. I am responsible by mandate to be and oversee the operations of the scheme. But it would be difficult to have the business relationship, complaints, interaction relationship between members and the board.
Yeah, maybe you can mention that to the 150 people who've applied to be on your board. So then what one of these schemes told us yesterday, I can't remember, anyway, in the very recent past, one scheme had mentioned that there had been an administered scheme, self-administered, then went to administration, and then went back to self-administration. And when we asked why, they said because the costs escalated when they went from self to external administration. The other scheme, we were asking about the role of trustees and what they could or couldn't do. Oh, yes, I remember. The point was that the discussion that there is quite clearly a principal agent potential problem between a scheme and its administrator, if the administration is in self-administration. It's just the nature of the way these things work. And in that scheme, we were asking about the degree to which it's possible for people, for trustees, exactly because of the non-executive position and the fact that this is, I don't know if it's voluntary or paid, you might tell us that, but anyway, it's certainly not in their day job. The degree to which they're in a position to know what they need to know, and the degree to which they can or cannot be manipulated. I'm not sure what you'd manipulate them about, but it's quite important when you have a self-administered scheme, it's very important because you're worrying about your own business. When you've contracted it out, you contracted to somebody else who's supposed to worry about that, but you're the check and balance. And so if you are a trustee, how easy is it to get the information that you want, to be in a position to direct the scheme?
Professor, perhaps I can answer that from the viewpoint of the trustees. The trustees meet formally for a number of meetings a year. It's between 6 and 8 normally, for formal meetings. Then all trustees participate on subcommittees. The formal meetings of trustees and subcommittees in a year number about 40. The attendance record of trustees on those meetings is between 94 and 100%. So our trustees attend almost every single meeting. That's as far as formal meeting goes. There is significant informal interaction with Milton's office. I speak to Milton a few times a week at least, often on a daily basis. So although it's a small board, it's a highly engaged board. And the level of information that we as trustees receive, firstly from the scheme office, secondly in direct reporting from the administrator, is of an exceptionally high standard. And ultimately, the Act makes us responsible for the affairs of the scheme. And if the administrator does not perform its functions, it is us who are liable under the Act for the administration and the welfare of the scheme. And that's not a responsibility to be taken lightly. And we have a very active regulator. There are schemes that have been put into curatorship for trustees not administering effectively, or for mal-spending schemes money, going on hunting trips and the like. So it is a vigilant regulator that is acutely aware of the functions of trustees, and we have a very, very high level of interaction. So the short answer to that question is that both the extent of the involvement and the quality of the information we receive, I can't speak for other schemes, but for our scheme, we feel comfortable that we are in a position to keep our fingers on the pulse and to discharge the duties that we are charged with.
Sorry, just for the record, when you refer to Milton, you're referring to Mr. Streek.
I'm referring to Mr. Streek.
I understand the personal relations, but I just want to know, to make sure that whoever reads the record understands.
Mr. Streek is Milton.
No, you don't have to call him Mr. Streek. Yes. I'm sure he'll be flattered. if you personalize the relationship, just for the record, so that whoever reads the record understands who you're referring to, you can continue.
Certainly.
I'm sure you wouldn't mind that, would you?
So one of the CMS data points that we have in our files was the per capita expenditure on a monthly basis of open schemes on administration. And Discoveries is among the highest. I don't know if you're familiar with that. And I don't know how it's calculated because we haven't been given that much. So never mind the actual figures. It's not in your data. I'll show you this so you know what I'm talking about. And there could be lots of reasons for that, as you've described to us, the value that you get from it. It might be that you're very efficient, very effective, all sorts of things. It's not just about the cost, and I understand that fully. I cannot remember if we got the Deloitte review in the pack that you gave us in the first submission.
Professor Van, if I remember correctly, but I'll have to check, there was an additional data submission after the first submission, and I think we included the Deloitte report in there. But if not, I will make sure that that is sent to the technical panel as a matter of priority.
I think that would be helpful if we can have a look at that. And then in relation to providers, so the refrain that we've heard is that schemes rob providers of their professional right to making choices, and they restrict what they can do and what they can treat and so on. And we've already discussed both yesterday and throughout the hearings about the balancing act that schemes must perform, basically to get the best for what you're paying, and it creates limitations on all sides, and there's always a trade-off. But one of the things I've been curious about is that schemes have the ability to do things that other institutions don't. And certainly one of the ways of containing costs could be, for example, to run your own path lab. And so cut out the external. And is there a reason why that kind of innovation in the market has never happened? Don't take the path lab as the exact, something like that.
Thank you, Professor Van. That's a very good question. And I think, again, that type of decision of becoming part of the healthcare delivery system is a major strategic decision for every and any medical scheme. So I think, although the Act allows medical schemes to deliver services, I think it is very important that be balanced in terms of what is the strategic view of a medical scheme, how that should be looked at, but also in terms of the specifics around that. We're not experts in running path labs. We're experts in receiving members' contributions. We're funders. And I think, just importantly, it could be an innovation. It's something that boards need to investigate and understand the benefits and pros and cons. But the Discovery Health Medical Scheme has not looked into whether it should be part of the healthcare delivery system. We expect that from our administrator, Discovery Health, to provide us with those kind of strategic interventions in terms of the skill sets and the IP that they have, in terms of the work that they do, And it's also important for us to have that kind of view perpetuated by Discovery Health in terms of the relationships they have with existing providers and the value that they can get from the existing contracts. So from that perspective, difficult for me to answer the question, but I would say it's a board strategic decision, which I can't at this stage comment on.
Sorry, I just want to check my list of what people said that we have to ask schemes. One of the issues, I think we discussed it though, is the notion of whether PMBs are easily flagged, and I think we've cleared that up in terms of some are easy to flag and others are not. Yeah, I suppose one of the questions that came up today and before was the question of, is mental health treated any differently to any other of the conditions? It's something we've heard now a few times, that there's something specific about mental health and accessing mental health services. Sometimes it's been a conflict between why schemes don't make a more rational or more flexible decision, because often they will pay for in-hospital care which is much, much more expensive than out-of-hospital care, but in fact the out-of-hospital care might be more cost-effective and more effective. And do you have any discretion in that regard? And if not, why not? And if it's treated differently to any of the other conditions?
Thank you, Professor Van. I think quite importantly, we've heard a number of specific issues over the last few weeks, specifically benefit related and specifically about mental health. Difficult for me to comment about what is appropriate in terms of an out-of-hospital setting and what's appropriate in terms of an in-hospital setting. The medical scheme provides a set of benefits. If there is a view that the benefit needs to be reviewed, it will go through our review process through the product committee, and we'll have to have a debate on the clinical appropriateness of the revised kind of views on this. And I think that's important. We will take that as a view back to the governance structures.
Sorry, I want to go back to the trustees because I see there were other questions in relation to that.
Sorry, there were a number of propositions that were put to. The one was whether or not mental illness, is it covered?
Sorry, Chair, I didn't hear the question.
Well, mental illness, is it covered?
Mental illness is definitely covered. It's a PMB.
Okay.
The question that we had, which I've asked other schemes, is would it be helpful if the health market inquiry made any comments on AGMs and how they work, how trustees are paid, and if the inquiry gave some powers to members of the schemes, if there is any way that the industry could be improved by us focusing our attention on that.
Professor Van, the one issue I just want to clarify is that trustee remuneration is an important point, I think, for medical schemes in general. We had a lot of interaction between the medical schemes industry and the Council for Medical Schemes on the payment of trustees and trustee remuneration. What the Discovery Health Medical Scheme has done, because I think the individuals serving on boards of trustees are taking significant risks in terms of the normal governance risks. Overseeing a business that received 55 or 50 billion rand in contributions with a large outsourcing operating model and paying risk claims in terms of 33 billion requires significant expertise to have insight in the business. And I think difficult if trustees are not going to be paid, but what's the right level? So the council sent out guidelines in terms of what should be looked at in terms of determining fees. And the guidelines specified that you can't benchmark the fees against non-executive director fees that's published in kind of benchmark surveys. So it was important to look at what the skills are required in terms of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme environment, which are mainly actuarial, legal, financial, medical, and business skills, and look at a professional rate that is market related. But because the scheme is a not-for-profit or non-profit organization or entity, you discount the fee to take that into account. And that was sort of the suggestion how you should approach trustee remuneration, and that's exactly what we've done. So the other component is that the fee is split between a meeting fee and an annual base fee. So the meeting fee, if a trustee doesn't attend a meeting, no fee is paid. But the annual base fee is getting paid quarterly in arrears, because that's important, because trustees get involved in the running or in meetings, ad hoc meetings, other than just Board of Trustees meetings, to actually point out that management of the scheme is actually happening after or not just at trustee meetings, but happens during the year. That's how we approach the trustee fee. Our board committee fees are based on the same principle.
In fact, one of the issues that came up wasn't in relation to Discovery, but another scheme where the members at one of their presentations made the comment that the trustees earn a fortune and do nothing. But it wasn't about Discovery, it was about another one. So it seemed to us to be an issue to start understanding.
Professor Van, just to answer that as well. One of the introductions we did as a matter of governance is that at the AGM, the trustees' fees are put to the vote of the members, and it's an aspect to be voted on annually every year, in advance, not in arrears.
And then the other question, I suppose, that I was specifically thinking through was whether it would be, I mean, quite clearly, and I understand that, and more so for a bigger scheme and in different ways for an outsourced scheme, you need people with skills and understanding. But the question is, where is the ordinary member's voice? And some schemes have a place specifically for that, some don't. Should that be something that should be uniform? So that was part of, should we be making any findings in relation to the way trustee, or who is represented as trustees? And then the other, so that's one question. And then the other question is their training. Do they require training? Certainly from some schemes we've heard absolutely. And then who provides that training? And one of the responses that we've heard so far is the CMS, in fact, does training. Is there an obligation of your trustees to go on this training? Is there other training? And how does that work?
Thank you. Let me answer the second question first, and I'll come back to the first one. Training is absolutely crucial as part of continuous knowledge improvement of trustees. The Council for Medical Schemes provides trustee training free of charge. So our board and trustees have access to that. We take an additional view on training, and because of the subcommittee structures, we also request trustees to provide us with any training requirements, and we will find the best possible training and service provider for a specific need. Governance training is absolutely crucial, and I think it's important that all new trustees get through the training of the Council for Medical Schemes. But it's more than that. We also have to report on an annual basis in terms of our annual statutory return submission process what training trustees were exposed to and that decide to do during a specific benefit year. To answer your first question, I think it would be very interesting to understand how the panel would view the involvement of members in engaging with trustees other than the AGM. It's a platform for members. But I do think it's also something that the industry must think about. So I agree that there should be views on that.
You do understand, Mr. Strick, that what we will say and not say in our report will be determined fundamentally by the terms of reference and the information that we would have gathered in the light of our mandate.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Strick, for your presentation. I have two sets of questions. One is on brokers. The one is on the values you presented, on the value you obtain from Discovery Health. So I'll start with the question on brokers. You, I think in your first set of slides, you showed that they are an important stakeholder in your business model. And you proceeded to show us your growth levels in 2014 and in 2015. And I suppose that that's one key area of how you measure their effectiveness. I'd like to know how do you measure their effectiveness in terms of managing the information asymmetries and market failures that are related to that you acknowledge in your written submission to us?
Thank you, Dr. Nkonki. As I've indicated, we outsource the distribution channel and broker services to Discovery Health. Mm-hmm. So we would expect Discovery Health to, as part of the outsourcing agreement, to effectively manage that relationship and distribution channel on our behalf. What we do get on a quarterly basis, the reports on the performance of the distribution channel, as well as the stakeholder relations interactions and training requirements that were performed by Discovery Health on behalf of the scheme in terms of the distribution channel. So we normally get, as a matter of normal information flow, the importance of the relationship and how it's managed.
Okay. But you are not interested in understanding how they effectively manage the information asymmetries, understanding of your benefit packages, and you don't have that as one of the measures that Discovery reports back to you?
It's in our service level agreement. In terms of our outsourcing service levels, Discovery has to provide us with that information, and that's how we assess it. We don't personally get involved in the management of the broker channel, but we receive the necessary information around how brokers conduct themselves and how they deal with our membership.
Okay. On slide 37, you talk about how they need to provide continuous services to members through annual reviews and update members and employers on product and service charges. We heard Ms. Asante Shonge here in the morning that she didn't know if she had a broker or not. You have about 2.7 or 2.6 million members. What's the distribution of brokers per member for this continuous purpose?
Dr. Nkonki, I don't have the figure with me. I'm prepared to give you that answer. I don't want to guess. But I would suspect it's a very large number of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme membership base. But I will provide you with a detail.
My last question.
But members come to your scheme either directly or via the brokers.
Correct, Chair.
If they come through, either way, they get a broker assigned to them, isn't it, Mr. Sri?
No. If they come direct, there will be no broker assigned. Members can appoint their own broker.
I think on slide 12 you presented us with the value that Discovery Health adds to your overall members. So for instance, members are 147 rands better off each month due to the scheme value proposition. And I think Discovery Health yesterday showed us a graph on how your fees that you pay to them are reduced every year. And I'd like to know if this benefit includes also the cost savings from the managed care services that they provide to you, for instance, the tariff negotiations, so the savings that you get from the claim. The savings that you get from using them as your managed care services.
That's correct, Dr. Nkonki. The figure that I've shown in terms of for every R1 spent on administration and managed care services, it will include the actual performance of the third-party administrator as well as managed care organization. So it will include the risk savings, risk management or managed care savings. Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Well, the question where I wanted to interject, may I just start with that one regarding, I think, Professor Fon's question about trustees and patient experience. The quick question, aren't trustees at least half of them members of the scheme?
Correct, Dr. Bengo.
Yeah, maybe the question is, what is it that when they assume that position, they lose the patient experience that Ms. Asante raised? I don't know, I don't have an answer, it's just a question, but is it a fair question to ask?
It is, yes. The majority, in fact, we basically saying that we would like to see all our trustees being members because trustees are elected by members. And if you nominate a trustee, it's only members that can nominate another member. The board, however, appoints and can appoint a non-member in terms of the skill sets required to have the normal or have a skill set in the board that will be able to look at all the complexities. Okay. But, and I agree with you, I think it is it's important that, and the board does that, whatever decisions are taken, and that's why we also have a stakeholder relations committee, because it has to look at how the member as the principal stakeholder is positioned and is being serviced, communicated through the actions of the board.
Okay. No, thank you. In terms of the questions that I intended to ask, there are some around governance, medical advisory, and benefit design, really. Now, you spent a lot of your time basically explaining how the scheme is independent of the administrator. Do you believe there is a perception that the two are too close for comfort as far as member is concerned? And if that is the case, why do you think there is the perception?
Dr. Bengo, I think the value of governance structures and the implementation of governance structures and the significant board committee structure provides absolute clear demarcation between the medical scheme and Discovery Health. The fact that in all our deliberations and in all our decision-making processes, we also use external advisors to assist is further indication that the governance structures, the board.
No, Mr. Strick, I'm not questioning that. I think you've made a very good sort of case to explain the structures. I'm talking perception, which may or may not be founded, but you seem to believe it's there, if only.
Difficult to talk about perception, but it's the actions that I think would deal with the perception.
But would it help the case or sort of exacerbate the case if, as we heard yesterday, the principal officer of the scheme and the chief executive officer of the administrator attend each other's meetings, and by what we, at least I assume, that's a practice not extended to the other 17 schemes, unless I'm wrong.
In terms of our business model, Dr. Bengu, quite important that I, as the principal officer of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme, must have insight in the operations of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme. Otherwise, I do not fulfill my mandate from the board. I am an invitee to the Discovery Health structures. I realize that, but it is a very important interaction for me. And I respect the confidentiality from the administrator's perspective, but I also insist that I'm aware of how they run the outsourcing activities.
Okay. Now,
I'm not sure, Mr. Strick, that you've answered the question. See, the question is, are you aware of any perception about the relationship that you have with Discovery Health? Shall I say that? Is there such a perception that you're aware of? Because the name is the same.
Yes, Chair, there is.
You administered by them. You share the building. Is there a perception? If it is there, yes. If it is not there, that's okay.
Chair, if I can also add to that. There is a perception, and it is a perception that is debated and raised at AGMs, for example. And it was one of the issues that gave rise to the Deloitte report in the first instance, because a member put up a suggestion that, are we truly independent? Is there an independence between? So it was part of the reason for going through the Deloitte report. And one of the issues that was considered was, well, we share the same name, and we wanted to know, amongst others, what we said to Deloitte was, why do people join the Discovery Health medical scheme? What is the reason for us growing when other schemes are dwindling? And that information we sought, amongst others, from the brokers, because the brokers were the people that see joiners in many instances at first instance. And one of the factors that they reported back to us is that members who join the Discovery Health medical scheme like the other benefits that they see for themselves in Discovery as a brand. They like the idea of being involved in Discovery Insurance or Discovery Life. And it was a significant draw card for members joining the scheme. So there is a perception. What we needed to be satisfied is two things. We needed to demonstrate unequivocally our own independence, which we do via the governance structures. We need to answer members that there is a perception, but in truth we are different, but there is a benefit to members in that schemes have to grow. If you don't grow, you are unable to cross-subsidize, and you need the younger new members. So yes, there is a perception. We do clearly, because we share the same name. But it is something which we are aware of and which we consider very much as part of our business model.
Can I come in briefly? Under European competition law, Mr. van den Berg, you would be assumed by definition to be one company if members of boards share in board meetings and if strategic decisions are not taken independently. By definition, you would be one company.
Yes, in South African, in our competition law, it's much the same, except that it's a presumption, and you are required to rebut, in fact, that you're not one and the same. But we don't share common directors. There's no director of Discovery Health who's a trustee of our board. There's no trustee who is a director of Discovery Health. And our Act precludes any trustee from being associated with, employed by, the administrator.
I didn't suggest.
I'm just
the mere attendance in each other's board meetings and not being able to take strategic decisions independently.
But just to underline Mr. Streek's point, is that we require from him that he and his office have as much insight into what the administrator is doing for us and our members as is possible. And if he were denied that access and that insight, we would be extremely aggrieved. So it is something that we require of him.
Yeah, thank you. Still on that, we have explained the structure of the board, but now going into the board committees, because that's obviously where the action is as well. What is the typical profile of the people who occupy the board committees? Clearly, the board is not big enough to cover those. There must be a lot more people in there. What's the typical profile? And more directly, are there any administrator employees there?
Thank you, Dr. Bengu. In terms of the board committees, the administrator is the administrator's representatives for that specific board committee will only attend in terms of the function that they fulfill from an administrator managed care perspective. They are not members of the committee.
Invited.
They're invited, okay. Normally in terms of the normal business of what the committee does. Mm-hmm. In terms of the skill sets and the profile, for instance, if I can give you an example of the Clinical Governance Committee. The Clinical Governance Committee, in fact, is chaired by Professor Zefni van der Spey. But we also do have two independent medical experts from the Pretoria University that will also be part of the committee, and the Chief Medical Officer of the medical scheme. So you have very specific scheme representatives and independent representatives. For the investment committee, for instance, we appoint an asset consultant who advises the board and the investment committee. We have an independent investment expert on the committee, and then 2 trustees.
Okay, no, that's fine. I get the general formula as to it. Now, are there any key performance areas now, industry-wide, that you believe should really be standardized, or do you believe that every single aspect of your business is a potential source of competitive advantage? Let me give examples. I mean, where almost everybody that submits says tariffs should be handled by way of negotiation around the table. Discovery supports that only as far as PMBs are concerned. That's the one example. The other would be DRGs. Wouldn't it just make sense that you don't have each party deriving its own DRGs, so that if we all use the same language, everybody works off exactly the same system that gets reviewed regularly? And the other examples are quality metrics that we use. Right now, you can't really compare how one scheme or one provider performs, but would there be a case to say every year we agree on what practice profiling parameters we look at, define them, what we look for in assessing if hospitals are doing their job as far as quality is concerned? So I've just listed 3 examples where, in my mind, I think they would make sense if industry does. But is that Discovery's approach, or there is a feeling that if you go that route, then you neutralize what puts you ahead of the pack?
Thank you, Dr. Bengu. I think very good question. If I could use your example of quality, I think quality is an area of collaboration. We do have kind of independent organization called HQA, where a number of medical schemes do come together to share quality sort of input, process measures, and to develop how quality should be assessed in the industry. I think that's an area that should be explored. I think another area for the industry is in terms of how do you create an environment where an electronic medical record are being used across disciplines and environments that could assist the quality component. There could be others. I haven't really prepared for this answer, but I think those are quality. For quality is a very good example.
Okay. Thank you. Now, why can't the largest scheme in the land negotiate the best administration fees?
In fact, Professor Van, you also made that point. If you look at the Council for Medical Schemes report, the 2014-2015 annual report, the Discovery Health medical scheme expenditure is ranked 13th out of 23 schemes. It's in fact below the industry average. So we would like to believe that we have, and the trustees have negotiated a significant beneficial fee in terms of the administration environment. As I've said, that we looked at international and local benchmarks, and if you get the administration and managed care fees as a combined fee to below 10%, we're actually even better off than some international benchmarks. And I think 10% and below 10%, we will be able to get significant value for what we receive from the Discovery Health environment in terms of innovation investment versus the fee we pay, I think it's a fair fee.
Fair fee.
And an efficient fee.
Okay. Now, in terms of the scheme regarding tariffs, I'm just skipping some of this, but I want to go to the benefit design before the last one. Benefit design here, I mean, we are seeing the share of the rand of your primary health practitioners, your general practitioners, your dentists, your optometrists, reducing progressively, which goes counter to what the country mandate says we should be promoting more primary health care. Now, the question I want to ask is, because we seem to get a lot of exactly the points that a lot of people choose to go to specialists, obviously with costs. I think BHF showed us an example where a pap smear that would have cost 400 rand ended up costing 2,500 because it was done at a specialist. Would you support a situation where discovery, in terms of its design, the risk is that you're doing this anyway, but I don't know. But would you look at a situation where your tariffs are really just based on what the service is, the primary care services? It's the pap smear is 400 rand, whether it's a general practitioner who does it or a gynecologist who does it. At least it addresses the part that says, are we paying specialist rates for primary care services? Would you look at that?
Dr. Benga, before I answer that, I just want to sort of indicate the process we use in terms of tariff negotiations. We gave Discovery Health, or give Discovery Health, we, the board, a mandate to negotiate on our behalf. And I'm certain that the board will look at any specific progress of innovation in terms of saving cost and getting the best deal for our members. We will certainly look at that.
Okay. Now, I heard you about the vested outsourcing model that you said, where basically simply you give objectives, the administrator does what he has to do to meet those. But surely when your member says being on Discovery is a lot of work, that must cut deep. At which point do you then say, do you intervene? What are your, what is your dashboard? At which point do you call Dr. Brumberg at 11 p.m. and say, this has to be fixed?
Thanks, Dr. Benga. I think our interaction between my office and Dr. Brumberg's office are exactly like that. If anything happens that need to have an intervention, our business model supports the fact that I can call him at 12 o'clock at night and he will take my call, and vice versa. And I think that level of collaboration, in order to understand the issues that we need to look at, jointly in terms of the objectives we need to set to give the best deal to our membership, gives this business model the thumbs up in terms of the performance it gets. There will always be outliers in terms of service, and we need to deal with those. We need to understand it, and we need to understand what processes fail in order for our members to have that experience. We really focused on not just the transactional metrics, how quickly a call gets answered. It's good in terms of the performance level, but what is the quality of the services? So we look at a number of key metrics. Defects per million opportunities, those are the kind of error rates. We also look at our member service scores. We look at provider service scores, and we look at broker service scores. And we look at first call resolution, because that's a metric that's very important in terms of the quality you receive in your service environment.
Okay. Now, may I just go to medical advisory? This obviously is coming out of the first 2 weeks of the inquiry, where a lot of the issues, specialists, doctors are basically saying, we don't like that you coming in the way of our delivering care, and patients basically saying I was denied care. And one of the areas where these intersect is at the medical advisory function. Now, one of the questions I think I've asked one of the stakeholders that have appeared here is that if the doctors that work in the industry, because this is not necessarily Discovery Unique, but you are the ones who are sitting before us now. If the doctors who are medical advisors in industry and the doctors who are out in practice were trained the same way, both swear by evidence-based medicine, then what could be the source for the difference in approach as far as serving your members?
That's a very good question, and I think how we approach it, because there would always be differences. We don't, as a medical scheme, our primary role is a funder. We don't get involved in the treatment decisions. But you at some point need to marry the treatment decision with the funding principle and funding protocol. And this is where the Clinical Governance Committee in our space plays a very important role. Not just the Clinical Governance Committee, but also the Chief Medical Officer in my office, because there's constant interaction between the Chief Medical Officer and Discovery Health's medical advisors. But the importance is that the Clinical Governance Committee has oversight over the policies, evidence-based funding protocols and everything that's been created in order to support the benefit structures and the payment mechanisms. And I think it's an effective structure, but this is unfortunately where we can intervene. Is it appropriate? Is it based on evidence? And it's reviewed by external experts as well. So we do have a level of governance that could assist with that.
But what can, I'm very much aware that these would typically be the administrator's employees, but I don't completely want to absolve you of the responsibility, because you are the only one who can demand a certain level of standard from the administrator. I suppose the issue is where there is a conflict between a clinical decision and a funding decisions. Are you comfortable that medical advisors have got the leeway to say, no, this is in the interest of the patient more than it is in the interest of the fund? Are they empowered to make that decision? Is it in their contracts? Is it in their trademark? I mean, is there an explicit support from management that they can make those calls?
I think yes. I think the structures put in place by the administrator provides for an escalation process should the person on the ground not be sure about the decision. We also have an executive case review governance structure where complex decisions that's not been able to be made on the floor gets escalated to. I'm part of that governance structure. Myself, the chief medical officer of the medical scheme, Dr. Broomberg himself, and the and the deputy CEO and chief operating officer, so of Discovery Health. And I think that is important, that we do have a mechanism where we can debate and discuss clinical exceptions, because there will always be clinical exceptions in this kind of environment. It's not a black and white kind of decision-making process. And as long as you do have that facility and availability of an escalated channel to deal with those issues, yes. But I'm happy also to confirm that the standard operating procedures do allow those specific decisions to be handled and to take place.
We heard from Dr. King, and he actually had on a slide excerpts from your guidelines, from terms of reference of 2014, where he showed that the wording referring to scientifically based guidelines has been removed in subsequent versions of the terms of reference. Is that true?
Of the Clinical Governance Committee, Dr. Bingham?
Well, he posted terms of reference of 2014. So, excuse me, I'm hoping that you were following to some degree. You would know what I was referring to.
No. I would not have I don't have access to that document. I would like to see it, and I'm happy to comment. Okay. If it's a medical scheme document, absolutely clear that we will comment. If it's a Discovery Health advisory and document or terms of reference, then I would request further assistance from Dr. Broomberg to assist.
Okay. I think the one question really, I'm just asking on behalf of Ms. Asante Shongwe, basically the language policy, she raised it. What's your response?
The business language that we've decided to engage with our members, because it makes the communication channels exceptionally difficult when you have to deal with all 11 languages. There are always people in the call centers that would be able to assist a member with their specific language, should that be a problem. But the business language standardized in terms of the Discovery Health communication policy processes. English.
Okay. Thanks, Judge.
Yes. Dr. Brachan?
That was an excellent Judge. Mr. Street, Ms. van der Berg, thank you very much for your informative presentation and your extensive submissions. We obviously we're talking about discovery here now. We as a panel would really like to understand the relationships between the stakeholders in the market, particularly also, of course, between schemes and its administrators. And you, as a model, the model that you explained, seem to be a model in itself. Looking at the South African market, as Dr. Broomberg yesterday explained in his presentation, you are almost 100% fully aligned in your operations and in your strategy, with as a key strategic variable, of course, growth. And he said the one thing that creates a bit of a tension, and then he commented the board of trustees that was on the negotiations on the fees. In my comment to him, I used the word fully integrated. He used the word fully aligned, and then he protested. He said, "No, you can't say that." He said it more politely, of course, but he said, "We are obeying by the law fully." In that sort of terms, he answered me in the sense that I can't call you fully integrated. Still, in my mind, although I can't call that formally, fully integrated, you are, to my mind, very much integrated. And I do think that is also the perception that Dr. Natuku was referred to. I'm used to call him Natuku so much that I forget his surname. I still want to come back to that issue, in independence, also to your answer, Mr. van der Berg. And just to have an idea, how many did I miss how many staff you have at the scheme? How many is that?
Thank you, Dr. van Gent. The medical scheme office consists of 7 executives, 2 senior managers, and 3 support staff.
And
12.
And am I right in remembering that the staff that Dr. Bloomberg is talking of is in the range of 5,000 people? Is that?
Range of 4,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's phenomenal, isn't it? And it's a phenomenal analytical power that he commands as well. It's admirable, actually, from my perspective. That puts your analytical strength in a perspective, isn't it? You are if I translate that in my how I look at you is that Discovery PTI Limited dwarfs you in terms of analytical power that they command. Is that right? Can I say that?
The fact that my office has the ability to appoint external analytical power balances it, because I think it's important. The scheme office is small by choice because of the business model we employ.
Yes.
It's important to understand that the executives in the scheme office are highly skilled individuals in their own right, which provides an equal interaction channel between the organizations. The balance of power is actually maintained by the board, because the board is the only decision-making entity of the medical scheme. In terms of, and I tried to explain it, Dr. van Gent, in some of my earlier slides, in terms of the extensive board committee structure, actually adds to our analytical capability and capacity. But we have the opportunity at any level of analysis to use external expert. We actually have appointed an external actuary on an ongoing basis to assist us.
Yes, I heard you. Actually learned in South Africa to use the word "I heard you." That means actually you don't really or fully agree, isn't it? But I do think I understand. But I still would like to go a little bit. Who actually appoints you as a chair, as a registrar?
At the board.
I do, Dr. van Gent.
Say again.
I do.
You do. All right.
The board does.
The board does.
The board does. Yes.
Is there any involvement of the administrator in that process, Mr.
No.
Berg? Not at all.
Not at all.
Is it possible for the registrar or for you to function if you don't have the approval is not the right word, but if you can't get along with the people in charge of Discovery PTY? Is that possible?
If we're not on collegial terms, or if we don't get information, if we don't get the information we require, we would be unable to function. And when one speaks of analytical power, one of the reasons why we pay the amounts that we do is that we expect that analytical power.
Of course.
And we expect it to be harnessed and to be reported on in granular detail at every board meeting.
Yes. No, I fully understand.
And we would be unhappy if it weren't so.
I fully understand that, and I appreciate that. I can see the logic of the model that you're referring to. What I'm getting at and trying to do is getting behind some of the legal independence, or the complete independence that you refer to, Mr. Streek, and also getting behind the perception of independence, but just get at the reality of independence.
But in real and practical terms, if we were not getting along with the administrator, and if we were not getting the analysis and the research that we thought we required, then the 3-yearly agreement would come to an end. It would come to an end on 90 days' notice. So that balance of power, in as much as we need them, they need us.
It's almost impossible. I'll be very honest with you. Almost impossible for me to believe that that can, in fact, get a reality. That you fire Mr. Bloomberg.
Well, Mr. Bloomberg does a fine job. I wouldn't want to fire him.
No,
but if Mr. Bloomberg were not to do a fine job, and if that were to eventuate, in the interest of members, we would not keep Mr. Bloomberg, and Mr. Bloomberg knows that as well as we do. And it is as finely balanced as that. His interest in earning his fee is as vital as our interest in serving our members. And that's why that agreement it's a cycle agreement, but it's got a 90-day termination clause. And if it were to happen, then, and that's not merely a lawyer talking, that is someone talking in the interest of the members. If that were to happen, there's no reason why we would stay with someone if it were not in the interest of members. And when it comes to who owns the scheme, it's the members who own the money. The 12 billion rand that lies in a reserve is the members' money.
Yeah.
The contribution that's collected every month is the members' money.
Yes.
So there would be no basis for us as a board to retain them if they were to malperform. They don't. But in not just in legal theory, in reality, if they don't perform, we would not retain them.
Again, Mr. Ver, I hear you, and we must continue this conversation a little bit longer before I'm really convinced that that is actually the case. Because in the question that the chair put to Mr. Streek, and I'm talking straight to you, Mr. Streek, now I can do that, isn't it? You're there. He put the case to you, what if you would choose for MMI? And then you gave a formal answer. You said, it's within the law, it's within my to do that. The judge said, formally speaking, yes, you said. Maybe that was too honest an answer, or was not a complete enough answer. That could also be the case. But if you were to avoid the perception that Ntuku was talking about of not being completely independent, I think the first thing I would do is not participate in mutual board meetings, because it's very hard to remain independent and attend on an almost daily basis in each other's strategic decision-making gremia. What is your comment on that?
Thank you, Dr. Van Gent. Just to clarify, I do not attend any of the Discovery Board meetings. I attend an executive committee meeting, which is an operating committee meeting.
All right.
I have no involvement whatsoever in the Discovery governance structures. The Discovery Health attendees at the Discovery Health Medical Scheme Board meetings are ex officio attendees. They are literally there to report back and then leave.
All right.
Yeah, so it's important just to mention, and Dr. Bloomberg mentioned it yesterday, that we have a closed session.
Yes.
Where it's just the Board of Trustees and my office and me. And that's actually the main part of our board meetings. I have the opportunity to attend Dr. Bloomberg's executive committee meeting. I excuse myself when they have a closed session. But we collaborate in terms of the operational issues. But I do not attend any of their board.
Thank you very much. It's not that I do understand the model, and I apparently, considering your growth figures, the model in itself is a valid model, isn't it? Can I take you through a sort of mental exercise? My colleague, Professor Vaughan, gave you the example of running your own path lab, and you said, well, it's interesting. But we have never considered ourselves to step over to the provider side. And then also you said we would also have to consult the administrator on this, or a strategic help. You call that, you use that word. that again raises, Mr. van den Berg, my issue with, are you completely strategically independent in your strategic decision-taking as a scheme? But you want to comment on this first?
Yes, I do, because one of the things that we pay for is to ensure that pathology work is done at the best possible rate. So
That's
that
right.
already we are paying for. We are paying a fee for that.
Yeah.
So we would need to be satisfied that to open an own path lab would be better than that which we are currently getting. So that's why the first thing would be to say, well, this is costing us money already. Are we getting value for it?
That's right, I understand. But Mr. Frick's answer referred to the relationships that Discovery PTI has with providers. Would it harm its relationship with providers? I'd say that is none of your business as a scheme.
Well, we would say it is very much part of our business where the impact of it is on our members. If it comes to be what are we paying for blood work at a path lab, that is very much part of our business. And if we weren't satisfied that we're getting the right fee for the service, we would be unhappy.
Thank you. I'll take you to the experiment now. Maybe a clearer example would be, and it's interesting in itself, is the concept of health maintenance organizations that you obviously are familiar with, and how that rose in the United States and gained its share in the market, so to say. It's a different concept, it's a different business model, and it has its advantages and disadvantages, but there are apparently advantages, because at the moment it's about, I think, 80 million American people are members of Kaiser Permanente and others. That business model in itself has obviously not been studied by you, as you said, but you haven't, because you have never thought of developing a concept like this. Do you want to answer to that? Yes.
Thank you, Dr. van Gent. I'm familiar with the Kaiser model.
Yes, of course.
I think the applicability of the Kaiser model is perhaps not that specific, or the understanding of that specifically investigated in the South African environment. The Kaiser model is interesting for me in the fact that it owns its own facilities. It also contracts with a provider organization which is for profit. The health plan is not for profit. Mm-hmm. It's a very large organization with a large membership. We haven't thought about the applicability in this environment, and it might be something that we need to investigate further. But again, in terms of our not-for-profit status as a medical scheme, the 12.9 billion rand that lies in reserves are members' money. It's for the benefit of members. Yeah. It becomes a difficult argument, in my view, as to how to spend that money other than for the purpose it is intended for now.
Well, I do think that your colleague in the United States would give the same answer. They would do that for the benefit of our members. It's a member-driven initiative. And actually it's interesting, because in the CMA would allow you to employ doctors. The ethical rules of the HPCSA does not at the moment. The question is whether the CMA would trump, I think that's the word, ethical rules of the HPCSA. It's never been tried, I think. You're the lawyer, Mr. van den Berg. And I see you want to jump in. No, all right.
No, I'm listening interestedly. I'm not jumping.
So it's interesting for me, from a perspective, European perspective, to see it has never been tried, not even by the scheme that has the clout to do it, or to try it at a smaller scale. It hasn't been tried, so you can't give me an answer, is it? It's just for the record that I say it's an interesting phenomenon that hasn't been tried, or hasn't even been contemplated by you. But can I give you the hypothetical situation that you would seriously do research in that respect? I don't think that Mr. Bloomberg would be really happy with that, because that would probably probably lose members. So members on an HMO are on that HMO and are dealt with through the HMO, not through an administrator. So he lose clients in his administration. If you would do that, I have the impression now, also from our conversation, also after your answer on the Path Lab, that you are not free to take that decision as a scheme. You would have to do that through P2I Limited. Is that impression right? It would hurt the interest of Mr. Bloomberg.
Thank you, Dr. van Gent. I think quite important, the impact for our members are important in terms of whatever we do. We've seen, certainly the medical scheme makes its own decisions and will contemplate this. Yeah. But again, I think we've seen a business model that is giving us significant value.
Yes.
That gives us the innovation involvement and innovation performance we require. It is exceptionally well governed. And the outcome of that model is self-evident in the results that we've shown. So at this point in time, this is what the board keeps itself busy with.
You're giving me a formal answer, Mr. Sri. It's I was trying to find out whether you would feel free in the current environment that you're in to take that strategic decision, even if it hurts the position of Discovery P2I.
The underlying principle, Dr. van Gent, and I think it's for me quite important, the vested, we can certainly investigate that. The vested outsourcing model stands for the way we interact with our business partners is the foundation of the performance of both organizations. And if you impact the other organization negatively in terms of this kind of business relationship, the vested outsourcing performance model falls through the floor. And I think it's important to recognize that this is a significant decision, should it be debated, discussed, and decided on. The fundamental principle, as I said, of vested outsourcing is that both organizations perform better.
Thank you very much for your answer. It is, for me, it is, I think, clear that the vested interest, not so vested, what is it, the vested outsourcing model of 2011. I saw the reference. I thought I'd look up the book. Would also entail that you take on board the interest of Discovery P2I in taking such a strategic decision. Thank you very much.
Do you agree with that proposition? What is your comment to this proposition that's just been put to you?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. A minor, maybe not minor, but it's a minor element in your presentation, slide number 19. You spoke about the code of conduct, and I think that code of conduct has been mentioned before to us. It's even in our files, and it has been mentioned. It is mentioned by you as a fact, a matter of life, as a fact of life. It's as if it's operational. Others have referred to it as a non-operational code of conduct. What is the status of this thing? Does it guide you as Discovery Health? Is it operational?
Certainly, Dr. van Gent, it must be operational because it has been designed by the industry, together with the regulator for the industry, and it is certainly operational. And we we abide by that code. And I also did mention in my presentation that any code, if there are specific issues that need to be dealt with, need to be reviewed. And the industry must do that. And certainly we would be the first to say that we need a discussion with the Council for Medical Schemes on how to review this.
And it's so also the Council of Medical Schemes and the DOH is part of the founding partners of the Code of Conduct. Does it in a way replace the 2 yearly evaluations that should take place but don't take place?
I think in addition to that.
It's an addition. Yeah. It's complementary. It's not.
It's complementary.
But it is not there because these evaluations do not take place. Is that? Can I?
I would like to believe that these should be done in conjunction with each other, so
That's
that
right.
when the update of the PMB package happens, that the Code of Conduct follows that update process.
You refer to it as a dynamic document. How dynamic is it?
I would like to refer to it as a dynamic document.
All right.
I don't think it is that dynamic.
Okay.
But I think the industry needs it as to be a dynamic document.
And who should take the initiative to dynamize the document?
Dr. van Gent, I think the regulatory environment, specifically our regulator, the Council for Medical Schemes, together with the industry, should take the responsibility for updating this. But I do think it is their responsibility.
So what you say is you again are waiting for CMS and DOH to start the dynamic?
We are very happy to be a key catalyst to this.
All right.
And we have, in fact, in the past, suggested that this needs to be a dynamically a document that should be dynamically reviewed.
Right.
And we will take it further.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Street, over the last 2.5 weeks that we've been conducting these public hearings, we've been told of how medical schemes resist to pay, and perhaps apparently for no reason, because eventually they pay. We've also heard how, in particular, one member who was anxious to come before us to testify lost her battle with cancer in the course of a fight to obtain certain benefit, but that she didn't get. We've also heard concerns by the doctors, specialists for that matter, cardiologists, coming to us complaining about medical schemes, effectively saying that the medical schemes dictate to them, firstly, what treatment they should give and how much they should charge for their services. But we've also heard one presenter who told us that Discovery has a number of very compassionate consultants. Leave aside this comment. What about the other comments that I mentioned to you?
Chair, I also do think that during the last 2 weeks, we've also had a kind of view of how complex this industry is. It is important for the Discovery Health Medical Scheme to reassure its members around the benefits that they're entitled to. We've heard also around the administrative complexity of identifying prescribed minimum benefits, because you can't just use an ICD-10 code. You actually need to be able to go deeper into the analysis and the motivation of the specific condition. And I think that all all of this, if we take all of this together, we certainly don't dictate to doctors. We have our network arrangements and agreements and payment arrangements. The operationalization, perhaps not a good word for describing this, of delivering PMB benefits, as I stated this morning, is complex. And I think it's also in the interest of the medical scheme to ensure that the correct claims are paid, not just all claims.
I know you may still have something else to add to it, but just pause there for the moment. And I have no doubt, I have no reason not to believe what you're telling me, and that is, it is a complex thing. But when this complexity results in members not getting the benefit timelessly, when it results in members losing the life battle they have, surely there's got to be something to be done, isn't there?
Certainly, Chair, I would agree with that. And I think quite important, again, from our perspective, is that you have multiple stakeholders in this value chain. And the responsibilities of all parties and all stakeholders need to be reassessed in terms of how the member at the end get access to the quality benefits. Right. It's not just the funder in the demand side, it's the supply side as well. And I think it's highlighted the fragmentation of the delivery system that we have. We need to make it simpler and more accessible to members.
Precisely. How do we do that? I mean,
Chair, I'm not the expert, but I can venture an answer.
Please do.
I do think the work that's been done already in South Africa and internationally about the coordination of care and about providers working in teams. And focusing on the patient as this center, or have a patient-centered approach. That could be a proposition going forward. But it needs real investment and stakeholders coming together to understand the difficult issues that need to be dealt with. It's not just, I believe, a South African problem. It was the Deloitte review. It was called the Operating Model and Governance Review.
Right. Now, have you commissioned a study which focuses primarily on how to address this problem that I'm outlining to you, this global problem?
Chair, through the work that Discovery Health does in terms of their relationships with providers and with health professionals and the structures that they have put in place to start this discussion going, I think there's been significant work done.
I understand that, but have you, as a scheme, commissioned a study which focuses on this, just like you did with regard to the one that you commissioned?
No, Chair, we haven't.
We haven't. Would you consider that?
Absolutely.
Is it due though? Is it not something that's long overdue though?
It could be. We'll take it into our strategic sessions for this game.
Yeah. I understand. Mr. Brumberg, I think it is, gave us a triangle of the kind of interest that you have to take into consideration, one of which is to look after the interest of your members and making sure that, one, they get the appropriate treatment, which is cost effective. Okay. And also to make sure that the monies that the members have pulled together are not unnecessarily spent, which therefore requires you to review perhaps each and every claim that you get. Okay. But that triggers the complaint by the doctors that sometimes you challenge what, in their best medical judgment, should not be challenged. And on the side of the members, they believe this leads to unnecessary delay. We were told by one of the stakeholders that in one case it led to about 7 months of a delay. How do you strike the balance between, on the one hand, ensuring that you safeguard the interest of the members by looking after their funds properly, but at the same time ensuring that the very business for which you were set up, that is ensuring access to healthcare services, that is afforded unimpeded? How do you strike that balance? Do you not want to go into the record, Mr. Van der Nest? Perhaps you should.
No, certainly. I was going to say to Mr. Streek, or did say to Mr. Streek, perhaps a good example is to give an example that pertains to oncology, which is always an acute issue and where one has new drugs which a doctor may wish to prescribe, but which haven't yet been fully tried and tested. And that gives rise to enormous expectations and funding debates and differences between the Oncology Association and the particular oncologist who says to the member, this is the treatment that you need. And the Oncology Association hasn't yet recognized that as protocol. And that is an issue that can be enormously costly and highly contentious and very distressing for a member who says, but my oncologist says you must take it. We are guided by the protocols of the Oncology Association, and they say, don't do it. So that's what I'm suggesting to Milton might be an example of that kind of situation. That can take a long time to resolve, and those drugs are often extremely expensive, but not yet, haven't been rubber stamped yet.
And this is not a field, I understand, where it is easy to get consensus. I mean, I'm reminded of a case that's occurred in the UK where there were approximately 9 experts, neurologists, who just couldn't agree on what was the appropriate treatment and the chances of recovery. One gave the other percentage, the other gave a less percentage, and the court was unable to decide which one to take. Do you make allowance for that?
We do, but it is a matter, and particularly with oncology, which has become, unfortunately, there is a very sharp increase in cancer in our society and elsewhere. And that problem arises frequently. And we are guided by what the Oncology Association says is the recognized protocol. That example that I've given you is a very real one that we encounter frequently. Not just in particular drugs, but in treatment protocols where there is a difference of opinion between a practitioner who may come and testify, and he may firmly believe that his treatment is the correct treatment, but his association disagrees with him. And what does one do with that? And those are very real problems, and they are precedent-setting problems, and they are very difficult to resolve.
And presumably in that scenario where you have your own expert telling you A and the other aspect telling you B, how do you resolve the case? Do you go to an independent one?
We have access to the Cleveland Clinic in the USA as a referral institute, and a particular clinic agrees with South Africa. So we search as widely as we can to get the best answers.
You are familiar with an interim relief concept in the legal profession.
Yeah. And in this case, we are applying interim relief. We are providing the treatment in the meanwhile, whilst that decision is pending. And we would not suspend the treatment or interrupt it. That's exactly what we're doing. until we get to some more certainty.
Okay, help. So what are you saying? Are you saying that if there is a dispute as to whether or not this is covered, you will continue with the treatment pending the final resolution of the matter? Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what we're doing, yes.
But do the officials understand that that's the case? Because from the information that we were given, it doesn't seem to be the case.
Chair, they would, in any system where one is dealing with 43 million claims a year, you will have miscommunications and you will have errors. But the process is such that those problems become known very quickly.
Yeah.
And if there is a miscommunication, it becomes known very quickly, particularly when you're concerned with medication, and particularly when you're concerned with life-threatening medications. Those problems come to the fore very quickly. Yeah. And although there may be an official who gets it wrong, in the real situations, those come to fruition and to that debate as to what one does rapidly.
But that's what you expect from the procedures in the office. But that's not what appears to be the case in practice. And all I'm asking you is, what mechanism can we put in place in order to ensure that we minimize the miscommunications that you've referred to? Because these miscommunications can at times be deadly.
We certainly take that into account, but it is also a matter of context and perspective. And I don't for a moment minimize that which individual persons have come to speak to the inquiry about. But those are individual instances in the greater number of the claims where the process and the systems and the triangle works. If it didn't work, we wouldn't have all the outcomes of it working. And so we would suggest, perhaps not say that it is the practice when one has individual cases where things may have gone wrong. Things do go wrong. But that's not the practice. The practice is that things go right. And the lesson to learn is from when things do go wrong, is what lessons do you learn from that? And if there are deficiencies in communication, then that should be fixed. But it's not the practice.
Mr. Fernandez, the issue is not whether it is a practice or whether it is an isolated incident. The issue is that things of that nature do occur. And all I'm asking, what can be done to prevent those isolated cases, which may very well result in the death of a member? It's not about the volume of those. It's about one incident. Because if one incident occurs, the probabilities are that it's likely to occur in future.
Chair, thank you. I think important that we have, as a medical scheme and our interaction with our service providers, and also with our administrator and managed care providers, have a fully functional clinical exceptions process, where these things can be highlighted immediately and then referred out to additional panels and specialists to advise and guide. It is not, as I said to Dr. Bengu as well, it is not a black and white issue that must be ruled on in a specific issue. It's about, there are exceptions here. We're dealing with a very complex environment. We're dealing with treatments and funding and patients and providers.
I understand that. Yeah. But it goes back to the proposition you advanced earlier on, and that is the scheme is for members. If it doesn't pay for members, what's the point? That's really the issue. I think it may be a complex, but shouldn't you constantly review your procedures to make sure that they address these problems as they come up. Now, you deal with a number of stakeholders. You deal with practitioners, you deal with brokers, administrators, members, you deal with regulators as well. Now, in your dealings with these stakeholders, is there something that strikes you as being inimical to the kind of service that you would want to offer to your members?
Chair, I think, and it's a very good question, we're dealing with a diverse set of stakeholders. How we look at it is, from a business practice perspective, is to do a risk assessment of the issues specific to the stakeholder, and then try and find a mechanism for resolution and for addressing the specific issues that emanate from specific stakeholders. That current process is quite an involved process. It involves understanding your stakeholders, the issues, looking at results from your administration environment, managed care environment, looking at issues that are presented before your board committees. And that all comes back to how we assess the different issues with the stakeholders. It's very difficult for me to say there is a golden thread that you can pull through each one of them, because they are so different. And they have different issues, and different issues that we need to look at. But that's what we do.
All I'm trying to find out is that in the context of that interaction, what it is that you would like to draw to our attention as being the kind of relationship or structure that undermines what you're there to provide. Of course, if there isn't any, you don't have to think about that.
It's really just understanding and giving guidance to our stakeholders what the relationship structures are and the channels of communication.
I looked at the list of your trustees. They all represent the sort of skill that you would want to tap on in order to run your business of providing healthcare services.
Correct.
They are professionals, right?
Correct.
Yeah. What about the ordinary person? What about that particular, the voice of an ordinary person who's not a professional, who has a problem that is very unique to those that are not professionals?
I think a very important component of the trustees could be it's being elected, so it is the people that are being elected. But
the board does have the power to nominate 2 additional members, doesn't it?
Correct, Chair.
Should they not use those powers perhaps to do that?
Definitely a good suggestion. We'll take it to the board for consideration.
You have 4,000 brokers?
Stand under correction. I think it's thereabouts or slightly more.
Yeah. And these are on your payroll?
In terms of the contractual arrangements, yes, they are.
Mm-hmm. Do you ever take a moment to assess how they perform in terms of what do they communicate to members?
Chair, as our normal kind of information flow and reporting structures that we have with Discovery Health, we get those reports and we insist on them in terms of the issues they experience, the training brokers receive, as well as we're not directly involved. So we rely on the outsourcing relationship with Discovery to assist us with managing the distribution channel. and we get a vast amount of information through our normal reporting structures on the performance of our brokers.
One of your critical, perhaps the most important role that you can play for members is to ensure that they have access to good quality healthcare services. Now, we were told yesterday that you do assess service providers to assess what quality they provide. You confirm that?
Through the managed care contracts?
Yes, indeed.
They
Yes.
are.
Yeah.
Correct.
And we were also told that the information that you have on service provider is not communicated to your members. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, how do you feel? I mean, as a principal officer of a medical scheme who firmly believes that the scheme is for the members, that such critical information that's vital to them is not communicated to them.
Chair, very difficult question to answer. I said a very difficult question to answer. I think in terms of our responsibility...
I mean, that's what you get paid for, don't you?
I guess so, Chair.
To answer this difficult question. Yes.
The relationship between the patient and the healthcare provider is also an important one. If there are any doubts between the member and the services he or she received from a healthcare provider, there is also an alternate channel to communicate dissatisfaction to the professional bodies. We at best, from a Discover Health Medical Scheme perspective, have profile data that we understand and are shared with us from the Discovery Health perspective. If there are any issues around fraud and abuse, and these are harsh words in our environment, that will go through a forensics process. And the outcomes of that, where members are involved, will be communicated that this specific provider is not paid directly.
I mean, you were here when Ms. Asante Shongwe told us about the services that he received from one hospital, and she immediately communicated that to you, and you undertook to fix that, to attend to the problem. Do you recall that?
Chair, I do recall that.
Now, if your members are able to draw to your attention hospital groups that do not perform to the standard that is expected of them, why is it that as a medical scheme, you do not do the same in relation to those service providers that you know do not perform to the kind of standard that is expected of them? But the question, if you find it too difficult.
Chair, I would prefer not to answer the question.
I understand. Do you want to answer that, Mr. Van der Nest?
Thank you, Chair. These are when one speaks of profiling, it's part of forensic investigation. And if there is, and unfortunately, in the community in which we live, there is far more fraud than we would like. And it is a significant drain on the resources of the scheme. So the reality is that the forensic department is a busy department in looking out and checking out for fraud. And if there is fraud, then those doctors are acted against. It's in that context of which one speaks of profiling. One is not speaking of profiling in the sense of ranking health providers to say Dr. A is a better surgeon than Dr. B, therefore you should go to Dr. B. It's not that. So profiling is in the context of fraud investigations. And we certainly would not wish our members to frequent those practitioners who do commit fraud. So it's in that context of which we're speaking. It's not in the context of a ranking. There was a time previously, I don't know if you...
But that's not the impression, Mr. Van der Ness, that we got from Mr. Bromberg, unless I'm wrong.
No,
we were made to understand that they do assess service providers to assess the quality of the services that these service providers provide, and that the result of those assessments are not communicated to members because of the relationship that you have with the service providers.
Let me give you an example of a contentious kind of profiling, which I had just begun saying. A number of years ago, there was a ranking of hospitals done by Discovery. And the hospitals were ranked on a number of metrics. And it became enormously contentious, and the hospitals were up in arms, and we had to finish it and stop doing it because of the difficulties that it caused. We get data from the hospitals, for example, that the length of stay for a knee operation in Hospital 1 is 5 days. The length of stay for a knee operation in Hospital 2 is 6 days. That gets analyzed into granular data. Where it features is that the negotiation that takes place on a tariff with Hospital A and Hospital B will say, but on knee operations and on the running of the surgical clock and the running of the anesthetics, you are more expensive than the other hospitals on a statistical basis. So is that a form of ranking? Yes, it is. And that was utilized some years back to say the top hospital for knee operations is X. The top hospital for hip operations is Y. And it caused such division and unhappiness at that level that, like I say, we didn't persist with that. But I don't understand the profiling to be to say that cardiothoracic surgeon A is a better cardiothoracic surgeon than surgeon B. And when we compile networks, which is what we deliver to many of our members, we would not put on a network a doctor who is, as a result of an investigation, a fraudulent doctor. That's what my understanding of profiling is. It is part of fraud investigations. It's not to rank quality A. Dr. A is better than Dr. B. And I would venture to suggest, Chair, that if we were to do that, the outcry that you would hear from a doctor who would say that I have been ranked below another doctor, and how dare Discovery affect my doctor-patient relationship by ranking me either better or worse, or ranking me at all. How dare they interfere in my doctor-patient relationship? So it's not a simple matter of say to a member, you should rather go to so-and-so. What we do is once a member is part of the network, we do effectively say, see Dr. A on your network because you can have a cost saving. But that's not saying that he's any better or any worse than Dr. B around the corner who isn't on the network.
I think you are talking about something totally different from what I'm trying to probe. I'm trying to probe the quality of the service. That's what I was probing with Mr. Bromberg yesterday, but I think you've said everything there was to be said on that point. We've come to the end of your presentation. Is there anything that you'd like to add to what you've been saying?
No, thank you, Chair.
Except when you asked Mr. Streek, I would like to add one thing. You said, is there one single thing that in the relationship, and it's maybe not a relationship thing, but the one single thing that stands out above all, and not minimizing anything else, is that for a scheme that prides itself on doing everything as cost efficiently and as in the interest of members as we do, it is iniquitous that you then have to have 25% of your reserves lying effectively almost in cash, when the risk to members is dramatically lower. We could reduce contributions, we could improve the service without having nearly 13 billion rand lying, as it were, idle for the greater part, and that the industry as a whole should not be subjected to a blanket capital basis of 25% when it doesn't reflect at all the risk of a particular scheme. And in effect, you get penalized for your success, because every new member that you take on, you have to run his medical care off 75 cents in the rand. 25 cents has to go into a reserve, and the drain and the squeeze it puts on a system where anyone you'll speak to, whether he be a provider or an administrator or anyone in this industry, no one will tell you that they are getting a tariff increase above CPI. Almost every provider will be at CPI minus. And the salaries of the people they pay go up at greater than CPI, and the surgicals they buy, the expenses they incur that are foreign exchange denominated, are way beyond that. So you have a massive amount of capital lying idle. You have increases in the industry as a broad perspective at CPI minus. And that difficulty, that strain that is going to come down the track. And it's not just simply a case of keeping medical inflation down. It is the system will crack because people will not be able to pay the increases in the salaries across the board.
The concern that others have also raised that emanates from the Medical Schemes Act. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah. Thank you. Is there anything else that?
Chair, just in terms of the regulatory issues, as I said, we will deal with that more fully in subsequent sessions.
Yes, that's what you said. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Well, thank you for taking time to come and talk to us. In particular, I want to thank the trustees who've also taken time to come and make sure that whatever you say is what they know to be happening within the scheme. And thank you for being here. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair.
The next presenter is going to be the Financial Intermediaries Association of Southern Africa. Are you here? Yeah? Yes. Excellent. Whilst you are sorting yourself out, can we take a 10-minute break? Would that be okay? Yes? Okay. Can we take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back? Yes, good afternoon. I think I must now have a recorded message which I can simply put in, which will, repeat the apology that I've been, giving about, since Tuesday, apologizing for the fact that we're running late, and thanking you for your patience. And now, this is the Financial Intermediaries Association of Southern Africa. Is that right? Yes. Yeah.
That's
okay.
correct.
I wonder if you could just indicate to us who you are, just for the record.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. My name is Buchi Tladi, and I'll be doing the presentation.
Yes.
With me are my two colleagues, also from the Financial Intermediaries Association.
Yes.
On my right-hand side is Gary Feldman, and on my left-hand side is Gregory Sesko.
When you are ready, you may proceed.
We can proceed. Thank you. As I said, good afternoon to the panel, and once more, thank you so much for the opportunity to participate in these public hearings. As mentioned, my name is Buchi Tladi. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the Health Exco for the Financial Intermediaries Association. In terms of the points for discussion for this afternoon, what we're hoping to do is give you an introduction to the Financial Intermediaries Association, the FIA, followed by what we believe to have been the thrust of our submission, then give an overview of choices available to consumers in the market and demonstrate the need for advice. We will then go into the role of brokers and activities included in the provision of broker services. Amongst the key issues raised is this need to understand how and who appoints brokers. So we will touch on that matter. And then the other issue that has come up in the discussions is this issue of conflict as it may arise in this relationship. So those are some of the things that we'll touch on. Then we will share our views in terms of the remuneration of brokers, focusing on the level of broker fees, provide some clarity as we understand in relation to the growth of broker fees in the last decade. We'd also wish to highlight as part of that conversation that not all that which is often said to be broker fees may in certain instances include other cost items, and just shed some light into that. Then we also wish for the panel to be aware of other regulatory developments relating to intermediaries, and in particular, touch on this issue of dual regulation of South African medical scheme brokers, then touch on the work that is unfolding in terms of the retail distribution review undertaken by the Financial Services Board. Then we will close by sharing some views in terms of the discussions relating to the notion of tied versus multi-tied versus independent brokers. Just in terms of who the FIA is, the FIA was established in 2008 as a merger of 3 organizations representing brokers. We firmly believe that the FIA is a professional and disciplined organization committed to improving and promoting the image of South Africa's risk and financial advisors. The FIA draws its membership from currently 2,100 brokerages, employing nearly 14,000 individual representatives or brokers within those businesses. Our membership has a mix of large corporate broker houses as well as medium and small brokerages. All of the members of the FIA obviously subscribe to the same regulatory framework, but we offer different services depending on the nature of the value proposition we put to our clients. As the FIA, we work tirelessly to improve the perception of intermediaries and promote the value of financial advice. We speak with a unified voice to stakeholders on all issues that affect intermediaries across the financial services landscape. Just to also emphasize that the FIA itself is a not-for-profit company. We boast an extensive national footprint of 26 branches across the country. The executive committees of the FIA are headed up by elected volunteers such as ourselves. In terms of the actual structure of the FIA, we have got an FIA board. Again, members of the board are voted you become a member for board through the votes through the branches. The executive committees themselves, there is 5 different committees, including the Healthcare Executive Committee, which we are members of. Last slide, in terms of the introduction to the FIA, the priorities of the organization is to continuously engage with regulators to ensure that there is a sustainable model for financial advice distribution, and very importantly, to provide the value of good financial advice and improve the image of intermediaries in the industry. Going into the thrust of our submission, what we hope to achieve by the end of this interaction with yourselves, Chair, is that to demonstrate that brokers play an important and necessary role in the distribution of products and offer valuable advice to consumers of private healthcare. That brokers are not the drivers of costs in private healthcare, and that broker fees in themselves are not a major cost item, that broker fees are one of few regulated and they are kept at certain levels, that there is healthy competition among brokers. The last Council for Medical Scheme report indicated that there is 2,207 broker organizations employing 8,573 brokers in those organizations. Brokers are appointed by members and serve the needs of those members.
Well, sorry, ma'am.
No problem.
We have a slide presentation here, which doesn't seem to be the same as the one that you are using at the moment. The figure of 2,207, the one that I have here doesn't have that. Is there a revised?
There certainly is, Judge.
Okay. How different is it from this one? Is it substantially different?
I would prefer to use the updated one if possible.
The latest one?
Yes, because we moved certain slides around just to ensure this good flow of the presentation. Thanks.
Are these available? Okay, very well. We will be provided with a revised version of your slides later on. But it's not substantially different.
No, it's just the flow and emphasis has changed.
Okay, very well.
Apologies for that. Moving on to a discussion about why we think there's need for advice in this market. What we have shared with you here is that any member of the public that wishes to join a medical scheme currently would have a choice of 24 different medical schemes that they can participate in. Between the 24 medical schemes, they offer 179 different options. Each of these options has different benefit structures as they relate to them. This wouldn't be in the slide, not in the back. Did they prefer? This slide is not in the last week's one. So each of these 179 options offers different levels of, if one looks at hospital benefits, they will differ in terms of the limits, in terms of the medical scheme rates of cover, bearing in mind that each of the 24 will have its own rate of cover, the networks that they make available to members, the exclusions, deductible, and so forth. Over and above that, when one looks at chronic illness benefits, over and above the 27 conditions that all schemes have to cover, they will differ in terms of formularies, in terms of limits, in terms of the networks that they use. Then over and above that, the complexity also is added on by day-to-day benefits. They differ in terms of the structure as well as the quantum of benefits that are made available to members. So what brokers do, among other things, and this is one that was shared by one of our members, they develop tools, skills and knowledge to guide this decision making. Later in the presentation, we will go through the exact detail of how they go about making or giving advice. But in essence, we're saying any member of the public will have a choice of 179 different options to choose from. What do we mean by broker services? The Medical Schemes Act primarily defines broker services to have two elements to them. Sometimes the debates on the value of services offered by brokers tend to get stuck on the first component of that. The medical schemes, correctly, as I said, defines two sets of focus areas for broker services: the introduction of members to a scheme, and then the provision of ongoing services. The introduction of a member to a scheme is a small part of services offered by a member. Many of our members within the FIA spend the majority of our time and efforts in the support of members to ensure that they access the benefits on the medical scheme. Another piece of legislation that determines broker services and has guided how brokers engage with is the Financial Advisory and Intermediary Services Act. In particular, the FACE General Code of Conduct. The code is applicable to clients both at an individual level or, as you may, contract at a company level. But I'll go into the details of what I mean by this individual and company level. We talked earlier on about how the Financial Intermediaries Association works tirelessly to ensure the professional image of a broker. The FACE Act plays a big role in this. All of us as intermediaries, including medical scheme brokers, are required to be fit and proper. And to be fit and proper to dispense advice in the South African context today, as it relates to financial products, on an annual basis, intermediaries or brokers have to ensure that they again review their honesty and integrity status. It's determined in terms of what informs the honesty and integrity status of a financial advisor. There are requirements relating to the competency and qualification before you can dispense advice. And the qualifications, for example, minimum qualifications are regulated and are recognized by the Financial Services Board. Additional requirements before you can act as a medical scheme broker is the requirement for experience. To the extent that you don't satisfy the fit and proper requirements on competency and experience, you have to work under supervision of somebody that is fit and proper. There's a need for continuous professional development that all medical scheme brokers have to adhere to. Then there's the issue of operational ability and requirements. Included is the need to be the need for financial soundness in terms of the brokerage itself, including the need to safeguard the records and personal information of the clients that we serve. So all of these are required and are monitored for, and we need to give feedback on an annual basis as part of the information we feed back to the Financial Services Board. The FACE General Code of Conduct, it's also very clear about what the requirements are for brokers to meet when you dispense advice or provide what is called intermediary services. And I'll go into the detail of that slightly so that we're all on the same page. Very clearly, whenever we meet with a client, there is a requirement that there's a comprehensive and professional introduction to the client. Each one of the intermediaries or brokers has a disclosure document. The template of that is also guided by the Financial Services Board. Among some of the information that is provided on that disclosure, would include obviously who you are, the organization that you work for, your qualifications, the categories and subcategories that you're licensed to advise on. It will also require you, where you receive more than 30% of your income from a specific service provider, to disclose that. That information is made available to a client at the first meeting. And subsequent to that, as and when you provide advice to a client, that information has to be disclosed. The Code of Conduct requires of us to enter into an agreement with the client, clarifying the service expectations. So bearing in mind, I'm talking about the agreement that we enter with the client. Over and above this, there's obviously agreements that we enter with the schemes that ultimately facilitate the payment of commission, but I'll get to that at a later time. And the regulator does this, the Financial Services Board has allocated inspectors. When they come to inspect our businesses, part of what they look for is this information and the documents or the contracts that we enter into with our clients. In that first meeting, the General Code of Conduct requires of us to gather client information and then conduct an analysis. Once that analysis is done, to go back and prepare a presentation to the client. And when should the client at that time decide that they want to enter into intermediary service, they wish to proceed with the advice that is being provided, then you enter into a process of providing intermediary services. The steps mentioned thus far may require numerous meetings, and obviously as part of that preparation to such meetings, there is a need to make commitments from a resource perspective in the form of time, travel, systems, and documentation processes, and so forth. At the end of all of this process, obviously one would then need to then submit a completed application form, if it's in the case of a medical scheme, through to the scheme for processing. Once that application form itself has been submitted, there's continuous follow-up to ensure that it is processed until that member is activated onto the scheme. 2 months later, once that membership has been activated, then commission is payable, and it is obviously based in terms of it is limited to the 3% to a maximum of 85 rand at this point in time. Must also make the panel aware that the average commissions that are payable per month in terms of the Council for Medical Scheme report is 51 rand. So member by member, 50 rand by 50 rand, a broker builds their book. And they also need to be aware that at any point in that relationship, that member has the right, and they do so, to terminate that relationship. So to the extent that quality service is not being provided to that member, they can terminate and then appoint another intermediary or another broker. Once the member has joined a scheme, brokers provide ongoing services. And these ongoing services include, among others, client requests, queries, instruction to make changes to their membership, complaints, and claims, depending on the service model that that particular intermediary uses. Brokers also offer services through the employers, and one of the slides that we've provided in that pack details the types of services that brokers offer at the different levels. So we start, for example, focusing on what brokers offer to the employers, and then I will touch on what services then ultimately get delivered to their members. For employers, in terms of the consulting advice, what is generally offered is, or as a start of that, it is the conducting of a comprehensive corporate needs analysis, which is about the holistic understanding of the health risk of their organization. Then we move on to often develop and implement a healthcare strategy. By this, among others, we mean articulation of what the employer's aspirations are in relation to the benefits that they want to provide and the health status of their own employees within that. Brokers then often provide industry developments and trends to that employer to ensure that there's a continuous monitoring of whichever strategy has been put in place. On an annual basis, many employers will require a comprehensive market review. The market review is a comparison of medical schemes, health insurance products, and sometimes employee assistance programs as may be required by an employer. All of these are done to determine if the employer continues to offer the most appropriate scheme or combination of schemes for their employees. Bearing in mind that any employer that decides to grant access to a medical scheme through their employment is required or makes certain commitments in terms of resources to manage that benefit. Therefore, often brokers provide operational support to ensure that these benefits are managed accordingly within that employer base. Included in the operational support available to employers, it is, for example, the enrollment of new members, administration insofar as relates to additions and terminations of people on the payroll, billing and reconciliation services. Just in terms of billings and reconciliations, these can get very complex. They can get very complex, and in fact, many brokerages make significant investment in tools to better manage the reconciliation of contributions versus what is deducted from payrolls. Increasingly, employers are often invited to industry seminars to engage in discussions and ensure that they receive thought leadership in relation to the benefits that they make available to their employees. Increasingly, employers are getting involved or becoming more concerned about the well-being of their employees. And to this, in relation to this, brokers often assist in, for example, the development of policies, be they relate to HIV and AIDS or any other condition that may be of concern to the employer. The need to ensure that the health status of organization is understood is often measured through absenteeism rates of that. So many brokers also offer absenteeism management services, wellness days again to assess the health status of organization. And as I said, brokers manage wellness days within the basis that they operate in. Then moving on to member services themselves. What services are available to members that where, for example, an employer has appointed a broker? For members, it starts, for example, with induction training. Beginning of every month, brokers run induction sessions, and in those sessions, one of the first things that they talk about is disclosures. It talks about how we get appointed to that employer group. It talks about literally the same type of disclosures that are mentioned, that when you engage with individuals, this is the type of disclosures that get mentioned in any of the induction sessions. Over and above that, there are help desk sessions that are offered to members. There's a lot of activity that relates to advice at year end and the benefit options that are available to members. Once you're on the scheme, there's changes that need to be made. On-site support is made available. So over and above the call centers that members can access, brokers are on-site supporting members' needs on the ground. Activation, dependent changes, all of that happens. Often there is a need to provide information that is not generic, information that is specific to a certain group of members or certain employees. Some of that information is often collated in internet sites that are specifically developed to deal with the unique needs of that employer group. What this, for example, will entail is a site where all of the policy, subsidy policy issues are hosted, as well as who is eligible for membership. Any unique arrangement that the employer may have in place is then housed on that one portal. We also offer a lot of comparisons, from rate calculators to benefit comparisons, and tools to help members navigate what the most appropriate plan may be, should they not, for example, be in touch with any of us, or should they want to do it in their own time. There's also, we get involved quite a lot in terms of general and escalated queries. Those are handled on site or through the service teams or call centers that brokers may have operating. Member communication is a big part of services that are offered. Here again, the communication that is done complements that which a scheme may issue. It is customized and often it's made available in different languages, languages that a scheme may not necessarily communicate in. And again, where there's multiple schemes in a certain environment, it ensures that there's consistency in terms of the information that is disseminated to members of different schemes. There's also health hints and information as to how to best access the benefits that you have on your medical scheme. So on this one slide, we've tried to share with you the broad types of services that are available and offered by medical scheme brokers. Very important time of the year, particularly as it relates to the dispensing of advice, is the year-end process. Once a scheme launches, it increases to its benefits and rates for the new year. Many of us go on the road to talk to our members. The starting point is again to emphasize what the changes have been and how it impacts on that specific member. We issue detailed newsletters on the changes, and as I said, often what happens is that schemes tend to focus more on the changes without necessarily unpacking them to an individual level. So these are customized communication that is made available to the members depending on their needs as we understand them. Over and above that, we do cost analysis that unpacks the changes as they pertain to a certain member. So, for example, in here we will unpack that the headline increase may have been 9%. However, the actual impact on you is this much, and the reason why yours may be different from what has been communicated is as a result of this. So all of that is unpacked in specific and customized communication prepared by brokers. We then go onto the road and we do group presentations, we do help desk sessions, brochures, letters, posters, and as I said, all of these are often requested in different languages. And as I said, information is also available not just through the scheme sites, but through the various sites that brokers may develop. Then the facilitation option changes. Again, the important issue here is in the provision of those intermediary services. Once a member has made a choice, we ensure that that option change has been received by the administrator, it has been processed, and it is ready for implementation in the beginning of the new year. Because failure to do that often means that a member has to wait until the next year, because they often can only change options 1 January of the year. What I've shared with you there is a sample of a needs analysis and record of advice. In each of the interactions that we have when we meet with clients at an individual level is a record of advice. This record, as I said, whenever we have an inspection, the FSB our inspectors would want to know how many of those were done, with whom they were done with. So all of this has to be kept. So each interaction, for example, especially when giving advice, we will get the details of that particular individual. We will go into their needs as they relate to hospital cover, prescribed minimum benefits, how much they anticipate they will need in terms of cover. Once all of that information has been gathered, then obviously you then make recommendations. We also need to give reasons as to why the recommendations was made. What else was taken into account in making that decision? Should, for example, the recommendation be that a person changes an option or even a scheme, there is another record that needs to be kept, and that, as I said, in terms of the Act, and that details exactly what the person is losing in their existing option and what they are gaining in the new scheme that they are moving to. The process of changing options or schemes is in itself very involved and onerous, and it is not one that is done easily by any broker. Just making sure. If a change is considered at a corporate level, at a company level, the process is similar. Slightly different in that, again, it will involve a comprehensive market review, looking into the demographic profile of the membership, subsidy policy. It will have to detail exactly which options were considered in the market, which schemes were considered, to the extent that certain schemes were eliminated, why they were eliminated from that process, underwriting decisions that were obtained from the various schemes. Then we do a benefit and contribution comparison. And over and above all of those factors, the issues that brokers often look at, it is issues relating to the governance of the scheme, the efficiency of the administration, the risk management approach, and so forth. So all of that information is put together in a report that is presented to the employer to enable informed decision-making process. The most appropriate solution for a client does not always lie within the medical scheme environment. So brokers often find solutions in health insurance products or other primary health products as may be appropriate, and the advice process in this case is very similar to that which I've explained. Even though it's a gap product that costs 100 Rand, the process is still the same. To the extent that there's a financial needs analysis that must be done, disclosure documents have to be provided, and advice of record must be kept. The product replacement document must be kept as well. And all of this, there's actual requirements in terms of what needs to happen to keep that record. In terms of this record, the broker keeps a copy and a member keeps a copy. That is what the law requires. Many brokers are currently hard at work preparing for the implementation of the Twin Peaks model, which will codify the treating customers fairly. The FIA and its members embrace TCF and are, as I mentioned, are hard at work putting together processes and evidence to ensure full compliance. The outcomes of TCF will demand that we ensure and prove that we have got a culture of fairness within the organizations that we within our businesses, ensure that the design of products is suitable for the market, particularly where we package solutions, to ensure that those products are suitable, that the marketing and distribution of the product is appropriate to the markets that it's made available to, that advice is appropriate, that the product perform as expected by members. Another big focus is the management of complaints as may be received from members. TCF is obviously not just about brokers, but involves our schemes as well as other product suppliers. In preparation for this presentation, we went into our members and asked them to share with us recent examples of broker intervention on behalf of clients. Some of the ones that we wish to share with the panel was an example of a client that appointed a broker to resolve their billing issues. In that, the broker ensured that there was a successful refund of 1.5 million that went back to employees of a particular company. There was another case where a PMB claim had been rejected by a scheme and was successfully challenged with the assistance of a broker, and 43,500 was paid. Another member of the FIA shared an example where a triple heart bypass costing 52,000 was not covered, and that fight in itself took 3 months to finally resolve that issue. Another case where the scheme refused payment despite legal opinion. It is one of our members that has a legal team that they employ to support their services. In this case, I was ultimately elevated to the Council for Medical Scheme, and it was ruled in the member's favor, and 168,000 was paid. There's also other simple queries that we deal with on a daily basis in the assistance of members. In this case, for example, it was a chronic illness benefit that had been paid from, or chronic medication that had been paid from a wrong category of benefits, and that ensured that the member, or as a result of that, the member was running out of savings. Correcting that ensured that the member has a bigger savings account and are not left without cover. These were just one of the many examples of successful interventions. Then moving on to give insight into who actually appoints brokers or who can appoint a broker. Looking through the Medical Schemes Act, neither the broker or the act or regulation indicate that it does not clearly stipulate in there who can appoint. However, in the case of employer group, it is often the appointment of a broker is often linked to a contract of employment. Some employers, however, decide not to get involved and they leave the choice of a broker to an individual member. The Act itself does not prescribe who can appoint a broker. What the Act prescribes, however, is who can pay broker fees. Very clearly that a medical scheme, member or employer can pay broker fees. Regulation 28 records that a medical scheme must immediately stop paying a broker if it is informed by the member or employer, as may be appropriate, that the service of a particular broker are no longer required. So it's very clear who can pay broker fees. It is also very clear that who can terminate a broker appointment. In practice, there is certainly no obligation on the part of any employer or individual member to appoint a broker. In fact, most medical schemes allow members to join directly. An applicant can join the medical scheme without the involvement of a broker. Where a broker is appointed, the only people who can appoint are a member and an employer. The conditions of employment or individual employer strategy often guides who has the authority to appoint. It is also very clear, and it's not accepted by any of the schemes, that a scheme cannot appoint a broker. A trade union, for example, cannot appoint a broker. There is no reduction in cost if a member chooses to join a medical scheme directly and not go through the broker. This is similar to all other benefits and services provided by the medical schemes. Just to confirm that the regulations very clearly stipulate the levels of commissions that are payable. And also to emphasize that, or just to again confirm that it is 3% of total contributions up to a maximum amount, and that amount is currently, I think, 85 Rand. Brokers get paid similar levels of commission regardless of the scheme chosen or selected by the member. Brokers are not influenced by medical scheme commission in the selection of schemes for clients. And even where loyalty programs may be linked to the similar administrator to a scheme, what we know is that in the market there are other loyalty programs that are not necessarily linked to a scheme. So if these are found to be important in the needs analysis with a member, they can be sourced independently. The Council for Medical Schemes annual report gives a figure in terms of how much is payable to brokers. What we need to be aware of is that in this amount, it includes scheme advertising and marketing fees in that number. The average broker fees in terms of the report was 51 Rand per member per month. Total broker fees, as reported on, add up to 1.8% of open medical scheme gross contribution income and 1.1% when one considers all schemes, bearing in mind that some restricted medical schemes also pay commission. Broker commission is only payable subject to the broker receiving no other direct or indirect payment, unless otherwise agreed with the client, member, or the employer. Schemes cannot pay directly or indirectly additional fees to brokers. To the extent that there may be allegation of this happening, our view as the FIA is very clear, is that the regulator needs to step in and regulate and deal with some of those issues. There were also concerns raised about the growth in broker fees in the last decade or so. What we wish to bring to the attention of the panel, if one looks at the year of 2000 and we compare 2000 to 2013, we had 6.7 million beneficiaries within medical scheme. That grew to 8.8 million beneficiaries. We had 144 medical schemes. That reduced to 87 medical schemes. What we experienced was obviously consolidation of the market. If one looks in terms of the average size of a scheme, in 2000 the average size was 47,000 beneficiaries. When one looks at 2013, the average size of a beneficiary is 101,000. But what is more pertinent to the question at hand is how or where this consolidation happened into. What we share with you is a market share between the various providers in the market. What I wish to draw to your attention is the portion in grey. In 2001, or let's just start in the center there. In 2001, the Discovery Medical Scheme in grey there made up 16% of the entire market in terms of its market share. 54% was all other medical schemes, open medical schemes, and 30% was the restricted medical schemes. If one then moves on to 2006, Discovery is now 27% of the market. All other open medical schemes make up 43% of the market. Other restricted schemes make up 28%, and we see there the introduction of GEMS, the Government Employees Medical Schemes, at 2%. You cast your eyes to 2011 and then 2014, where we are now. How the market share has changed. Discovery is now 31% of the market. All other open medical schemes are 27% of the market. Restricted schemes now 24%, and GEMS is 18%. Why this is so relevant to us? If you look on we've shown you another grey block with some scheme names there. And what we're saying is that those schemes, Altron, EFROX, PG Bison, NAMPEC, EDCON, AfriSem, UMED, Anglo Gold, all of those schemes moved or amalgamated into the Discovery Health Medical Scheme. So they moved from an environment where they were restricted, distributed differently, amalgamated into Discovery as an open scheme that pays broker commissions. So I'm just saying that although the market consolidated, we need to bear in mind that the consolidation happened in a way that schemes moved from an environment where their distribution costs were different to a Discovery that paid that. Bearing in mind that a decision to amalgamate in itself would have taken into account the benefit cost analysis. So what each of those schemes would have done, hopefully, is to find better value within a Discovery, even though they would now pay broker fees. Currently, the duties and the conduct of medical scheme brokers is stipulated and regulated in terms of the FACE Act. However, the remuneration of brokers is dealt with in the Medical Schemes Act. What we have is a dual of regulation of medical scheme brokers, and often this leads to confusion because the two regulators often have different views on how to approach issues. This is even more evident when disputes arise or whether there are complaints. Just also, while I'm talking about complaints, just to highlight the fact that I think in the last Council's report that was issued, there probably were 3 complaints that came through in terms of 3 complaints relating to brokers out of a total of 5,491. In a meeting with the Council for Medical Schemes, we shared our views as the FIA in terms of how we believe that regulation should happen going forward. And obviously, they then informed us at the time that they had not yet formulated a view, but those conversations continue between with the two regulators. What is of interest is that in terms of the Medical Schemes Act and the sanctions that are made that are available through that act, they are quite severe and extreme in their nature. That's often difficult, I think, for council to apply. I mean, the only sanctions that are made available through the Medical Schemes Act is a suspension or withdrawal of a license. So very severe and thus taken very seriously by brokers in that.
You do offer financial products, services, don't you?
Brokers offer advice relating to financial products.
Right.
That's correct.
Yes. Now, and that's probably the reason why you would fall under the financial.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
The real question, I mean, your concern is really how to harmonize the regulation of the brokers to the extent that they fall under two different statutes.
Correct.
Yes.
The current environment, or the Medical Schemes Act, came into being of 1998, and then some of the provision came into effect in 2000. And it is at that time that the rate of broker fees were determined and set. Subsequent to that, there have obviously been development of legislation to further improve the environment, the regulatory environment, in the interest of members. What this has done is obviously heightened the need for compliance within brokers and brokerages that they may represent. And as a result of that, and as part of this dual regulation, medical scheme brokers pay annual FSP levies. They also pay to be accredited by the Council for Medical Scheme. This is done at both an organizational level as well as an individual level. Brokers have to attain relevant qualifications, and they have to continuously keep abreast of developments through continuous professional development. All of the brokerages have to have a compliance officer. They have to ensure that there's good record keeping, and as mentioned earlier on, entrench the notion and the culture of treating customers fairly. All of that embraced by the FIA and its members in its approach. The primary objectives of the retail distribution review are supported by the FIA. And the purpose of RDR is to effectively seek to ensure that remuneration models are aligned to achieving the TCF outcomes. Interestingly, in terms of medical scheme commissions themselves, we already achieve some of those to the extent that we really do not have upfront commission, but rather have ongoing commissions. That commissions are only paid once contributions have been received by the scheme, and that they are regulated to the given maximums that we talked about. The RDR process, which we are a part of, spends quite a bit of time focusing on the notion of conflict as it may arise. In that space, part of the definition that we working with is one that says how independent is an advisor in making a recommendation to the client. To the extent that they are not able to do so, there certainly is conflict, and what may preclude them from doing so. So in understanding that, among others, for example, we said, is there an employment contract? Are there targets that they need to meet? Is there ownership? Is there any other restriction to the distribution of different products and so forth? And the notion there is to say that in accepting that conflict may arise, what are the various scenarios that could create this conflict, and what are the controls that need to be in place to better manage the conflict where it arises? The other issue that is being dealt with in terms of this RDR discussions is a notion of a tied versus a multi-tied and independent broker. As recently as November 2015, the FSB itself has indicated that we probably need further debate and clarification on this notion. As a FIA, we're not necessarily convinced that the distinction between tied, multi-tied, and independent would necessarily serve the intended purpose, which aims to clarify the roles and responsibilities. What we, however, wish to caution against in this debate is that if medical scheme brokers are forced to select a single model, particularly the tied model, the biggest schemes may be favored, which could lead to the demise of smaller schemes and compromise competition. Our view very clearly is that what needs to be provided is sufficient disclosure to ensure that all our clients understand where we fit in, who we represent, and manage that conflict through some of those controls. In conclusion, Chair, we hope that we've given some insight into the role of medical scheme brokers in the industry. We hope to have shared with you the professional requirements that medical scheme brokers have to adhere to. We hope to have shared with you our insight as to why we believe that we're not the cost drivers in the environment. There is certainly a vibrant and healthy competition among brokers. The environment in itself is complex, and the ability to access professional services at affordable rates must be protected. Our view very clearly is that advice should not be the preserve of affluent consumers, but rather it should be available to all members of a medical scheme, regardless of their economic status. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for the presentation. Do your colleagues want to add something to what you have said? Yeah. The last bullet. Advice should not be the preserve of the affluent consumer. How does one achieve that?
Part of the views that have been shared is one that says that shouldn't, particularly when one considers this notion of an independent broker, shouldn't members who wish to use the services pay for them directly, or pay them as and when they require them, as opposed to building them into the contributions that are payable? Our view is one that says if we follow that model, chances are, if one looks at the type, or if one looks in terms of the charge rates that apply to financial advisors, it will be costly. And when one looks at where the growth is coming from and where we see the greatest need for advice, particularly at the entry products, the most affordable products, we worry that such consumers will not necessarily have the ability to pay charge-out rates that financial advisors will charge.
Are you suggesting that at the moment your services are only limited to affluent consumers?
At the moment, our services are available to all members. They are available because there's maximum cross-subsidy within medical schemes. Chair, if I may just draw to your attention, if you, for example, take the most affordable medical scheme option in the market, it could come in at about 500 Rand. The advice process is very similar as I've regarded, the advice process is the advice process. The commission that is earned on that product, for example, is 15 Rand. However, we know that the service that was delivered costs far more than that. There is a need for greater education at that level. There's a need for greater support in the actual intermediary services itself, in explaining the process and so forth. So what I'm suggesting, Chair, is that such a member that can only afford to pay 500 Rand for a medical scheme it is highly unlikely that they will pay 1,000 rand to access advice to ensure that they are on the right plan. So if broker commissions or advice services are stripped out of that which is available through the cross-subsidy, it becomes difficult. It is only people that can afford that will be able to access it.
Yes, I understand. You have your finger on the button. Do you want to press it?
No, Chairman, my colleague did address the...
You're just ready to shoot if necessary. I understand. Yes. We will put questions to you. We will start with my colleague.
Thank you very much for your clear presentation. Thanks. Within the first 5 slides, I noted that you mentioned 3 times the need to improve and promote the image of the broker. Is the image that bad? And why is that?
Dr. van Gent, just from, I think, what we heard from several people appearing before the panel, the individuals, amongst what is a greater grouping of people out there, we could parade numerous members in front of the panel that will testify to the value of the broker. And I think it's an easy target for everybody out there to take a swing at, and hence our presentation here today, because I think that the panel needed to be aware, and certainly it's a public hearing as to the amount of work that is actually performed by healthcare intermediaries.
I suppose the question really is, why are you the easy target?
I think we the soft target, and yet, as my colleague referred to earlier, out of 5,500 complaints to the Council for Medical Schemes, only 3 were about brokers. And I think if somebody's looking to save money, there's this perception that there's this huge amount of money out there earned by brokers, where in fact the Genesis report prepared for the health market inquiry, plus what is actually available, the actual stats available through annual reports through the Council for Medical Schemes, shows a different picture.
Yes, thank you very much. And it's not a semantic issue. I'm really interested, because I do think that if you state to us that we work tirelessly to improve perceptions of intermediaries and promote the value of financial services, and furthermore, FAI's priorities are improve the image of the industry via pro-broker campaigns. That priority has not been formulated since the inquiry started, did it?
The programs of the FIA are continuous. As I said, we work throughout 26 branches across the country, and we work hard to try and improve that image. Is there a need for more work? I think there is need for more work. It's not where we want it to be.
But why, I think what the chair and I would like to find out is, why is the image? Is there ground for that image in the way you have functioned in the past or function?
We actually spend a bit of time also trying to unpack that. And among the colleagues here, among questions that we're asking ourselves, is that when you survey your own members, what type of feedback do we get? And we get really good feedback in terms of those. Part of the reason that perhaps you may shed some light into this is that there are 8,500 of brokers in the market, and each one of us has a different service model and a different business. And I would want to believe that there are very good brokers and there are brokers that are not as good. And perhaps we need to better understand where the mean is in that.
That's right.
Is that perception perhaps that brokers tend to get people to join insurance or this other organization at all costs?
Mr. Chairman, I do think that that perception does exist in certain market segments. I do believe as well that the perception that exists, and I think my colleague addressed that, is that there's a perception that you make a lot of money up front and that you don't care what happens subsequently. And those are the perceptions that we are there to address and show the person that the value for money is appointing a broker and engaging with your broker, because at the end of the day, the broker represents you, and we can see some of the successes we've had taking on medical schemes right through from the biggest medical scheme to the small medical scheme. If we believe that our client is right, we will fight for the client, because at the end of the day, we are paid indirectly by the contribution that the client's paying to the medical scheme.
Thank you. We in the submission that we received up to now, both the written submissions and also the oral, one of the written submissions, even a background report for this inquiry, alludes to the model as a fundamentally flawed model, in the sense that the model stimulates private. I'm talking about the private consumer, not the employer's model. The private consumer to enter through the brokerage system, because as you explained to me, I didn't know that. But even so, if you decide consciously not to enter through the brokerage system, then the brokerage fees is not deducted from your monthly. So we can safely say that the system or the model that is in place stimulates consumers to use the brokerage system, to enter the system with a financial stimulus of roughly 3%. But then, on the other hand, the consumer entering the system does not pay itself. The scheme pays. A scheme like Discovery that we discussed today commands 2.7 million people and is enormously important to any broker, I think. So it's hard for an innocent consumer to see that if the broker has to choose amongst the interests of the patient that is having a problem with its scheme and the scheme's interest, representing 2.7 million lives, that it would oppose the interest of the scheme. Maybe that is part of the explanation as well.
Yes, Dr. van Gent, I think one of the presenters yesterday referred to being a Mercedes versus a Volkswagen, but at the end of the day, there's a need for a Volkswagen for some people as well. So bearing in mind that the Commission is regulated, that to me it doesn't matter if I put the member with Scheme A or Scheme B, as long as the member is getting the best value for money, because depending on his or her personal circumstances, a different scheme to Discovery might be a better solution. And I think from that perspective is the role that the advisor needs to play, or the broker needs to play, is to ensure that the member is going to the scheme that's most suitable. And then once you've identified the scheme is the most suitable option within that scheme.
Can a scheme shut you out from services? Can a scheme say, well, I don't want to work through broker A, B, C, or D?
Yes. Sorry, Greg.
If I may, Dr. van Gent, contained in the TCF proposals, 55 proposals as put forward in the retail distribution review, that is very specifically addressed by the Financial Services Board, that although they understand that there would be commercial contracts between intermediaries, being there whether they're brokers or agents, and the scheme, that it would be frowned upon. They would not interfere or prescribe whether an agent or a broker or intermediary wants to cancel his contract with a service provider or vice versa, but they will insist that the broker or the intermediary concerned is still entitled to service the existing clients with the scheme and be paid accordingly as per the relevant legislation.
So it would be frowned upon if a scheme would decide to stop the contract with you.
And would warrant investigation by the FSB. The part of the proposal going forward now is that essentially that will not be allowed to happen, in that if the contract is terminated, the intermediary will still be able to service the existing clients with that concern and be remunerated accordingly.
Yes, I understand. I know of some international research where different models have been compared, where the consumer pays or where the company pays, and there is a difference in the type of advice that the consumer receives, depending on who pays the advice, and it's absolutely logical in a sense, and that might also explain some of the suspicions that we have encountered in submissions, oral and written submissions. Would you, in principle, I thought you talked about the model, would you, in principle, be against a model where, in principle, the patient, the private member pays for its own bill by entering a contract with a scheme, so it pays your bill, not the broker, not the scheme, but the member, prospective member pays the bill and pays also subsequent costs if he or she likes to have the service after that, entering into the industry. Would you in principle be against that model?
I would worry about an approach such as that. Where does it stop, Doctor? For example, if, as I said earlier on, a member then, there's another groundswell, for example, against technology costs, and a member then wishes to not, because they don't have access to technology, they don't use that. Why must they pay for it? They don't want it. They don't have any need to go onto the internet or do any of that. Another one that just comes to mind is a member that says, I don't want cover with outside of the borders of South Africa. I'm just using as an example. Why must I pay for it? I never travel. Yeah. So where do we stop? We introduce another rate table and another rate table and another. All I'm saying is that built into our current environment is this need or it is this notion that there is social solidarity. There are benefits that members of a scheme get access to. One of those, for now, happens to be advice and ongoing support.
I don't think we're on the same on the same page of the book.
Sorry
my proposition was let's presume that we'll change the model that is now where the scheme primarily pays for your costs. Let's have that. Let's change that in the prospective member of the scheme pays her or himself for that bill. So there's no interference. So he pays for the services that you give to him or her, and that's it.
Dr. van Gent, with all the financial products available out there and governed, there is a provision for advisors to be paid directly by consumers, or alternatively for the commission to be collected by the product provider and paid across to the intermediary, which is the current scenario. I think maybe what
I'm proposing a different scenario.
It would be the demise outside of possibly corporate brokers. Individual brokers wouldn't be able to survive on that model. They don't have the infrastructure to set up debit orders, to collect fees, collections departments, etc. Their focus is providing advice. The model works where there might be a perception that if the client goes directly to the scheme, he should possibly get a discount. Although schemes will tell you, open schemes will tell you, that it will cost them more to distribute directly from the scheme, to provide that advice to the client, to get that application done, to get all the supporting documentation, to get it on board, to get that activated, to get the membership cards to the member, to get the car stickers to him. It would be more expensive. I'm not saying it would be. That there might be cases where the scheme is able to give a discount to the member. Yes. And I'm pro-choice, so I'm quite confident that if a member wanted to go directly to the scheme and didn't want to use a broker, he should be allowed to do so. And if he should be entitled to a discount because it is cheaper, if they can do it cheaper, that should be available.
So can I wrap it up? Your answer, you have no principles, problems with that model. There are a number of more practical issues that you see arising for that model, but there's no principle problem with that model.
There's no principle. The only principle that I believe we would have, not I would have, is that we would not believe that one model should be prejudiced by the implementation of another one. That both should be available.
At the moment, the law does give a member the option, doesn't it? Because you can either be paid directly or indirectly by the scheme or by a member. I think that's what section 65 5 says. Is that right?
What happens is that the member has the option to pay over and above the broker fees. You can pay directly for advice over and above that which is included in the contributions.
Yeah. Are you saying that the members pay double then?
They don't.
Do they know that? That they are not obliged to pay you over and above what the contribution?
It is. I have not come across cases where that happens, but there's a provision that allows for it.
I beg your pardon?
I have not come across cases where that happens, but there is a provision that makes it possible for people to pay over and above broker fees.
Yeah. Well, I've never applied my mind to this provision of the Act, but all that it says is that a broker may not be directly or indirectly compensated for providing broker services by any person other than A, medical scheme, B, a member or prospective member, or C, a broker employing such broker. I mean, I've never applied my mind to this provision. I don't know whether you have. Maybe you can tell us what it means.
Mr. Chairman, I think, as Ms. Lally said, is that there is a provision that some broker may charge his or her client an additional service fee over and above the standard 3% broker commission. That is what that provision makes provision for.
Let's leave this subject. Thank you very much. I've got a second subject, and then I'll leave it alone. Maybe you were there when I asked Mr. Streek of the Discovery Health Medical Scheme, when he referred to an Ernst & Young, I think, or Deloitte report, and he referred to 5 criteria against which he was measured, or his scheme was measured, against the top 13 competing schemes, and he mentioned all the criteria, and none of them was relating to service. And the appreciation of the consumers or the members of Discovery of its services. I put that to him, and he said, "No, but we have 4,000 brokers." That was his answer, suggesting, of course, that you were perfectly able to advise your the people that come to you about the performance, the service of these schemes. Now you are, of course, very much aware, and I know you presented that to us, aware of all these, 179 options, and what the benefits are, the costs are, et cetera, and how they relate. It must be a quite complex model to design. But I'm not aware of you are publishing yearly surveys on how these 179 schemes in practice perform on, I don't know, 20 variables in practice, how they really perform, how consumers or consumer surveys reveal what is actually going on the ground. That's one. That's I'm not aware. Maybe you are aware, and you can tell me that you do that. And secondly, if you first answer this question, please.
Dr. van Gent, as far as the survey is concerned, no, there's no official survey other than the Council of Medical Schemes report, which reflects the performance of each one of the 179 options. Yeah. But as far as the options that are working better or worse for the client is at the end of the day, is the surveys that we do amongst our clients and the satisfaction that you see from clients on certain options and on certain schemes versus others. And I think that gives us a guideline as to which schemes are performing. And when we do our annual research with all the medical schemes, we do research regarding their call centers and their administration. How long does it take to issue a new membership card on average? How long does it take to solve a query? And those are the kind of things that we as advisors do with the medical schemes to make sure that the standards that they are advertising or proclaiming to achieve is achieved, and we can then pass that on to the benefit of our members.
Yeah, okay. So that is sort of what you do, is you get yourself an opinion on the structure of the advice, the structure of the organization, etc. But you're not do any research in what actually, after the structure. You can have a very nice structure. You can have 5 coffee bars here in the ICC, but you can sell terrible coffee in these bars. The bars are all right, but the coffee is bad. And that can be the case for schemes as well, of course. The actual service on the ground, and we've had a number of stories that indicated that there is quite a difference between the schemes and their options if you compare them on actual work being done, an actual representation of consumers and beneficiaries' interests. But you don't know that, do you? You don't have a structured model of research into that.
Doctor, what the FIA at an industry level does not do that.
That's right.
But as part of the advice process, one of the indicators that are often looked at, especially when you're advising on large groups, is the administration capability. And within that, among others, especially if you work in an environment where you work with multiple schemes, within the service centers that exist within brokerages, within that we monitor, among others, the turnaround times in terms of application forms. Right, yeah. We measure how long it takes for them to resolve queries. Yeah. We measure the complaints that are coming through and the response that has come through from the scheme. So it is done not at an industry level, and there is no set template in terms of what the measures are. But within the individual brokerages, some do get involved in that.
So actually it's sort of comparable to, if I want to buy a car, I go to Kia or to Toyota or whatever, and then I get the full official picture. That's the same picture I would get from you. But to get the real picture behind the beautiful tables and photos and happy families, actually Mr. CTICC was wrong. He shouldn't have told me that. My brokers know that. He maybe should have pointed the other way, and maybe the Discovery administrator knows more about that. But it's not you that does that. Present that to the consumer.
Well, yeah, I think Dr. van Gent, it's not as cold and clinical as that, because from a broker perspective, I don't want to sell you a Kia when it's going to give you endless problems.
That's right.
Because it's just going to it's going to generate more work for me. So I'm trying to look at the options and the medical schemes that are going to give you the best value for money and the best administration. Yes.
Yes.
and the least hassle for you as a member and for me as
Yes,
a
but
broker.
for that you compare the brochures, the information that you get. Now I think I've got the picture. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is with regards to the ongoing support that you provide to members of medical schemes. Can you tell us what is the process that you undertake to provide ongoing support?
Often in terms of the service level, firstly, we will enter into service level agreements with clients. And over and above the legal clauses that may be included in that is a year planner. And a year planner outlines exactly what happens and when it's going to happen. Just to give you a sense, on some of the services that get delivered in the first quarter of any year, is literally a discussion about feedback on what transpired in the previous year. What are the plans? What is the strategy in terms of the year ahead? Because remember, medical scheme year runs from January to December, so it's short-term in its approach and it has to continuously be reviewed. So you look at that. Again, you look at when do we do a comprehensive market review? So I'm talking at a corporate level. So those are some of the things that get done. When do you communicate? How often do you communicate? And so forth. At an individual member level, again, there's a year planner. Ongoing services, generally speaking, over and above the communication that happens as a standard, what typically happens is that members contact brokers whenever they encounter problems. So they'll phone in and we handle what is typically known as escalated queries within that, engage with that, escalate it to the levels that they need to be, if not resolved immediately, and so forth. What am I missing?
So you don't approach them after a year and say, I'm your appointed broker, these are the changes, and you wait for them to approach you?
We continuously communicate with clients and members. And at year end, we certainly would, again, send them information. It will not necessarily say, it's a reminder that you are my broker, but I'm communicating to you in my capacity as a broker to you, to assist you with the process. Does it answer?
So my other question is, you showed on one of your slides your advice process, and now you've just described how you provide ongoing support. So who measures whether this actually happens in practice?
We get inspections from the Financial Services Board. So the inspectors comes into our practices. So within the board, they allocate the various service providers to staff within that, and they've come into our businesses to sit and say, can I see your disclosure documents? Who do you speak to? Where's the contract? All of that gets done. Obviously, they don't have sufficient capacity to go to all of us, but certainly on a rotational basis, one would hope one would get inspected at some point.
And where does the collation of those results get published?
Oh, yeah. Over and above that, we have got an obligation on an annual basis ourselves to audit ourselves and submit that information. So even to the extent where I'm non-compliant on some of these issues, I kind of self-report in terms of what my performance is. And you've got a compliance officer who signs off against that as well. So just some of the controls in the environment.
Are there any brokers in your experience who have been, whom their services have been terminated because of misconduct resulting from these reviews or these inspections?
At top of my head, I can't tell you in terms of the FSB, but you look in terms of the council's report, they list the contracts that were terminated in the previous year. So it is reported on in the annual report.
Thanks very much. What percentage of brokers would be schemes brokers only, or is everyone both? I suppose what I'm asking is, can you make a living being just a schemes broker and not also other financial products?
Professor Fine, I'm sure that somebody possibly could make a living. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to make a living being what is now going to be referred to, it looks like in the retail distribution review, as we mentioned earlier on. Sorry, just to backtrack, they spoke about the perception of going to be tied agents, multi-tied agents, and independent financial advisors. It looks like the FSB, after receiving, like yourselves, submissions, they received 88 submissions, and after applying their minds to it and meeting with various stakeholders, they are looking at having 2 possible categories as opposed to 3 to negate client confusion, customer confusion out there. One of them being a product supplier agent, but then in terms of mitigating conflict of interest, that person would only be able to work for one specific product provider. And
You've misunderstood my question.
Sorry.
It's not about who you work for. I'm asking if you can sell can you just sell medical schemes? Can you
Yes.
make a living just selling medical schemes?
Yes. I think what she's best qualified, that's what she does.
Prof, you certainly can do that. In fact, there are specialist healthcare brokers, such as myself. I think Gary's one. We just deal with advice as it relates to health risk, whether it's within medical schemes or health insurance. So that's
okay. So you don't work just with schemes. You still have another product.
Because appropriate advice may find gaps in medical schemes.
So I'll ask again, do you think you could make a living just selling schemes?
You could.
Okay.
Health insurance is not a big part of our businesses.
Okay. The corporate brokers, when they do, they'll take a company and move them to another scheme. Do they get a once-off payment, or do they also get an ongoing payment?
The regulation is all ongoing payment. For no benefit can you get once-off payments. That changed in the year, I think it was 2000, when there was an upfront, and that generated quite a lot of churn. And that's when regulation changed and said there's no upfront commission, it's 3% as and when, no matter if it's a corporate, an individual, or any other party.
That was I was going to ask. What would stop you simply moving people? So that's how they stop you.
And I think, unless there is a real concern or there's a change in demographics of the current group, it's not in the interest of the member or of the broker to change, because it's quite an onerous process, making sure, because once you change from one scheme to another, you've got to re-register all those members that are on chronic medication on new chronic lists, and the chronic formularies might not be the same. So it's quite an onerous move from one scheme to another scheme. And you won't do it unnecessarily unless there's a specific reason.
So, I'm interested in that. So when my medical scheme, which is a closed scheme, moved from one administrator to another, was it the broker who did all the admin?
We'd need to know the specifics. They may have been involved or they may not have been. It's difficult to say without knowing which scheme it was.
All right. It doesn't really matter. I was just curious. So it could be, but it doesn't have to be. When you called on to solve problems once off, like say, for example, I have a problem and I think I'm sick to death of trying to work this out myself. I'm going to find a broker. I have no idea if I have one or not. So would I phone up you and say, hello, I need help? And then how does that payment work?
Professor, the payment, all you would do is you'd fill in a broken appointment letter. That will get sent to the scheme that you're currently on. They will then start paying me the 3% commission, and I will then advise you and assist you with any queries and support you need.
So the scheme would connect me with you. I couldn't find you by myself.
No, absolutely. You've got to find me by myself. The scheme will not refer you to me. They don't do that. Unless it's a tied agent. Some schemes have some tied agents working for them, and they would refer that. But I'm an independent broker, so I don't get that kind of referral from the medical scheme.
You might want to. I wouldn't know how to find you, so you might want to add it. You made the point. So now, could it be that a broker can get individual brokers can get different amounts from the same scheme, or is that predetermined?
It is not allowed.
if, I don't know what, GEMS pays whatever, all brokers from GEMS get that amount. So you can't be a better broker and get more or something.
No.
Or a worse one and get less.
No.
And so is that partly what stops? I mean, there is a question of, it doesn't matter technically where your money comes from. The actual pathway of the money is the scheme to you. And so, there is that question of why will you fight with a scheme that pays you? And I get your point that it's too much work. If it doesn't work well, it's a big hassle for everybody. But why would you fight with them? Because I suppose they're going to kick you off.
Because if my member is unhappy on that scheme, then if I do not resolve this and move you to another or find you a better home, somebody else will do so. And for any broker, it is immaterial as to whether you're on a discovery or on a base med. The remuneration is the same, assuming that you buy the same level of cover. So what I'm saying is that there is no incentive to stick with any one scheme, because generally speaking, as it said earlier on, schemes are not, they will grant you a contract to work, to place business with them or to service their members. It's not a common, schemes do not throw their weight around and threaten not to facilitate the payment of commission if you don't do certain things. In fact, we have really robust and difficult conversations with schemes in resolving member queries, but that is not, in my experience, certainly, it does not make them any hostile to us.
Okay, and then what then would motivate me to be a tied broker? If it makes no difference, why would I want to be a tied broker? And I suppose what I think I've heard, not from you, but from one of the submissions, is that say for example, I was a tied broker with Discovery. They would invest more in my training, or they would give me extra pamphlets, or I don't know what exactly it is that they would do. But why would I be a tied broker? And I know it says that no one can pay you. But like when I was a doctor, when I was a clinical doctor, the pharmaceutical companies would, give us pens. But anyway, they would fund tea, this, a meeting, send you to a conference, blah, blah, blah. Does any of that sort of thing happen?
Professor Fahn, there are, within intermediary forces, there are those that are vehemently opposed to that sort of association, that the model doesn't work for them. They don't want to be what is going to be commonly referred to as a product supply agent. But with escalating costs in terms of running your own practice, there has definitely been a migration, especially with everything expected in terms of the General Code of Conduct from a phase environment. The costs of professional indemnity cover, IT support, a compliance officer, etc., has certainly resulted in people choosing to go down the tied agency route. There's no greater remuneration, but there's probably a reduction in terms of costs for them. And then on the other side of the spectrum, I think there are those of us that are just totally opposed to having that sort of management or boss structure in our consulting environment.
And just maybe to also answer a last part of your question, Prof. You asked whether there are other incentives that can be provided by product suppliers. The conflict of interest, again, is managed to the extent that I think there's a set amount in terms of how much product suppliers can do to or provide or give intermediaries. And each one of us keeps a conflict of interest register, where if I have coffee with a Discovery consultant outside of work, we record that, and it's both ways. So it's managed very tightly. There's a maximum, you cannot exceed a certain amount, and it doesn't happen in the current environment.
Yes, Prof. I think, as Greg mentioned, the tied agent is more appropriate in the retail space. But if you work in the corporate environment, I think independence plays a big role where you are able to represent a host of various providers. So it depends on what market you are operating in predominantly as well.
You mentioned personal liability. Can I sue you if you're my broker? What can I sue you for?
I think one only has to look at the phase ombud determinations. If you don't have, you actually obliged by law to have PI cover. We know in my personal practice, we cover 30 million rand per event, and it's incredibly expensive to cover it. But we cannot afford to have a situation that one of our consultants gives inappropriate advice, whether deliberately or inadvertently, which leaves a gap, and somebody goes in for a major procedure and for some reason it's not covered. The client takes it to the phase ombud, which will happen. Those determinations are made, and then not only is the individual held responsible, but the actual FSP, the overriding FSP, is held responsible. So you certainly can sue, and the way the phase ombud leans, the brokers tend to get a hiding.
So we stand behind the advice that is provided. To the extent that it may not be correct, one would have to make correct.
Thank you. I just want to, I may have missed this, but what is more or less the breakdown between, among your clients, between clients who are employers, who are schemes, and those who are really just consumers that engage you directly?
Doctor, it really differs on the focus of a practice. So certain brokerages just focus on the corporate space, and also the type of skills that they employ in such brokerages would differ. Some would focus on the individual space, some would focus in SMEs. So it really depends on what your value proposition is.
No, I
if
was
you're
just
asking
hoping,
from a scheme,
okay, sorry. Okay.
Oh, sorry. But schemes, however, can, maybe my colleagues can help me with the stats, they will be able to tell you what proportion of their membership joins through an employer and how many join directly as individuals. Those numbers I don't have in front of me.
Okay. No, I was hoping that at your level, maybe the stats come up. Well, the other questions I think are covered by Professor Fon, because they related to basically the extent to which the economic benefit is sufficient to keep you interested in a client. But I think you have answered that. Now, but may I just go to that slide about industry consolidation, market consolidation, the one that looks like a dartboard. Yes. The 2% for GEMS, how? I understand the scheme not to pay brokerage fees. The client, the employer certainly doesn't as well. So where does the 2% come from? Who pays that?
Doctor, this slide was just showing the market share, not necessarily broker fees paid by that scheme. So all I was trying to demonstrate there was that GEMS was registered and started registering members in between 2001 and 2006. And by 2006, they had 2% of the market as a scheme. So I was just showing the market share of that specific scheme.
Okay, I thought it's a percentage of commissions that are recorded by your members. So it confused me because I clearly
My apologies, they distribute differently.
Okay, no, then that's fine, because the other question also was coming based on that misinterpretation.
Can you make a slide like that?
Can I make this? Yes.
Of the commission?
Because if the we would love to make a slide like that, but the Council for Medical Scheme report, based on which this information is available, does not split it like that. So we don't have that information. It is not. It includes other things.
Because I mean, it would be interesting to see what your mark. Anyway, I suppose we know because they distribute. Anyway,
Yeah,
never
Professor
mind. You know
Van,
what I was interested in.
Yeah, I think just from that point as well, I mean, you must bear in mind that GEMS and the restricted schemes don't necessarily pay broker commission. So it will only be the open medical schemes and discovery that will be taken into consideration when you look at broker commission. I mean, the GEMS and the restricted schemes might pay a consultation fee to organizations to help them educate and facilitate communication to their members.
And so most of it would come from Discovery. It's the biggest open scheme.
Yeah. Okay. No, I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that, for your presentation. But tell me more about the perception that you mentioned. Now, what steps have you taken to address the perception?
I think one of the steps that we've taken was, again, working with the regulators to deal with the perception even at that level. And I think we've made great strides in some of those, in that approach. If one, for example, considers the Council for Medical Schemes, we have now embarked on set periodic consultations and meetings, and not meetings when there are contentious issues, but to touch base and ensure that we keep each other informed in terms of the developments in the industry and the things that we're doing. That is yielding some, I would like to believe, positive traction in terms of addressing the trust relations, if I can call it that. Then you look in terms of even the Financial Services Board, in particular driven by all the discussions around demarcation. We've met with them quite frequently, certainly in the last year or so. And in those engagements, I think, in my mind, there's certainly greater meeting of the minds in terms of what we do. I'm confident that we don't have much of a problem from a perception perspective when dealing with members that we are highly engaged with. Where we need to perhaps work harder at is trying to understand the consumer that, for example, is not as engaged with their broker, those that do not know who their broker is, and try and address that. I think that is a genuine gap.
You are an association that represents the brokers. You know?
Correct, Chair.
Yeah. So have you ever taken time just to try and understand what is the root cause of this perception?
Judge, I think the perception out there is fanned to a large degree by schemes that don't use intermediaries, and that negative perception, those flames are certainly fanned by them. And I think the reason for that is possibly their value propositions haven't kept pace with the requirements of consumers, clients out there, and to some extent some of their models have failed miserably. And if they possibly considered the opportunity to look to distribution through an intermediary force and invested in the relevant technology and provided the appropriate products that clients are looking for, I think we'd see a fundamental change in that regard.
Is there a perception that actually you don't work for the member, but you work for the scheme?
I certainly don't have that in my practice, and that's certainly not the perception of my clients.
No, I understand it may not be the perception of those that you work with, but is there such a perception that in actual fact you work for the scheme, not for the member.
I don't think so. I think it is very clear in terms of who hires and fires brokers. And it's certainly not the schemes, it is the members. And we certainly, those are people that need to see the value of the service.
No, Professor, I've got to concur with my colleagues. Whenever you're visiting clients, they always know that you're there for them and their interests, and looking after their interests. I think the perception that you're representing a scheme, I haven't come across.
The perceptions are not necessarily founded on true facts. They may be founded on rumor. They may be founded on what people assume the situation is. So I understand what the position is, but all I'm asking is there such a perception that you're on? But your answer is no, there isn't.
Well, I think Professor, Judge Greg referred to it, that there might be some schemes that try and create that we are potentially a discovery agent or a momentum agent, whereas you are independent. I mean, most of us have got contracts with all the open medical schemes, which we then therefore act independently.
You get paid by these schemes, don't you? The
Yes.
money, yeah.
Yes, as the 3% of the contribution that the member pays.
So it comes from them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the eyes of a person who doesn't know how you operate, you are paid by the scheme.
Yeah, but I think, and as what you referred to initially, we disclose up front. You've got to disclose who you've got contracts with. So that's part of our disclosure documentation, that the first time I meet you as a potential client or a new client of mine, I disclose that to you, that I'm totally independent. And if I earn more than 30% of my commission from a Momentum or a Discovery or any other scheme, I disclose that as well. And what I earn on your behalf, I also disclose to say that I'm going to get 3% up to a maximum of 80 Rand plus VAT.
You've referred to the complexity of the products that are offered by the scheme. Is that right? No, I think you have to press that red button.
Correct,
Yes.
Chair.
Now, how do you explain these complex products to the members? Let me tell you the background to that. Yesterday, and perhaps today, perhaps to a certain extent, we were told by Discovery that they rely on the brokers to explain these products to their members when members join. They rely on the brokers that they will explain fully these products as and when they join.
I agree, Judge, that there certainly is a lot of complexity and there's a lot of choices that are available to consumers. We spend a lot of time unpacking them, and we use a number of tools as well in efforts to simplify the process. If I could just, for example, indicate that part of that, I mentioned in the presentation as well, that there is some things called, for example, limitation of advice. And to the extent that I have excluded certain options, scheme that we had from earlier today was Discovery. I think they offer 20 different options within that. In the discussions with members, having done a needs analysis, I will arrive at a conclusion that says, based on what you have shared with me, the options that we are going to consider are the following 5 and not the entire range. And this is the reasons why we arrive at that. So through skill, knowledge, tools that are available, we've developed, among others, decision trees to try and guide some of that. One would then ultimately come to the most appropriate plan for that. But I agree there is a lot of complexity, and we go through that.
For example, over the last 2.5 weeks, we've had a lot about what is called PMBs, the prescribed minimum benefits, the complexity of those benefits. Have you had any client come to you to say, please explain this to me?
Yes, Judge, certainly have. I can give an example of two examples of young adults involved in motor vehicle accidents. One was actually not a client, but he's a friend, he's a doctor, whose son was in a motor vehicle accident, not a scheme we market. But he came to me, PMBs are PMBs. So all schemes have to adhere to them. And he came and saw me because he'd essentially, after his kid was in rehab, severe injuries, told him that basically either by 2 o'clock this afternoon you need to pay in so much because your scheme benefits are exhausted, or you need to come and fetch your child. Sitting down with him, and he's the doctor, but with the 270 PMBs, going through them with him, he was able to determine from the codes, the specific codes and the conditions there, in conjunction with a theatre sister that works in trauma. We work together and we're able to go back to the scheme and basically point out to them their obligation in terms of this trauma incident, that they were obliged to cover this young man going forward for the treatment, and as a result of that he stayed in the rehab facility for another 3 months at no additional cost. That's just one example.
Reference was made to individual broker versus scheme broker. What's the difference between the two?
There's I'm not sure.
Well,
there's a there are either individual brokers or corporate brokers out there at the moment, intermediaries. Going forward, as I said, with the new RDR, they're talking about a product supplier agent, and then a.
I understand, but what's your name, say, by the way?
Gary Feldman.
Yeah, you made a distinction between individual broker and scheme broker.
Corporate broker.
No. Mr. Chairman, I made a provision to Prof. Fund, where I said depending on what your market focus is, if you're focusing on the corporate market or on the retail market, individual market, you have different focuses. And if you're focusing on the corporate market, you will not become a tied agent because you want to retain your independence across all the open medical schemes. Whereas if you focus predominantly on the retail market, and that means focusing on individuals, you probably would consider going into a tied environment like a Discovery or a Momentum or one of the other.
Are corporate brokers independent?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I operate in a corporate broker organization, and I would believe that we are 100% independent. Our client base reflects the market share, with approximately 55% of our members being on Discovery, then Bonitas, Momentum, Sizwe, and so forth. So depending on what the requirements are, once again, once you've done an analysis of the demographics of the organization, you recommend a suitable scheme. Once you identify the suitable scheme, you then identify at member level the suitable option within the scheme.
Then help me understand, then why was it necessary to refer to this distinction between individual broker on the one hand and the corporate broker? And the issue of I don't want to lose my independence.
No, Mr. Chairman, I think it was a question that Prof. Fon asked, are people moving more to become tied agents for one scheme? Can you make a living working for one scheme? And is that a trend that people are becoming linked to one scheme? Am I right, Prof. Fon? I think that was a question.
No, I'm not asking about what was the question, but I just want to know, is there a difference between the two? Is one group independent? Is one group more independent than the other group?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think if you are an independent broker, no matter if you're working in the retail space or the corporate space, I think you will be independent because coming back to the remuneration.
An independent, what, is it an individual broker works for everyone? Right.
Could I perhaps provide clarity? In the current environment, Chair, there is no distinction between independent and tied and so forth. Those are discussions that are currently happening about how the environment should be structured. At the moment, medical scheme brokers don't have further categorization. However, there is a choice as to how, which schemes one contracts with, because you can only offer that scheme if you've got a contract with it. So perhaps what my colleague was trying to say is that some people could choose to have one contract, and that may work well if you're operating, if your business is focused at the individual members. However, if you're focusing on corporate space, it will not work well to just have a contract with one scheme. So in that space, one tends to have more than one scheme that they advise on.
So so brokers would have a contract with a medical scheme.
That's correct.
Okay. And then in terms of that contract, the medical schemes pays the broker.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you have a specimen of this contract that we can look at?
They actually, I think the Council for Medical Scheme provides a draft contract.
Yeah.
There definitely is one. We can make that available for all schemes for that matter.
Yeah. And then effectively you are hired by the scheme.
No, the contract facilitates the collection of contribution and payment of commission to us. So one would need to have a contract with an entity that pays money into your account.
And what's the point of the contract? What is the point of the contract?
The contract, among others, obviously confirms the services that you're going to deliver to the members. It facilitates admin issues about bank accounts, among others. It confirms that you are accredited with the Council for Medical Schemes as well as the Financial Services Board.
But does it not also, and perhaps more importantly, convey that you will refer members to the particular scheme, with which you have a contract?
Just to give you a sense, I have contracts with about numerous schemes, and in all of those contracts have not made a commitment to deliver any targeted number of members to that scheme.
No, it's not a target. Perhaps help me understand. I don't know how the brokers work. Now, if you have a contract with Discovery, what are you required by that contract?
Chair, as indicated, in that contract, it will confirm your accreditations with the two regulators, that you're fit and proper. It would confirm the type of services that you will be offering to your own members and clients. It will confirm administration issues in terms of where you are, where to be found, banking details for them to facilitate the payment of commissions.
But how does the scheme enter the equation?
In terms of the Act again, the Act requires that brokers enter into a scheme, into a contract with the scheme, and again enter into a contract with individual clients.
So the Act requires you to
Correct.
enter into a contract with the scheme.
Correct, sir.
And in terms of that contract, you get paid by the scheme.
The scheme.
Yeah. And there is an expectation, though, isn't it, that if you enter into a contract with Scheme A, you will refer members to that scheme?
There is an expectation that you will deliver services to the clients that ultimately appoint you. And by virtue of the fact that you're contracting with them, you anticipate that that scheme will be a solution for your clients.
Are you telling us that all brokers are required by law to enter into some contract with one or the other schemes?
Correct. For you to receive commissions.
So you can choose to enter into a contract with Discovery,
Correct, Chair.
and not with somebody else.
Bestmed. Correct.
What makes you to choose which scheme to enter into a contract with?
Depending again on your client profile, demographics, where they are based, depending on the outcome of a needs analysis, one would then...
No, you haven't started your job. You've just been accredited. You don't have anything, you've just started. What happened?
You would do your own...
What influences, in other words, the decision to contract with Scheme A as opposed to Scheme B and C?
It is, as you enter the market, you would have done some form of benefit analysis, some form of... And remember that by the time you get to that, you would have had some form of experience in the industry, because to be a broker, you need that apprentice time.
And that needs analysis, and that analysis that you do will tell you that Scheme A offers better service.
It will tell you, among others, that it has the range of options that are available, the premiums that are due, whether you believe that that scheme will be a solution for your clients. Yeah. Then on the basis, without even signing any member, you can up
and then
at that
all
time.
Your clients will then be referred to that particular scheme.
Would be referred to schemes for whom you have a contract, and to the extent that you don't have a contract and it's a solution, you can always enter into a contract.
I understand.
Sorry.
So if you have a contract with Scheme A, you will do so because you have conducted some analysis and you're satisfied that, having regard to the products that they offer, they are best suited to offer services to your potential client.
Correct, Chair.
So if you get a member who comes to you and say, I have no idea what schemes to join, you will say, well, I've done this, I have a contract with Scheme A, that's where I suggest we go.
Not necessarily. You would look at the client and say, this is where I think you should be. To the extent that I don't have a contract with that, you have a choice. You have a choice to refer them to another broker that has that contract, alternatively, to enter into a contract with that additional scheme. Yeah. And that happens, Judge.
So in fact, you don't need a contract with any scheme, because you can refer a client to any scheme. And there's nothing that prevents you from doing that.
That prevents you from entering into a contract with any of the schemes?
Professor, sorry, Chairman, if you refer a member to a scheme without having a broker contract, you will not be paid any commission. That is the requirement to be repaid, is that you've engaged in a broker contract, because in the broker contract, the minimum services, you need to be accredited, so they'll give you an accreditation certificate once they've trained you. They've given you basic training. I mean, most schemes, well, all the schemes we've got contracts with, come to our offices and give our staff training on their products, at least on a 6-monthly basis, so that the staff there know what the product entails, any changes.
And once they're satisfied that you know their product, you can deliver, you can sell it well, then they
give you a contract.
Right. And when you get members, you send them to them. No, just get that on the record.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Chairman, that's right. Once you've got a contract and you refer them to them, then you'll get paid commission.
But doesn't that then create a perception that you work for the scheme? Because the scheme comes to your office, it trains you on these very complex products. You understand them. Once you properly train, they say, fine, we're going to take you. Then you enter into a contract with them. Then you get paid by them. Isn't that sufficient to create that impression, that perception?
Mr. Chairman, when you refer to a perception, I think if you've got a contract with one scheme, which you have got the right as an individual, so I can decide I only want a contract with one scheme, then I am working for that scheme only.
Oh, you work for all the schemes with which you have a contract?
So, yeah, so then I'm independent. I work for all the schemes because I've got a contract with all the schemes.
They've all trained you?
That's correct.
So they pay you?
That is correct.
They've trained you.
On all the appointed members that I
That's
get.
right.
Yes.
I think that's where my colleague's, question comes in, and that is, let's assume for one moment that there is such a perception. Would it not be better, perhaps, in order to address the perception, for brokers to enter into a contract with the member in terms of these broker services? And then what your job will be? Your job will be to look at all the products that are offered by the different schemes. And once you have a sense of what schemes are there, what each one have, then you are in a better view to then advise your potential member and say, well, these are the various products offered by the market. Given your special circumstance, I think you should take scheme A.
Professor, I think that is the process we follow. I think it was referred to earlier on is that you do a needs analysis, you determine which requirements you have, then you're saying by process of elimination, depending on what your requirements are and your specific needs, you reduce it from the 24 open medical schemes to 3 or 4, and then you basically say, right, from a costing perspective and a service level perspective, A is better than B, and based on that, I give you this advice and I sign this advice, and that's why. So coming back to the point when you asked earlier, do we work for a scheme? Most independent have got a wide range of contracts and doesn't work for one specific scheme, but ultimately gets paid via the scheme.
Are there brokers who work for one scheme only?
Mr. Chairman, yes, there are brokers that work, and it's specifically more your life office orientated organizations who have got a medical scheme and some life insurance.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Is there anything that you want to...
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
I thought of another question. The schemes tell us that you have to have these multiple options because everyone's so diverse and so different. And so we need to have all these different niches and different kinds because otherwise we wouldn't meet clients' needs. Is that your experience? Do we really need all these different things, and do we need them that structured in savings accounts and gap payments and all that stuff? Do we need so many? Or is it your sense from being out there that actually, well, we could do with a few less options and a little bit more uniformity?
From our perspective, we'd love it if there were fewer options. Although we have a very diverse population, a very diverse workforce, and very different requirements at times. And I think a lot of it goes back to also agreements or capitation agreements that schemes or administrators are able to enter into with providers out there, specifically like hospital groups. You might find that there is a particular option, but there's a 10 to 20% or 20% discount on the same option if you're prepared to use a certain hospitals in your area for elective procedures, as opposed to an emergency where obviously you'd be able to go anywhere. So I think they are trying to find ways to reduce costs as well.
Okay, I know you're being very nice to them, but here's my question.
Okay.
When you go out there, is it your sense that when you are speaking to the people that you advise, that they need to have that multiples of choices? I mean, in fact, maybe you've answered because you said, I'm only going to discuss 5 with you. So you already screen out a whole lot. So is it the case that, in fact, you could meet people's needs? So it's not about what you think or what the schemes think. When you're meeting people, is it the case that, in fact, these zillions of options, 127 or whatever you told us, do we need that many? Not do we need that many. When you're trying to meet people's needs, do you find that you have to have called on all of those different options, or actually in general fewer might be better? I realize the restricted schemes might be different.
Generally, we find maybe it's the market we operate in the particular market that my practice works in, and the areas we work in. We generally find that there's a specific choice. We know the type of people in our community and the type of cover they're looking for and which hospitals they want to use. So it certainly would pare it down, but we would conduct the needs analysis first to match the need and then see what it is. But I think that there's too many.
I think what typically happens is that depending on the client and the area, certain options tend to work well in certain areas, but you'd find it's not necessarily the same combinations of options in all of those areas. Let me just maybe clarify that better. For people in the coastal areas, for example, they could find that there's 2 or 3 options that work well within a particular scheme. But that combination of options may be different if you go to, for example, to Gauteng and you look in terms of that market. So I agree that choices are ultimately made from fewer options, but those combinations could change depending on the underlying membership.
I mean, that's geographic distribution, which is completely different to the options, because the options can be identical. You only need a few options and you just have to choose the geography. That's kind of different.
Professor, I agree with you that you can most probably simplify it. I think the schemes are rolling out more options every year because they believe that there's different niche market that they can penetrate. I mean, most of the schemes every year or every second year, they're saying, well, we want to get here. More technologically advanced people might want to use this option. People that want to do more self-insurance might want to use this option. And they're trying to evolve themselves and make themselves more competitive. And so making the industry more complicated and enhancing or bringing more options on. But they're not all needed in every circumstance.
Thank you. Did you have a look at our revised statement of issues?
I did have a look at it.
Yeah.
Chair.
Yeah. Did you consider the part of the statement that deals with brokers?
That is the part that we looked at in particular.
Where one of the questions that's really posed is, who do you really work for? The scheme or the member? You did consider that? Yeah.
We did consider that, Chair.
Yeah. Some of these members, some of these schemes have got something like 1 million members, but only a significantly small portion of those members attend meetings of members called by the schemes. Are you aware of that?
I am aware. We are aware of it, Chair.
Yeah. And what do you do to encourage those that you've signed in to attend those meetings?
Attendance to meetings, AGM.
Chair, it's like an AGM at a housing estate. There might be 700 people on it and 20 people will come to the AGM. I don't know, it's apathy with people. I really don't know what it is. I think the geographical footprint mentioned doesn't help if it's being held, if the AGM is being held in Joburg and people live in the Eastern Cape or the Western Cape or wherever else, if they're going to make the journey just to be there at the AGM. I think a lot of people may be happy with the way the scheme is running.
But that's pure speculation.
Absolutely.
Right. So what I do want to know is, if you're aware of this, what steps, if any, have you taken or are you taking to make sure that those that you've signed in do attend this meeting so that they can raise their concerns?
Chair, it has not been a focus area, and it's possibly something that we should consider.
I know. Yeah, I understand. Is there anything that you'd like to add to what you've told us today?
Not for now, Chair,
Yeah.
other than to thank you for the opportunity of presenting to this panel and to thank everybody for engaging with us.
And we also would like to thank you for coming to make this presentation and to share your experience as brokers in the private healthcare market with us. And thank you so much. And again, we do apologize for the lateness of the hour. Hope you will understand.
We understand, and thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Jesus, I don't even know what's Yeah, okay. The last presentation will be coming from the Independent Practitioners Association Foundation. Do we have the representative here? Yes, we do. Okay. Yes. Can we make a request that you allow just about 5 minutes to regain our strength, and then we'll come back? Okay. Gentlemen, are you ready to proceed? I mean, if you could just press the button so that...
Thank you, we are.
Yes, okay, very well. Yes. I wonder if you could be kind enough to introduce yourself, place your name on record, and then we and also indicate to us how you propose to deal with the presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Morgan Chetty. I'd like to apologize at this stage for Dr. Tony Berman, who was going to do the lead presentation, but he's been admitted to hospital in the last few days. I'll be joined on the panel by Mr. Barry Child, who is the joint CEO of the Insight Actuaries. The way the presentation would go is that I'll do an overview, basically, of what the organization is all about. I will also then continue onto the area that interests us most, and that's the issue of profiling and peer review. And then I will then hand over to Barry that will actually demonstrate some of the data we have in terms of the functionalities of the process. We basically are three big independent practice associations in South Africa, and the three of them are the South African Managed Care Coalition, the Association of IPAs, and SPNet. These bodies have been around for a long time. They all have been doing virtually the same work, so there's been a lot of duplication of what we are doing. So we found it necessary that we should sit together and try and develop an umbrella body that could assist all three bodies, but each of the individual groups will maintain their independence. So it's very basically dedicated to the profession, especially the family practitioners. We've moved away from the terminology of general practitioners to call ourselves family practitioners, and I can discuss that a little later. We are dedicated to our patients' health and well-being, and for maintaining the best elements from a flawed system of primary healthcare delivery. Basically, the IPA Foundation of South Africa has roughly about 5,000 family practitioners, but we operate on the principle of any willing provider. We've taken in anybody who comes in who doesn't necessarily have to be individual members of these three groups. Also, I'd like to make it very clear at this point, in terms of the three groups, there's an overlap in the sense that in particular regions, you may belong to a national body, but in a region, you might find it more comfortable and beneficial to belong to one of the partner organizations. In any case, it's a very credible, responsible thought leaders with an established relationship across the industry. They're very familiar with the medical industry, both private and public, and some of them work in both sectors. And it's a bunch of people that are very committed to sustainable, scalable primary care. And our focus is very much on the patient or person-centric approach. And I'll discuss the difference of the emphasis of patient and person-centric later on in the presentation. It's a voluntary provider membership, whether you're an IPAF member or not. It's organized regionally, and we have a level 4 BEE accreditation. Why IPAF? When the thought leaders sat together, we realized the cost of healthcare was too high in the sense of the fact that for a virtually third world emerging economy, we were spending a lot on healthcare, particularly the private sector, but we're not really seeing a lot of high quality output. So that was our first concern. The second concern was because of the separation of people and working in individual groups, we found there was a huge wastage and duplication in the system. So part of the high cost was the fact that it could be prevented if we just remove one element, and that would be the huge wastage. Costs are skewed in terms of healthcare to specialists, hospitals, and emergency care, and that is a fair concern. And we also observed there was a cost variation based on geographic parameters. For some unknown reason, certain provinces and certain areas in the country, for the same risk-adjusted conditions, were performing more cost-effectively, maybe with marginally better outcomes than other areas, and that was something we had to explain. A lack of accreditation. I'd like to explain this now. Lack of accreditation in this country is the sense that practitioners can open practices without any rules or without standards being proclaimed. You could open a practice, nobody told you that you have to have a great degree of patient safety or quality, or what are the basic requirements for a practice. And we were very concerned about this, and I did a lot of work with the Australian group called ACPAL, and we decided that we should start in a very early stage trying to get doctors to accredit the practice. And we concentrated on two areas. One is the demographics, the doctor's details, and we started off on what I would call making the environment of care where the patients come for treatment a safer and a more sort of quality-driven arena. Also, there was a lack of clinical guidelines, and if you heard from the previous submissions, we found that a lot of schemes had their own guidelines, and everybody had their own guidelines. We didn't seem to have a standard set of guidelines which doctors could use, and we thought it was time that we put something together for the primary care practitioner particularly. And then we found that healthcare in this country was totally uncoordinated, wasteful healthcare initiatives. Everybody seems to be working in the little silos. The silos don't talk to each other, and we found that there was a notion out that primary care failed to control downstream costs. And this wasn't really the case, and we could discuss that later. So, in summary, it was a non-restrictive participation. It was very transparent. There was a lot of trust and integrity. It accommodated the independent status of constituent IPAs within the IPA Foundation. I said about patient and person centricity, and we had to develop standard protocols, and we had to look at utilizing evidence-based guidelines. Here I'd like to make a clarification. We were very particular that evidence-based guidelines, although based on a lot of international evidence, has to be customized for the specific needs of the population, our disease burden, and for the use in this particular country. And we were against people importing evidence-based guidelines from first world countries. So, IPAF is committed to primary healthcare resuming its role in the healthcare delivery system of South Africa. We looked at developing best practice initiatives. We want to start enhancing quality and value, and then doing that within cost constraints or cost frameworks, improve the safety within practices. We wanted to have responsible pathology and radiology requests from family practitioners, and we wanted to be, at this particular point in time, one example to quote was the irresponsible, I think, and poor choice and use in terms of volumes of antibiotics. We targeted that at one of our projects, and we needed to have some uniformity and responsibility in investigating, prescribing, and referring. There was a huge problem here in the sense that because patients don't stay with one doctor, the process was such that the patient would have the same tests and probably the same medicines and being referred on a regular basis because one doctor was not aware of what the patient was doing because the patients were not allocated to any particular doctor. So, in hindsight, we were actually doing this all the time, but this has now become a popular sort of credit to Michael Porter, where we had to move away from our usual way of way doctors were reimbursed and look at, is there a way in which we could reward for value? And in value, suddenly the denominator becomes cost, and we had to look at how do we measure and how do we reward doctors for quality versus rewarding doctors just for an intervention between the patient and the doctor. So, another point that we had to debate was while the family practitioner typically represents 6% of the scheme's claims, in what worries us in a third world country where predominantly it should be primary care that should be the big recipient of the GDP on health. What we found was 35% of cost downstream could be controlled by utilizing the family practitioner as a coordinator of care. And we had to make a case for this. Historically, the relationship between open schemes, managed care companies, primary health care providers has been very negative due to their failure to curtail patient access to specialists and hospitals. And I think that's another area that we were very concerned about, is that primary care was always being blamed for the failure of downstream costs and for the fact that we're not getting quality care, but there was nothing in place to actually make the primary care doctor a responsible coordinator of care. Patients had access to referral services and hospitals by bypassing the family doctor. So IPA Foundation fosters a more direct relationship between the scheme and the providers by utilizing our network management to develop a partnership to achieve value in the primary healthcare space. A form of primary healthcare-driven self-regulation to improve contractual relationship between funders and providers, shared accountability, a means to improve quality and value, and usually it was linked to profiling, because the only way we could make any improvement in the way we changed the system was to be able to measure it. And if we were able to measure it, we could make the necessary changes that we identified. So, at the end of the day, with this particular concept, we thought there was value for the funder, where you could reduce downstream costs by working with a compliant family practitioner network. We could improve network compliance. We can have more predictable fees, and we could reduce the risk of poor outcomes. A value to the provider, we could increase rewards for quality outcomes and management of limited resources, and we could improve patient outcomes through a very strong primary healthcare initiative. What was the value to the patient? Preservation of their medical plan benefits, quality assurance of the attending doctor, reduce wastage, reduce uncertainty, unnecessary specialist referrals and hospitalization and emergency department use, and better coordination of care. So this was going to give us kind of an overall idea of what we wanted to do. Towards a sustainable primary healthcare system, we were going to see more and more family practitioner networks. What we think will help us tremendously if there was less doctor hopping, and one doctor could be nominated by the patient who will coordinate his care. But obviously, the caveat there being the patient can give notice and change the primary care doctor when he wanted to. We had to have very, very strong, strict specialist referral, because from our perspective, patients were entering the specialist arena for conditions that they could be managed at the primary care level. We need to benchmark family practitioners. We then went into what we are pretty proud of, developing peer review. And I'll talk to that in a few moments. We also had to make sure that with the information we gather, it'll assist with benefit designs. And we had to look at alternative reimbursement models. And we put this up here simply that we feel the present fee-for-service system is a system that works on interventions, and it does not work. All it does is it creates high healthcare costs. And the patient is not the beneficiary of the healthcare services. So we were really strongly saying that we had to put our heads together. We may not have all the answers, but we need to look at an alternative reimbursement model and the future close cooperation with the NHI pilot sites. The way we were preparing our doctors, we thought the doctors, when prepared here, will be capable of serving the NHI pilot sites. Now, I take you into the part that interests me the most. It's peer review. Peer review has been the kernel to us trying to get better quality, better care, better outcomes within cost corridors and cost frameworks. So what's the ethos that we wanted peer review? It's a fundamental tool to achieve best practice initiatives. It's focused on best care to our patients. We need to promote value healthcare. I've discussed this. Our approach has to be patient-centric, and I actually would like to change the emphasis to the fact that we should actually be person-centric. It must be allied to medical professionalism, and the entire review process that's in place must be ethical, scientifically sound, and best evidence supported approach. So what necessitated the need for peer review? In terms of our strategy sessions and meeting the doctor groups that are part of our group, these were the observations that we had. There was a marked variation between practitioners in the same area and between regions for the same medical condition. We couldn't understand why the same condition, even if this condition was risk rated, right, we would get such big variations in costs. So there's something necessary that we could do to correct this. Quality varied often, and it wasn't even achieved. In spite of the high healthcare spend, we couldn't be very proud of the kind of quality we were actually generating. So it was another major concern of ours. We also realized that for healthcare to be sustainable, sitting out on the horizon there was the need for financial reforms. We knew that we cannot survive on the fee-for-service system, so we had to do something to conscientize the doctors that we have very bad outcomes, our costs are high, people vary in doing the same thing, and we're going to see reforms coming up, and we need to prepare for reform. There was a need to pay for value and not just for interventions. And the fee-for-service reimbursement was not really promoting value-based outcomes, but rather volume-based outcomes. So, when we reflect, and I can even quote, and I thought this is a very appropriate quote from Wendenberg in the USA and others, showing very wide variations in practice patterns must call into question the appropriateness and the evidence base for much of what many doctors do. Large amounts of inappropriate hospitalization and surgery. And what he said further that sensitized us was price controls and negotiated price reductions on doctors and hospitals alone without addressing the actual practice pattern won't come close to solving the problems of expenditure growth. So we realized that there was something going wrong in the way medicine was being practiced, and what we needed was to guide and mentor doctors so that there was a level playing field. And we felt that with your medical education, your undergraduate education, we felt that you had about maybe a week or less of preparation to go into primary health care, into private practice. And we find doctors got into private practice totally inadequate at having to manage the number of variables in the marketplace, and we wanted to find out how we could assist. So what's the purpose of peer review? Peer review is voluntary. Even our very members can refuse to do it. It's very collaborative activity. It's led by health practitioners that is regularly used to monitor, to maintain and improve the quality of the patients. And it is strictly a review done by peers. Peers, by definition here, would be people with the same qualification, with the same experience as you, but who are trained to review or sit or talk to you. The review of professional practice by a peer is an important part of the maintenance and the enhancement of a health practitioner's clinical and professional skills. And the overall objective of peer review process is to improve patient safety and health outcomes. That was the main objective of peer review. So, what are the principles of an effective peer review? Peer review should produce valid and reliable information. The utility of peer review depends on the quality of its processes and the perceived value of the information it generates for health practitioners and the health system. The process for peer review must be transparent, fair, equitable, legally and ethically robust, and the outcome of peer review should be applied ultimately to improve patient care. And I'll talk about what we do with the information and trends that we get out of a peer review process. So, the events that led to peer review of medical professionals, what do we do when we do this? Claims patterns are captured by actuaries and the schemes, and these would be the ICD-10 codes or the CPT-4 codes that the doctor uses. So it'll also depend on how accurate these codes are that we can use it, but as a proxy, that's what we have. These patterns are then converted into a statistic, which is then risk adjusted for patient demographics, age and gender, for health status of the patient in terms of prior diagnosis, current illness, severity, comorbidities, previous hospitalization, environmental exposure, costs, and other externalities. Example, history of maybe cancer in the family or a pattern that's occurred in the family. And all these factors are taken and risk adjust. So when we compare doctors, we compare doctors apples with apples. But having said that, the point that I want to make is this is a statistic. And I don't think we can judge doctors on statistics. So I'll talk to that. The statistics are then arranged into a report, and usually you find that the data is scattered around the mean distribution, and we see where the majority of the population, the patients' lives and practices lie. At the review itself, the reviewer who we train will correlate the clinical burden that that particular doctor is faced with in relation to the statistic produced. Which means that if it's a bad stat, but that doctor is saddled with a huge clinical burden, then we could explain the statistic as not being totally incorrect. But it takes a lot of sort of work that has to go down with an interview between the review doctor and the reviewer. The process is mainly a mentoring one. I think I want to make this very clear. The idea of peer review is that it's new. We've introduced a system to try and assist doctors improve the level of care, the standard of care, and the quality of care. So what we believe is that if we mentor doctors and tell doctors what they're doing wrong, we can actually get doctors to change the way they practice healthcare. So it's typically a mentoring process. The practice is then flagged if it's a total outlier, and the doctor is told that we want you to make a few adjustments if they're possible and if they're appropriate, and then we will review the practice again at the next appropriate review period to say if the doctor has made any changes. It's still virtually a mentoring process because we would like the doctor to chat with the reviewer on a regular basis if he finds that the challenges are so difficult that he can't mitigate the issues that were found in the previous review. A peer review by peers, and this is very, very, very important, and we make this in our introductory comment when we introduce ourselves to the review doctor, that the peer review is about a clinical burden and a statistic. It's on the way we apply make choices and the way we treat patients, but it's not aligned with forensic audits that the schemes do. We don't participate in forensic audits.
Professor, what precisely is the clinical burden?
Sorry?
What precisely is the clinical burden?
Well, we worry a doctor may have a hypertensive patient, a youngish patient, and he would appear statistically to look very good. Another doctor will have a hypertensive patient, an older patient, but then he may have comorbidities. He may have hypertension, he may have diabetes, hyperlipidemia, obesity, and he looks very expensive. The stat shows one is better than the other, but one shows that the clinical burden of one is far in excess of the other. So if you don't correlate that, you're going to see the doctor just as a statistic.
But I understand how you correct for comorbidities, etc. But what is a clinical burden? What is it? What is a clinical burden itself, without going into the comparisons? But
I think it's the intensity of the illness pattern, the number of different illness patterns, and the difficulty that you have with that illness compared to a person that doesn't have all the same difficult illness capacity. As I said, for us, the clinical burden that we are seeing here is a lot to do with the age of the patient, it's a lot to do with the environment the patient comes in, it's to do with the type of illness the patient has, and also we have another problem which is a confounding variable. Some people enter the healthcare system when the illness is too far down the line, because healthcare in this country to now, in this particular process, is very reactive. We're seeing people who are already ill. And when they're ill, they come to you when they can't manage anymore. So it's not something that we can see a patient who may be better informed to come to you earlier on.
The question is, isn't that risk adjusted out in the analysis?
It is risk adjusted out, but we often find that the risk adjustment is strange, because in this country we don't have one peer review system or profiling system. We have a number of different profiling systems. Each scheme may have a different system, and the risk adjustment platform is not uniform. So the level of risk adjustment in one scheme may be slightly different to another scheme, may be slightly different to another scheme. So until the time we have a uniform risk adjustment platform, we'll find that a doctor for a particular medical scheme is a pretty good doctor. He scores very well. But yet he does exactly the same thing for his patient in another scheme, and he actually scores less. So although risk adjustment is there, we're concerned about, until we have uniformity, we have to interrogate the process even further.
I just wanted to know, what would it take to sort of do exactly that, to standardize?
To get a common risk adjustment. I would think the people in the position like HQA or the Council of Medical Schemes have to be the people that coordinate that. Because you can't have it as voluntary. It's not going to work. I think it's going to be a legislator doing it, because I think each scheme feels it's got a niche market, it's got its own people doing it, and it's for own reasons. And I don't think it's being done for the benefit of factor that we want to have a uniform system. So I would certainly think it's in the domain of the legislative process to insist that we have a common risk, or they oversee it.
Professor, can I try it again, because I really want to understand. So there's, first of all, the claims pattern of this doctor, right? That's what the actuaries grasp. This is what actually happens in this practice of this doctor.
Yes.
This doctor has 10 patients. we look at the demographics and all the risk adjustment factors, and we model what we expect from this 10 patients practice in terms of claims. Is that statistic you're referring to?
Yes. Yes.
And then the actual practice of claims is being compared to what you statistically expect, Barry, maybe. Is that what we do in the line number 3, or is it?
Yeah, that's exactly what you do, because when you talk to a doctor, and I'll give you an example, and we talk to a doctor about the statistic, and a doctor will then give you the story that, first of all, the patients coming to see him, the frequency is different because he lives in the outskirts, they don't have access to him, or the patients need to be brought to him by a third party who has to leave work and come. So he doesn't have the same ability even to go out and do monitoring tests, laboratory investigations, because there's no laboratory nearby. So although we're adjusting for whatever we know that's commonly there, there are certain things that creep in as externalities that we never thought about until you talk to the doctor. And then you realize that this doctor, in spite of the risk adjustment, has got other issues that makes his burden slightly more, or sometimes marginally more, but sometimes a lot more than any other doctor.
So they're unmeasurable externalities that you can only work out when you engage with the individual.
With the individual. Okay. And also remember, we have another problem in this country, in the sense that when a doctor codes for the condition in his claims, we find that the coding system is not doing well. They may see a patient with 3 comorbidities, but they'll just put on hypertension. So he's expensive because he says hypertension, and he's very expensive until you talk to him, and then you realize that he hasn't coded properly. So we're not actually capturing the burden that he's seen. So what follows peer review? Some healthcare trends are observed and reported. I basically, sort of with another Dr. Dyer, I collect all the reports from the various peer reviewers, and I'm able to look at the reports and create what I would call health or peer review trends, a trends report. And I could see in the trend report the cost trends, how they change. I could look at certain trends. For example, recently we're seeing the overuse of antibiotics, a very, very big, so it's a trend that I pick up. We also find that there's an excessive laboratory and radiology use. And we find there's a lot of duplicate testing, a lot of battery testing, a lot of unnecessary work. But we pick this up when we look at the actual stats and look at the state. And we also find that in some practices, more than the other practices, there's a lot of referral out to secondary and tertiary care. And some practices, we find the doctors quite happy to treat the patients adequately within the practice. So we collect this, we create a trends report. And then we send this trends report out back to the reviewed doctor to tell him what the trends are. We send it to the scheme that asks for the peer review and the profiling to be done. We also send this back to the organizations, the IPAs, because we would like them to concentrate their CPD activities and their educations based on these trends, rather than a pharmaceutical company coming and saying, we're going to talk about hypertension, because they talk about hypertension 10 times in a month. So we actually give them pointers to say, we'd like you to look at this, because if you concentrate on this, you'll help us to get better outcomes. So it goes to them. And I will talk to you about how we intend sharing this information with patients. The fact that we share it with the doctor that's been reviewed, we expect the doctor, and I'll do 2 little techniques that we're using of how that doctor can share that information that he's got from this trend with his patient. Right? The evaluation is based on the appropriateness of clinical decisions, and I think it's important. It's based on the appropriateness. It's not based on what schemes expect from us or what we expect. It's how appropriate. If you're doing things appropriately, we need to look at it and say, if it was appropriate and it was a challenge to get into the normal standard deviation, we need to help you. We need to help you maybe to think about. So what do we do next? The health practitioners are informed. We also distribute evidence-based literature that looks at similar international national trends. And to this extent, what I do is I collect stuff like an American-based program that's now being used in the UK called Choosing Wisely. And we send out to all the doctors and the IPAs, we send them data on South African guidelines, on choosing wisely for antibiotics, etc. So the doctors, the review doesn't end with the fact that the doctor has had an interview with us, but it's a continuous learning process in the sense that we share literature with them on a regular basis. We also have a database in which we put in information that comes up every now and then. For example, this whole recent few months, the concentration has been on the superbug. And for doctors to mentor and counsel patients and for themselves not to abuse the use of antibiotics. So our focus for the future, where do we really want to go? We want to move to person-centered healthcare, and that's what the IPA movement is doing at the moment. We're engaging with the funders to tell them that our healthcare system in this country is reactive. We react to illness because we are patient-centered. We'd like to do what Margaret Chan from the WHO has proclaimed of recent, that we need to be patient-centered. And to be patient-centered, it means schemes should start funding preventive, promotive wellness programs. Because we believe if we keep the patient healthy and well, he won't become a patient. And we think we can manage healthcare costs, and we think a direct effect of all of this is that we will see better population health, which is not happening at the moment. So we're very strong on this, and I'll tell you how strong we are. We are internationally aligned to the International Society on Quality, and I serve on their body on partnering with patients. We are aligned to Imperial College and their International College of Patient-Centered Medicine, and we're also aligned to ISQA and to AGPAL of Australia, looking for quality initiatives and qualities of food. So we're using a lot of international experience and exposure to bring that to bear to the South African scene. And we've got increased emphasis on skills. We at the moment feel that a lot of the primary care doctors in practice maybe, and I don't want to make this a definite statement, maybe not managing much, because since they qualified to now, they've probably lost some skills. So we are at the moment, we managed to get funding, and we're going around the country for the second year on reskilling and upskilling doctors to make primary care practitioners more competent to manage patients within their practices. So this is a very strong program. It's a 2.5-day program. We've just done one this weekend in Port Elizabeth for the doctors out there. And we have a new emphasis to increase compliance. We understand there's an asymmetry of information between the demand side and the supply side of healthcare. We understand that the patients don't all understand exactly what's wrong with them. But we feel that there are two techniques that can be introduced easily. And we're using the technique of the conversation. We're starting a new program. We're using techniques called how we make a conversation between the doctor and the patient more appropriate, how the doctor should address certain content in that conversation, and how appropriate the conversation is. And we would like at the end of the conversation, with a whole lot of tools and techniques we give the doctor, that the patient understands the health issue. He understands the magnitude of the issue, he understands his own healthcare problem, he understands the complexities because the doctor has spoken to him to bridge the gap of his information. And I think at the end of the conversation, what we hope to achieve is a commitment to shared management, where the patient becomes a partner in the management process. And we're also using another concept that I have had the opportunity to attend at the Imperial College, called the narrative theory. we believe, and we're teaching at the moment the primary care practitioners, the patient comes with a story. It's a patient's story. It's a general story. But the patient has a narrative. Listen to him. Listen to what he has to say. Because if you listen carefully enough, he's going to tell you what's wrong with him. He's going to tell you how bad he is. And he's going to give you the diagnosis. And I don't think we should be treating tests and investigations. I think the patient is a good enough guy. So we have a patient narrative, and we want the doctor to listen. The doctor will then engage with the patient, examine him. At the end of the examination, based on what he's got from the patient's narrative, the doctor will have his narrative. And we think that the future management is a joint narrative between the patient and the doctor. And we think we don't have the answers, because until we have a population that is more informed about health care, that we have to use certain things. And we're using this, the convenience of the conversation, the appropriateness and narrative theory. And the last thing that we're developing, it's far advanced, we're developing a thing called the patient portal. The patient portal is a portal that will have initially basic 5 conditions. It'll be put, address will be in every doctor's rooms. The patient can go into a portal on Google and finds out that he's got one of 5 conditions. He can go and press diabetes. It gives him 5 lines, simply understood on diabetes. It then presses type 1 or type 2. It gives him 5 lines on what type 1 is and what type 2 is. And then it tells him, what are your responsibilities as a co-manager? 5 lines. And what is your doctor's obligation to manage your condition? Another 5 lines. So we're creating the portal. It's far advanced. We've got ISQUA, the International Society of Quality, and Imperial College helping us to do it. But we've got to start somewhere, and we think that's another way that we can decrease the asymmetry of information of the medical condition between that the patients have. So what of the future? We have an ongoing upskilling of peer reviewers. Once a year, we have 45 reviewers that we train. This updates the reviewers, helps them understand the statistical emphasis, and also how to interpret costs against clinical burden and new clinical guidelines. And in conclusion, we believe it may be very early, maybe very rudimentary, but we think in our commitment to improve healthcare, we feel what we're doing will promote better quality outcomes, it'll enhance safety, it'll manage costs and the appropriate use of resources, and I think it'll help the production of information that will help improve the entire healthcare system. I'm going to now hand over to Barry that will talk to you about some of the work that Barry does with the data that we have.
Thank you very much, Morgan. Good evening to the panel members. I'm just going to present a couple of slides just to give some meat to what Professor Chetty has been talking about in terms of how this peer review process is facilitated through a measurement system. As you mentioned, it's very difficult to engage a doctor on any sort of improvement behavior without some kind of information to talk to. There are such measurement systems in the market. Most of them are run by some of the administrators, and the IPA Foundation felt that it would be valuable to them to develop an independent system that was developed and supported by the doctors themselves, rather than one developed and run by one of the managed care organizations. And they appointed us some years ago to start developing this system for them, to our great privilege. So just want to give you a little bit of a sense of how that works. We interact with the IPA Foundation and some of the constituent members, particularly the peer reviewers. And the way that we started this process is to say, well, what makes a good doctor? We are a firm of actuaries, and we know data, and we know how to work with data, but we don't know clinical medicine other than what we see in the data. So the way that we started this process was really just to sit down with doctors and say, well, what makes a good doctor? How would you like to be measured? What's important to you? And we went through a few rounds of that. in terms of identifying suitable cost and quality metrics. And then we went ahead and developed the system, and we took it to market. So the way the system works is we interact with the IPA Foundation and medical schemes and/or administrators about the benefit of the system. And once they come to agreement that this is a good idea to contract the IPA Foundation for such a service, we agree to exchange data. So the medical scheme or administrator agrees to give us their data according to a data specification that we provide. We get clinical input from the IPA Foundation on a regular basis in terms of what kind of things we should be looking at. And then we facilitate what we think is quite a rich engagement between the IPA Foundation and that particular medical scheme that participates in that process. Bearing in mind the information shortage that up to that point doctors have, they would only be able to see the data from their practice. Doctors are not in the habit of seeing the radiology data or the pathology data or the medicine data that their practice results in downstream. They may see the results of pathology tests and radiology scans, but they are not equipped with data in terms of the cost of those services, and they're certainly not equipped with data in terms of how they compare to their peer group. And so that's the kind of process and information sharing that we facilitate. So as Professor Chetty mentioned, what we do with this data is we put it into reports. I'll go into some more detail on the next slides. And then we interact with both the medical schemes, the IPA Foundation, the peer reviewers, and individual doctors, and try to sort of cross these channels of information asymmetry. To give you a little bit of a sense of the kinds of things that we measure, we measure both cost and quality metrics, and this came out very clearly when we started to speak to doctors about what is important. Doctors didn't want to just be measured on cost; they also wanted to be measured on quality outcomes. Just to touch on the costs, the way that we measure costs are on a per patient per month basis. We look at the catchment population that a particular family practitioner is looking after. We break those costs down into direct costs, which are costs that are within the direct control of the doctor, what pathology tests he or she ordered or scans, or what medicines were scripted. And then indirect costs, which are just that one step removed from the family practitioner's direct control for us. So for instance, if a family practitioner were to refer a patient to a specialist, we would identify that specialist visit as a direct cost. But any consequential decisions that specialist made in terms of tests that need to be ordered or medicine that needs to be scripted, we would classify as an indirect cost. The reason we do that is because we feel it's important to measure both of those items, but it is also important to distinguish between them, because some are both within the direct control of the family practitioner and some are not. To touch on Dr. van Gent's point, we then create these benchmarks. The benchmarks are on a relative basis, in other words, how each doctor compares to his peers, and those benchmarks are risk adjusted according to all of the demographic and clinical data that we have access to. We also have to make adjustments for the kinds of benefits that are available to the members on the schemes that we're the scheme data that we're using. Some schemes have very rich family practitioner benefits and medicine benefits, and some schemes do not, or some options do not, and we have to make adjustments for those in the measurements. We also then measure quality metrics, and those are broken into a few different categories. We have 6 primary care focused screening and preventative care metrics. I can give you any supporting detail that you might be interested in at a later stage, but just to give you a high level. There are 3 disease management process measures. Are you conducting the right tests, etc.? And then 3 disease management outcomes measures. The challenge here is twofold. One is there's a plethora of literature on quality metrics and all of the myriad of things that you can measure in terms of quality. As has been mentioned in a couple of earlier presentations, we don't have all of the quality data, particularly outcomes data, that we would like in the system. There is some investment going into that by various stakeholders in the market, but it remains a challenge, and we will get there eventually. or
Sorry,
suddenly.
Can you just tell us what those 3 outcome measures are?
Yes. So the 3 diseases that we look at for, can I just finish my one point and then I'll get to that. So the other challenge is the scale at an individual doctor level. So again, we would perhaps want to have 50 different quality measures, but at an individual doctor level, he may only be seeing 50 patients, and then many of those measures may not apply, because quality measures are a lot more granular and nuanced and very specific compared to cost measures, which are in one currency, and you can have a numerator and denominator, and they're much easier to measure. The 3 chronic diseases that we look at, and there again, because of the challenges with scale at an individual doctor level, we've aggregated 3 diseases into very high levels: respiratory disease, cardiac disease, and diabetes. So we don't differentiate between asthma and COPD, for instance. We group those conditions into respiratory conditions. We look at for the outcomes measures in particular that we're interested in. For those conditions are quasi-outcomes measures, and what we look at are, from a doctor point of view, the number of days in hospital for those conditions for patients with those conditions. So in other words, the philosophy there is if these patients are not managed well, if a cardiac patient or a diabetic patient is not managed particularly well, they're going to end up in hospital. And so that's the basis which we measure. When we show these reports to the doctors, we combine the scores on a 50-50 basis to give a value score. So we had some debate about do you rate weight cost more than quality, but in the way that we show the data to the doctors, we weight it on a 50-50 basis. We try to make it as simple and intuitive as possible when we show it to the doctors, and so we have a star rating system that the doctors are shown that at a glance they can see how they perform relative to their peers. To give you a little bit of a sense of the process, as I said, we start by obtaining the data from the participating medical schemes. At the moment we have 4 medical schemes participating in the system. One fell off into 2016 as they changed administrators, and we have a couple of other proposals out in the market. Dr. Bengu, to comment on your point, we'd very much like to have one standard system, and we're trying our damnedest to get there, but it's a competitive market. We then use that data to create benchmark reports. These are given to doctors in 2 ways. We send about 3,500 reports to about 3,500 doctors every quarter. And we make a system available to them online that they can log into. There's more flexibility on the online system. They can see a bit more detail and slice and dice the data, which is particularly useful for the peer reviewers because it empowers them with some more information when they interact with a doctor that's been identified for peer review. We then do a statistical analysis on the data, and we earmark a list of doctors that we think should be eligible for peer review. We pass that list on to the IPA Foundation and the list of peer reviewers that we interact with, and we follow up with them in terms of the peer review interactions that they have. We capture and collate the feedback from them, and we provide those reports to the schemes that are participating and to the IPA Foundation. Over and above all of those processes, we do an ongoing analysis of trends, cost drivers, quality markers, etc. We discuss those observations that we have with schemes, with the IPA Foundation, as I indicated in the first slide I spoke to. And what we try to do is facilitate a more conducive and constructive relationship and conversation between the providers and the medical schemes, which you've heard from some other submissions can be a tense and sometimes distrusting relationship. To give you a very high-level overview of some of the results, and this is the last slide, using one of our medical scheme results from last year. What I'm comparing here are the outcomes, the costs and quality markers for network versus non-network family practitioners. The leverage of peer review really only applies in a network environment. The doctors that are not on the network while they're in the data set are the doctors that elect not to be monitored, don't profile me, don't peer review me. And so this lever of peer review and interaction and measurement really applies in the network environment much more than in the non-network environment. So when we compare the costs for patients allocated to network doctors versus non-network doctors, on a risk-adjusted basis, we see a couple of interesting observations. We see that the family practitioner costs themselves, in other words, the visits to the doctor, those costs are slightly higher. We see that the acute medication costs are slightly lower. We see the chronic medication costs are slightly higher, and that's largely driven by compliance. So the costs for chronic medication are a function of not only the medicine that's chosen, but also compliance. And what you want, even though costs are higher, if compliance is higher for chronic medication, you want compliance to be at an optimal level. We see lower pathology costs, lower radiology costs, and lower specialist referrals for network doctors compared to non-network doctors. So from a cost point of view, the networks certainly seem to show their value. In terms of quality metrics, just looking at the kind of preventative tests that we see, it shows the tests that we look at. We look at flu vaccines, HIV tests, HPV, mammograms, pap smears, and PSAs. Those are over the relevant populations as opposed to the schema overall. In all cases, except for HIV tests, network doctors outperform non-network doctors. And this kind of observation, even though it doesn't look good, say, for HIV tests, really fuels us to say, okay, well, there we've identified that as a problem, and that then becomes a strategic project for Morgan and the IPA Foundation to communicate with doctors, send newsletters out, ensure your patients are tested, etc. In terms of outcomes, here I'm showing the admission rates for these three diseases that we look at, as I mentioned, for cardiac conditions, diabetes, and respiratory conditions. And again, the results for network doctors outperform non-network doctors. So these are the kind of stats that we look at for each of the schemes that participate. We share the results with the medical scheme. We share the results with the IPA Foundation, which I think Professor Chetty will agree with me. It really only happens in this kind of environment where there's this level of information sharing, and it empowers the IPA Foundation to make much more informed decisions about what things to communicate with their doctors. And that's all I wanted to show you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen. Dr. Bingo.
Thanks, Judge. I just want to find out, regarding the family practitioner definition, can you help there first? Because it's come up earlier in the context of the Health Professions Council saying that there is a specialization around that, but there seemed to be an issue about BHF not recognizing. And can you just help clarify what's happening there?
Sure. I think the common terminology would be family practitioner. That'll be equivalent to what we always call a GP. And the reason why we like to use that, because the word family practitioner gives a sense of belonging. It makes you part of that family as versus the individual patient. And we think we want to inculcate the old method again of looking at the patient in relationship. So that's where it is. So that terminology is not controversial. It's something that has been there for a while. Then we have doctors that have done the specialist exam, which is the M-Prax-Med or the M-Fam-Med, or they've done the old MFGP exams with the college. Now, if you've done that exam, the council has a terminology called family physician. But 5 years ago, council had then notified people that if you're a family physician and you had a teaching appointment at a university, or the dean of the university could verify that you're currently updating yourself and you're teaching, etc., you can apply to go onto a family physician specialist register. But the method used, I don't think, reached out to all the people, and that led to a little bit of a court debacle. But now there is a period of time it's brought back in for the doctors to get it. But the downside is it's nice to have the qualification and your name on a register and put it up onto your board, but it doesn't reward the doctors financially for being a specialist family physician. We've had a number of meetings with the HPCSA, and the HPCSA is very clear that it is a specialist degree, you're on the specialist register, and the BHF must make some attempt to recognize it. It's a question that you asked me at the right time, because I've been asked to assist them to write what is the scope of practice of this individual. Particularly if he belongs to a group practice and he's the only one with a specialist degree, and 4 or 3 others are with a family practice degree. So I think at the moment the BHF is going to look at it. We need to sit down and have a discussion about what it is to find out if there's going to be a tariff difference, then what's the scope and what difference would this doctor do to healthcare that will decrease the costs of a traditional physician and be a little bit more expensive than the GP, but he won't sort of develop the same high cost. So right at the moment, it's been accepted. It's sitting in the lap of the BHF, and we now have to talk to BHF to try and get this thing on their register and find the scope of treatment.
Okay, thank you. Over the years, I mean, the share of the GP on the healthcare end was double digits, around 12%. It's about 6%. What, in your view, explains this, and is it a source of concern?
Yeah, I think, for me, it's a big source of concern, because if you look at the primary care doctor is your main screening point for patients who come in. With the rules and in the last 10 years, you can't sit around a table and discuss fees with anybody. So you've got to accept what's there, which is like the usual and customary fee. We also find that specialists, the gap between us, it looks like the primary care fees are kept very static, but the gap between us and specialists is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. The spend on hospital is getting bigger. Right. So I also feel that, I'm not saying to be quoted, I think there's a lot of apathy by the primary care practitioner for the amount of work he does as a first line contact, that his rewards are very low. So certainly it's something we need to talk about. That's the reason why we adopted the issue of profiling and measuring quality outcomes and measuring cost of care, because schemes are paying those doctors that achieve this objective rewards for being better practitioners. And it's actually quite a good incentive, because when I started peer reviewing many years ago, we used to review about 350 doctors for being outliers. But now, with the fact that they know exactly what we want to achieve, they're getting rewarded for this, they're practicing better care, they're better coordinators of care, and we find that they are earning more than that. But still, 6% is unacceptable.
Yeah, but Prof, I don't know if I'm happy with your explanation that they're better because there are fewer who are outliers when it's not compulsory to undergo profiling, because common sense tells me that those who don't want to be profiled are those who are bad. So those that remain are the ones that are going to be good. So how does it help? What's the advantage of doing this if it's not compulsory? How do you sell the service to your client schemes if even your members are not compelled to participate?
It's a hard sell. It's a very hard sell, because we're going to demonstrate to the scheme that in order to reward a doctor, it's like moving away. We've got to go into what I would call a reimbursement reform from the fee-for-service system. And we've got to find a way to do it. And for us, the first way to do it is to reward for quality outcomes. And we told the schemes that the doctor will be part of a network, will want to work within a network, but it is individual choice whether he wants to work for the scheme within its contract or not. But if he does, and he delivers all, and we can demonstrate by profiling and peer review particularly profiling, to show he's better, we should reward this doctor, right? But having said that, the kind of increase the doctor is getting is very marginal. And if you look at it, I think the primary care practitioner is still totally underpaid in this country for the amount of work he's done. If I go back to international standards like Belgium and even Israel, in Israel it's fantastic because primary care is the fundamental concept there. And we found that by paying the family practitioners well, having the family practitioners units in place, they've actually dropped their percentage of the GDP to only 7.2%, and they've increased the longevity and the life expectancy to 87. It's a classic example that if you reward your primary care practitioners, they will decrease your downstream costs. So I think it's a very good question. Probably we have to argue this with the funders, that the funders can't have one size fits all. We've got to find a new way to do things.
Yeah, because some of it may not have been general practitioners. We had a presentation from the DPA, Dental Practitioner Association, and we learned that a dentist of 21 years experience for one of the consultations procedures is 109 Rand that is approved by the scheme. Now, the problem, of course, is that in the long term, and remember that there's also the issue of dynamics of whether you're practicing in Sentin or you're practicing in Soweto, because the main issue is one of them can't charge more than what the scheme pays for. So that becomes ultimately what is going to be paid. For us, the question is, in the long term, are we then going to go back with an access issue where it just doesn't pay for a practitioner to be in the townships? So the issue of the remuneration is critical, I suppose. But the point is, are you starting to use this information you're generating as part of the negotiation in getting those tariffs better? But also linked to that, you've also said fee-for-service is a problem. Are you getting closer to empowering your members to even look at capitation or other alternative reimbursement models?
Yeah, I think this is a very delicate issue because in the more affluent areas, we find that a lot of the practitioners are contracted out. They're contracted out and they're charging because the patients can afford to pay. But when you come to the areas like Soweto or the various townships or the sort of peri-urban areas, you can't do it. And what concerns me as I sit here is this whole emphasis that we're going to in the world of quality. And what worries me is that we've heard the first presentation before this, that now there's 150 or 140 changes every minute, number of options. We're finding more and more low option schemes coming out, and more unmanaged buy down from traditional schemes to lower schemes. So what you're actually doing, it's even a double jeopardy, because you're paying the doctor so little, but you're creating a lot of the low option schemes, which means an average doctor in Soweto has to see 3 times as many patients to make a living if he wants to charge what the medical aid is paying. And somewhere along the line, we're going to compromise quality. So I think we've come to a situation that I think the solution here is the National Department of Health. We've got to regulate the private sector. We've got to put regulations in place like Belgium and the Netherlands and whatever. And those regulations must come fast and furious. As long as we have an unregulated private sector, we're going to have this debate, I think, in another 5 years' time, because we're not finding answers. We can only do one thing in our present setup, is to demonstrate that the primary care practitioner is increasing value. But we can't negotiate the tariff that the schemes pay. So it's a big hurdle. And for me, if you ask me what will be the way forward, I think we need very, very fast regulation of the private sector.
what aspect of the private sector, the price component, you mean?
I think both the price component and the way we do it, and I know, each group would say that they're earning just about enough to make a living, but the disproportionate split in the private sector in terms of hospitals, pharmaceuticals, specialist fees, and primary care, that has to be addressed. I mean, it's ridiculous, the disproportion. And to think that 35 million people in this country don't have healthcare, and they need basic healthcare, and then you're only spending 6.7% of your GDP on primary care. I think it's ludicrous. So we've got to find legislation of some sorts.
Okay. When you say by bringing back the general practitioner into the picture, you'd save 35% of downstream costs. So on what basis, on a high level, how did you get to that figure?
I think we looked at what the schemes are telling us and what the council says, the fact that although you're getting 6.7%, you're referring the patient down the chain. I think if we upskill and the primary care practitioner can do more in his rooms with less referral, and you reward him for this, I think for me a lot of referrals are necessary. I'll give you one example, which is a big global example, which has occurred recently in the NHS as well. A patient with a backache, acute backache, bent down to pick up a handkerchief or something, and you've got a backache. 60% of those people in 72 hours get referred to an orthopedic surgeon. Now, I really feel that's really bad. And then another 60%, my figures may be slightly wrong, but I'm just trying to make the point, end up with some sort of radiation assessment, like an MRI scan. And then part of those people go into hospital, and for a long period of time. We feel that if we equip doctors, and if I just mention 3 areas, mental illness, if primary care doctors can do more in the rooms rather than refer out, we'll save a huge amount of money. If we have to treat things like simple backaches, we'll save a lot of money. And we've got to find a system, and I don't have the answer to this, we've got to find a system where there must be portability of the patient record. Because in this country, the patients hop from doctor to doctor. So we're getting duplication of investigations, duplication of radiology, and duplication. I think if we can get a sense of what was done last week, the doctor who is here. So I think we need one new technique, and that's family practitioner nomination like the NHS.
Okay. Lastly, still on that, I mean, regarding the management now, what is called a gatekeeper role, roughly, what is the best way to manage that? Are you talking about hard legislation, or are you talking about incentives that basically drive that? The general practitioner must be the first port of call.
I think first of all, we're not using the word anymore of gatekeeper. I think gatekeeper gives an impression that you're at the gate, you're stopping any further referral. Sure. I would like to use the word coordinator of care.
Okay.
And I think we need legislation. And why I'm saying we need legislation, it's happened in Australia. Some 6 years ago in Australia, the Australian private medical group put a law into place that nobody can engage the secondary and the tertiary level without going with a referral note and a history from your primary care practitioner. I know all hell broke loose, but at the BHF conference 2 or 3 years ago, the individual from Australia who was the chairman of this said it's working like a charm.
Where do you recommend you legislate? At HPCSA level or at funder level, CMS in our case?
I would think at CMS level. Okay. Right? We spoke to HPCSA on a lot of issues. They feel they can do recommendations, but the implementation must be done by the CMS.
There are schemes that have basically given incentives for this. If I'm not mistaken, I think Bonitas has one of those. What has come up? What has the industry learned about this?
Well, the Bonitas was introduced and was withdrawn. But now it's being introduced again. It's just a voice-activated thing where you can't go to a specialist without having to get a referral from your primary care practitioner. But what Bonitas does, it supports the process with their internal profiling through their own system of REPI and rewarding doctors for managing downstream costs and managing for the cost of care. So they have had an incentive, and it's actually working pretty well, and the patients are not engaged in the other levels. The scheme that tried it and suddenly stopped, but they're going to reintroduce it, is GEMS, and I think because there was a lot of specialist opposition to it. So I think if we're going to leave it to each scheme individually, we're not going to see the impact of managing downstream costs. This has to be legislated.
Okay, but those that you quoted, you're not aware of any results that show.
Maybe I'll ask Barry to talk on this because we're definitely seeing it in our profile.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry, Dr. Bengu, what was the question?
No, I was just saying of the schemes that have got, I don't say enforced, but they've got incentives for patients to first consult the general practitioner. Is there data that's coming out regarding whether it has got any savings? I'm looking purely at the financial side. One can talk about the quality component as well, but just from the financial side.
Dr. Bengu, we have seen some evidence. I think different schemes take different approaches, and open schemes and restricted schemes have different challenges. Open schemes do find it difficult to impose limitations on benefits and the way that their members access benefits, because it's very quickly pounced upon by their competitors as saying, you see they're restricting benefits and we're not. Restricted schemes have a little bit more flexibility. I would have to go back and search some analysis that we did. The name of the medical scheme leaves me at this particular point, but I do recall a relatively large geographically focused restricted scheme that did implement such a model, and we did see reductions in specialist consultations and hospitalizations.
Okay, thank you.
Just one more thing to Barry. I think the other issue is that we don't understand why. We don't understand why. When they've introduced the low option, I think low option is also derogatory, I'll say low contributing schemes. When they introduced the low contributing schemes, they prevented in the sale to the patient that you can't go to a specialist or hospital without seeing your primary care practitioner. And it's been accepted by the patients. That's what they have to do. But a lot of the schemes are actually not implementing or preventing patients accessing the specialists. And the reason for that is it appears to be a competitive advantage for them. When patients buy up the ladder into the traditional models, they buy up because they want to engage the system freely and as they want to. And I think that's another problem. The schemes are not implementing enough strategy fast enough. And for me, all the schemes wait for one scheme to do it, and then they will engage. For me, that's never going to happen, and I will still reiterate, it must be legislated.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. Just one point of an analysis that was done on a similar kind of thing is to look at the intensity of the degree to which doctors check their own results and compare the lots of checkers with not many checkers. And they found big differences in the doctors who were interested in their results in terms of their outcomes. So it's a way of increasing the sophistication of your analysis. I just want to push you on what you want us to do, because this is an interesting model, but it's not something that we can, I get the message of what you're telling us. It's not that I don't understand it. So The one thing you're suggesting to us in terms of what we do is regulation. You want us to regulate on price. You want us to, sorry, not us, but you want these things to be considered. Portability of patient records and enforcement of the GP as a coordinator of care. You haven't said anything about regulation in terms of reporting. So there could be a regulation as well that people have to participate in some kind of reporting of quality. But I'm assuming that would support. Is that something you're interested in?
I think very much so, because which we're seeing now is it's too compartmentalized. We have data sitting in pockets in the private sector, data sitting in pockets in the public sector, but we don't have data talking to each other. So I definitely think it should be compulsory.
And is there anything else? So there's some element of sharing data as well that you're talking about. Is there anything else that you're suggesting to us as interventions that would make, because you're working with GPs, but you could be doing it with specialists. You could be doing this at every level of the service, of course. What else do you want us to be thinking about in the way we understand potential changes in the health system?
Well, there's one thing I think the GPs are not going to like it if I say it, but I'm going to say it. I think our undergraduate training must have a bigger emphasis on preparing the doctor for when he gets through, so that he's more competent in the private sector or any sector as a manager of scarce resources and a person to make appropriate decisions. The problem with our health undergraduate training at the moment, it's very didactic medicine. And the guy comes out as a so-called mini specialist as such, and he's not learned to handle resources. So I think our undergraduate training is not sufficient to equip a doctor. And I think the NHS, you have to go through, I think it's a year or 2 years into a diploma of sorts to go into private practice. We need something of that sort. Even in the year of community training, the guys should be subject to some sort of training to make them competent enough to go into the private sector. Yeah, and one more point that I think is very important in this country. I'm not sure about anywhere else, but I can talk here because I'm sort of always addressing it. When a primary care practitioner refers a patient to a specialist, we're referring to a specialist because we want him to consult for us. Two things happen here. You never ever get a report back, ever, of what the specialist found, what he did for you. We see a lot of supersession where he's referred from one specialist to the next, to the next, to the next. Then we find a patient who has a PMB condition that's managed and is stable. He's not sent back to his primary care doctor for him to manage. So I think we need something in place for this. I had the opportunity to talk to the HPCSA, and I was very, very disappointed when the Ombudsman sent me in writing that I must talk to the specialist privately about sending me letters back. I think that's going to be a moral, an ethical, and a legal responsibility for him to send back the information to you to continue managing.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I have only one question. Throughout your presentation, you seem to be largely focused on medical schemes as the funders. I think there's an Econex report that's referenced by many stakeholders in the private sector that shows the number of the number of people in South Africa who access to general practitioners who are actually uninsured. I think it's around 3 million. And in your last slides on the focus on the future, you are thinking about engaging patients and communicating this information, but the type of interventions you were talking about. You're talking about Google's and app, and this uninsured population that you also cover, largely are low-income earners who might not have access to that. So I just want to know, what is your plan with communicating with this substantial population that you service in rural areas who are not part of the medical schemes?
I think the previous question by Prof. that you wanted data. I think what's happening at the moment, the private sector, private patients, that data is not like mandatory given. I think that'll be one of the ways to address it. The other way to address it is that we have a philosophy in the IPA movement that the quality, the type of care, whether it's medical aid or private, should be exactly the same. Doctor shouldn't differentiate. It's a patient in front of you, right? We also have, in our training at the moment, we are actually doing a lot of basic training in our skills updates on things like malnutrition, management of HIV/AIDS, immunization, etc. We feel that we are upskilling the doctor so that we will be able to provide services to those patients that come to cash. And yeah, I think there's, in some areas, you have quite a number of cash-paying patients. And I think we have a moral obligation to treat them. But I think because there's no legislation in place that we have to have data and statistics, those stats are not being reported to us. So I would think that, and I served on the NHI task team initially, and I think I was one of the people that supported at the end of each day, we should have a set of ICD-10 codes or CPT-4 codes for everybody that you saw in your practice, sent in, signed off, and given to a central repository. But because it's voluntary, I think I agree with you, we're losing that population of patients. We need to bring them in, and then we have a philosophy also that healthcare in this country should, as fast as possible, not be public and private sector. It should be the health sector. And I think that's another issue that we'll be inculcating. So I think 100%, we've got to spend more time with those patients that pay cash. We've got to make them we need to count the numbers and find out to what extent is the clinical issues that they bring to us. And I think government needs to know that in order for them to have the data to make the necessary changes. So it may be an omission on my part, but I would like to see the health system improve, not just the private sector.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your interesting contribution and also the written submission. I think I understood. What I found interesting is that this initiative comes from the doctors themselves. It's not sort of imposed on you by schemes, and that therefore doctors will be more inclined to listen to your advice than those of schemes. I come from the Netherlands, and in the Netherlands we have a number of these initiatives, either initiated by schemes themselves or by independent. I know of one independent organization that collects this information and sells it to doctors, etc. So I like the idea of a self. It sort of empowers the doctor itself, and I do think it could be a contribution. I have one query, and you confirmed to my colleague, Professor Von, that, and also you said that you think the sector should be more regulated or better regulated. And she mentioned price regulation there, and you nodded. I think it's not on the record, but you nodded your head. And what I see in your submission, that you strongly oppose price regulation. Can you explain the two?
I think, submission, the point that we were making was, the person who talked to would have been Dr. Berman, who was not here. But I think what we're talking about price regulation and the support that we want to give price regulation is the fact at the moment that there is no kind of capping or ceiling that the other levels of care can charge. it's like you can pay whatever you want to. And we feel that that's the biggest issue in the sense that we can't manage this in an ad hoc basis. And what we would support if government does it across the system for everybody. And I'm not sure exactly the wording on the submission. Dr. Berman is not here, but I would think that we are fully supportive of the fact that we need to manage the costs in the private sector. To manage costs in the private sector, and we should manage the... Yes.
I do have the submission that you made, which I think it is, that was made by, is it Tony Berman?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, at page 25, paragraph 6.5, this is what the submission says. We are opposed to any form of price regulation. So it's a very categorical statement, which is just specific, saying we are opposed not to just any particular form of price regulation, but to any form of regulation. I think that's what was being put to you.
Yeah.
Today you are qualifying that statement by suggesting that you do support price regulation.
I do.
Yeah. Okay. So what do? Do we ignore that statement?
I think we should ignore the statement.
I understand. Now,
is this an example of your transfer?
Sorry. Excuse me, please. Now, in your submission, this is now the oral presentation. You make the point that the family practitioners are underpaid. Well, they're not paid sufficiently. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that you see the gap between family practitioners and the specialist widening. And there's a need to close that gap. Okay. Now, but at the same time, you make the point, I think the very first statement that you make is that the cost of healthcare is just too high.
Yes.
Now, if we were to close this gap between the family practitioners and the specialists, would that not add to the already high cost?
No, I can talk to this. It won't. Because I think... Sorry.
You say it won't?
No, sir, I want to talk to it.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to talk. I think there is money in the system. But I think I made the point very clear. One of the biggest causes for why these is a maldistribution is the wastage. If we can harness the wastage out of it, and if people don't duplicate, do too many tests, spend what they were taught to do, to listen to the patient, to feel, to touch, you're probably going to get more. So I think one of the things is, if we can take away duplication, and a fair amount has been discussed previously in the other submissions, part of that is even wastage and fraud. So we have an opportunity to harness the wastage. The second thing is that
to harness what?
The wastage, to remove the wastage. The other issue is that I said we don't have an integrated healthcare system in this country. It's very, very each group works in its own little silo, in its own little space. So a lot of things are being duplicated and it's unnecessary. The third thing is that a large percentage of the costs are because patients are engaging the specialists for coughs and colds and flus. We see that particularly with the pediatricians. We see that a lot of the kids with a simple little runny nose can see the family doctor, but they don't. They rather go directly to the pediatrician. So my point is that there is X amount of money in the basket, but that money is skewed in the way it's distributed.
So, are you suggesting that that money should also be shared with the family practitioners?
Yeah. If we can stop the wastage, if we can control referrals out, we'll manage the unnecessary high costs that patients engage in going to this. Right now, the length of stay in hospitals are tremendously long. Nobody's coordinating that at all.
Yeah.
I think if the family practitioner becomes a coordinator of care, and he can then interrogate with the specialist the length of stay in hospital, why is he going there, who are you referring to, and he plays a better role, we can find that we don't need more money in the system. I think the money is there. We can use the money more appropriately.
It must be shared more generally.
Yes, yes.
With the family practitioners.
Yes.
Yes. Now, you've suggested, I didn't record accurately your specific words, but are you suggesting that we should have one uniform health system in the country without any distinction between private or public?
No. What I think is that I think sitting in the private sector is a lot of expertise. There's a lot of actual expertise, financial expertise, a whole lot of other expertise. I think we need regulation where we actually have a national health system. And I think once that regulation is in place, I think government must then purchase services from a regulated private sector to complement its services. And I think that's been the model for wherever NHS has been implemented. The private sector was regulated, and government then had access to that service by purchasing services.
But why is it that the public sector doesn't have the kind of specialist that you're talking about?
I think for a long time we found that there was a gravity away from the private sector because I don't think there was enough, they were not induced enough or not even being paid properly to stay in the private sector, in the public sector. And they all saw the greener pastures and they moved into the private sector. But I think of recent what I've noticed is the government is actually paying specialists pretty well, and we find fewer and fewer guys coming into the private sector. So I think government must entice doctors to stay in the private sector, in the public sector, and then work with the private sector. And I think that's going to be the only solution. I don't think there's going to be a national health system where government will be both the purchaser and provider of all the care. I think it definitely needs to legislate it and use it. And I personally see recently that in the areas that I work, there aren't too many specialists actually opening practice in the private sector anymore.
What?
There aren't too many specialists that are actually leaving the public sector to go into the private sector. 5 to 10 years ago, there was a total efflux from the public sector into the private sector.
You've made a somewhat very strong statement, which is to the effect that we never, ever receive a report from a specialist. Is that right?
Well, I would say if most of the times you don't.
I understand. Not
most
never.
Of the times. No. Well, not never, yeah. Most of the times you don't.
Well, I think the reason why I'm curious to know that is that I assume that if it is the family practitioner who, in the exercise of his good medical judgment, decides that the patient must be seen by a cardiologist or orthopedic surgeon, surely if the family practitioner doesn't receive a report back from the specialist, he is entitled, and perhaps indeed he may have an obligation to call the specialist concerned and say, I want the report. Isn't that how it should operate?
Yes, I think that's the way it should be done. But what happens now, you probably have to do that every time you refer a patient out. Because unless you ask for a report, you don't get a report. Some of the specialists are very particular of sending back reports. Most of them don't. But I can talk to something else that we're starting. It may have a very positive spin-off. We're starting a concept called, because it's very, very problem, a thing called a virtual medical neighborhood. And we say to the family practitioner, create your own neighborhood of those specialists that feed back to you, those specialists where you can pick up the phone and he can mentor you about how you can manage your patient and advise you what to do next. Create your own little neighborhood. And if you create your neighborhood, you'll find there's a better relationship between you and those people. Lots of other specialists will then want to get into the medical neighborhood because suddenly you're not sending to them. But it's unfortunate we have to go that route in which we need to sensitize the medical specialists that we have to do this. And it's very embarrassing when you as a family practitioner, you ask the patient, we're going to refer you to a specialist. Most of them say, Doctor, I don't know which specialist that you think is appropriate. So you send them. And then somebody gets admitted. And then 2 days later, a family member phones you and says, how's my mum doing? And you have no idea what the mum's doing. It's actually an embarrassment. So what we've done is, in my area, we've created this little medical neighborhood where we send to doctors, and the moment a consultation is complete, you'll get a telephone call. The report may come a little later, but you get a telephone call giving you the gist of what his findings are and what he suspects. So I think, unfortunately, we've got to use all these maneuvers and techniques in order to get it down. Otherwise, I would think the HPCSA must legislate very strongly that it is a moral obligation, ethical and professional, for specialists to send back a report to the family practitioner.
Now, you mentioned that there are doctors who do not form part of your network. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't know what the answer is.
Sorry.
I see you nodding. Are you saying yes?
It's just some doctors are not part of our network.
Yeah.
Yes, some of them are not.
Now, do you have any personal knowledge as to why those doctors would elect not to be part of your network?
Well, for a number of reasons. First of all, it's some doctors don't want to be part of the network. We would like the doctors, first of all, to make sure that they attend monthly CPD meetings. We would like the doctors to say that they don't mind being profiled and peer-reviewed, and some people don't want to be profiled or peer-reviewed. Then there's a whole lot of doctors that are contracted out of medical aids. So they don't see the need for wanting to participate in any so-called mentoring or monitoring program. So there's a number of variables.
I understand. Now, the reason why I'm putting that question to you is because a proposition was put to you, and that is those doctors who do not want to be part of your network is because those doctors, they do not want to be profiled because they are bad. You don't know that, do you?
No, we don't.
Okay. No. Now, is there continuing medical education for doctors?
Yes.
Now, who designs the program?
At the moment, as part of being part of a network, we would like all the constituent IPAs in that network to have a regular CPD activity, continuing professional development. So the doctors in that area decide that they have a team or a committee, and they engage with the doctors to get somebody to do a topic. Of recent, the topics are actually suggested by us. When we look at the profiling or the peer review, we pick up these profiles, or we also get international concerns. Like right now, we're spending a lot of time on the inappropriate use of antibiotics.
Yeah. But outside of your network,
yes,
is there any continuing medical education for doctors?
There are,
yeah.
But these are because the HPCSA has a needs that you attend and acquire, I think it's 30 points, CPD points for the year. So these doctors would attend an IPA if they feel like, or they will attend a pharmaceutical company meeting on a particular topic, which is not run by the IPAs but run by a company.
I suppose what I would like to know is whether, as in other professions, whether is there a coordinated, continuing medical education or training, if you will, for medical doctors, which on a regular basis or at particular intervals conduct a needs analysis, what the gaps are, so as to update the doctors on recent development within the medical profession.
There's none in the country that it's only a recommendation by HPCSA. But what we've done is we've taken it one step further, in the sense that as part of you joining a IPA, you got to agree to go to organized CPD activity. It's part of it. So it's a commitment by the IPAs to do that. But maybe I can talk to it and say that if you're not a member of a group of doctors and you are on your own, then you elect to attend CPD activities on your own, can be run by a group or by a pharmaceutical company. The basis is at the end of a year, you need to have 20 or 30 CPD points, 10 are ethics and 20 are clinical. So, but there's nothing that's put out by anybody to say this is the minimum or this is the kind of program that you have to attend. Nothing of that sort yet. And I think there's a gap in the market for that to be introduced.
I understand. Now, some of the doctors, perhaps not some of the doctors, some of the hospital groups have proposed that they should be allowed to train doctors, to set up medical school, I assume, which would train doctors. What's your views on that?
To train doctors from basic education to become qualified doctors?
Set up private medical schools.
Yeah, I think that's a very contentious thing, because we know that we have a total shortage of medical practitioners. Sure. We know that the present medical schools are totally packed to capacity. We think there is a market for it, but I won't want to venture to say that it should happen tomorrow. I would think that even here we need more kind of an oversight about how it happens and where it happens by government.
You're not opposed to private medical schools in principle?
I'm not opposed to it.
Right. So for you it's a question of when and how?
Yes.
Now, there's just one more matter that I want to draw to your attention. You have expressed some concern about the fact that there is no information that's available to the medical profession or within the medical profession. Did I hear you correctly?
Information
about the medical, about the national health system, whether in the private sector or the public sector?
No. I think
There is information.
There is information, yes.
And this information is sufficient.
I think it's an ongoing thing. We know there's an update to it.
Yeah.
We know that besides government doing its initiative, the private sector itself doing a lot of initiative to sensitize the doctors in terms of the National Health Initiative, yes.
Yeah, okay. I must have misunderstood what you said because... yes, Mr.
Chair, sorry, through you. I think, Prof. Chetty, it would be, I'm not sure if you're speaking cross purposes. Are you speaking about data? Yeah. Or are you speaking, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. That he's speaking about data on patients and outcomes, etc., not the policy.
Yeah, I did agree there wasn't data, yeah. We have data in the private sector, right, in pockets everywhere, but we don't have data to see what the entire health situation in the country is. We know when the government data is sent out, or stats are sent out, that is actually reflecting more the public sector, right? We're not seeing enough of the private sector because I think right now it's not mandatory that we put it in until the rules are in place. Yeah. So we're not seeing a total picture.
Yeah. There is a section, I think, in the National Health Act which make provision for the coordination of national health information system, yes, which must be collected not just from the public sector, but which must also be collected from the private sector. And it goes further to empower the minister to make regulations in order to facilitate that process. In fact, the provisions of the Act, as I understand it, they are peremptory. The National Department must facilitate and coordinate the establishment, implementation, and maintenance by provincial departments, district health council, municipalities, and the private sector of health information systems, etc.
I support that 100%.
Do you know whether there are any regulations dealing with that?
Not that I'm aware of.
At the moment.
I'm not aware of that, right?
Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, there are some, and I'm sure that it's a progressive endeavour by the Department of Health. In the private sector, for instance, the Council for Medical Schemes has mandated the collection of ICD-10 codes, which is one way that kind of information is being collected in the private sector. There are a number of initiatives in the public sector that I'm aware of, some of which we're involved in. The one is to collect clinical data from central hospitals for the purpose of developing a DRG system. And the other one, a project I believe that the WHO is involved in with the National Department to develop a more detailed set of national health accounts. So I think these are the projects I'm aware of. There are some initiatives going on.
I think perhaps it may be in the interest of your organization to establish the extent to which these provisions have been implemented, because they may well provide you with useful information when you want to conduct this analysis that you conduct from time to time.
We certainly will do that.
Yeah. But when you suggest that your medical practitioners must be accredited, what does that mean?
I think there's two things. One is that at the moment, a doctor could take a premises, open premises, and see patients. But when you look at it, and if you look at the Australian and the UK based and all the others, you have to have certain minimum standards in that particular room. And I'll give you examples of these standards that you have to have. One is you're going to have certain basic equipment, which everybody doesn't acquire immediately. You can start practice without the equipment. When a patient is given a simple vitamin injection, you can get an anaphylaxis. And therefore there should be a set of resuscitating medicines that he has. We also have another issue that's come up of recent. We don't have demarcated clean and dirty areas in practices where you do a septic wound, and then we'd like to know how you dispose of your solid waste, right? So those were never in place. And then we have doctors that are doing a whole lot of tests like ECGs and ultrasounds, etc. And we don't have, for quality control, we don't know when the machines were last calibrated, we don't know the make of the machine, and sometimes when you know the make of the machine, you realize you can't charge for certain modalities that machine doesn't measure. So there's nothing in the standards till now. The minister stopped the Office of Health, Safety and Standards from starting the accreditation of private practices after the hospital was done. So in that gap, we thought we should sensitize doctors that you can't just open a practice without the environment of care being safe. So when we started the accreditation, we did that. Then we found out that there was a lot of concerns about doctors opening practice that were not actually registered with the Council of Medical Scheme or registered with the BHF, but were using other people's practice numbers. So in our demographic accreditation, we get the details of that doctor. We get to know it's a tick sheet. It's not a statutory thing. It's a tick sheet where they tick if they have the following essential equipment, and there are certain demarcations in the practice that will make the patient who comes in safe. We expect the doctors to get 85% of the tick on the first round. If it doesn't, we give them the opportunity to do so. We think we're going to get those doctors ready that when accreditation comes in from government, that there will be 60% already there. So it's a very proactive thing on our side.
Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, is there anything that you would like to add to what you have told us this evening?
No, just to thank you very much for listening to me.
Yes.
And I would like some of the things that I mentioned to be implemented somewhere down the future.
Yes. Yes, I understand. I think it would be helpful if you could indicate, if you could go back perhaps to your submissions and perhaps indicate to us which of those aspects you still stand by.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, very well. Mr. Charles, is there anything else?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience and for tolerating our inability to control the time, and we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.